It's Lock and Load Monday, and that's right. Some guy from Delaware just locked and loaded there, and he's busy testing out his homebrews.
Yeah,
Is that you blowing?
yeah, it's me. I got fuzz all over my shield.
All right, you got a fuzzy shield
Yeah.
in Delaware, and so going to go over some events that's going on today. The USS Theodore Roosevelt is sailing right into the danger zone. It's Gulf of Aden, and there's 9 Iranian surface ships out there, and maybe a sub or two. You're in shield mode now.
Yeah, well, I gotta, you know, load it up, put it back on my hip.
All right. Yeah, you can't. How can you test your homebrew without your shield? So yeah. So I don't know. Like Yankee wasn't.
What do you do now?
What did he know? He didn't even know about Yemen, and like about a week ago, if you go like about to the 6 hour mark or whatever it was in my, or the 5 hour mark in that World War III is live now chat. But now I think now he knows about it. He's like, what war in Yemen? I mean, there's been a war in Yemen for 40 years nonstop, but now it's getting serious because I think ISIS declared war on Al Qaeda or something over
really?
there.
Oh, cool.
So
we'll start
it's like we're out of it. We're out of
the
it.
70s all over.
The 70s?
Yeah, didn't we arm like freaking Bin Laden and all that to kill Russians?
No, not Bin Laden. He wasn't. He was still just
a little boy
in Saudi Arabia at the time with his family money. But so that's going on, and so the USS Theodore Roosevelt, that's some carrier group over there, carrier task force, head into the danger zone, and so that's kind of why I picked this lock and load picture. Although I don't know if that's particularly I can't remember what carrier that is that I got that from, but anyway. Department of Defense has all kinds of cool pictures that are public domain, so you can just fuck with them a little and come up with something cool. Anyway, so if you're watching my channel, I've been working on some of my preps. I got that water filter and my Snugpak tarp, added that to my backpack. And I'm gonna have to. I hope Huck comes on because I need his. I got to figure out. I got to sharpen up some caltrops. I got like 20 caltrops. And they have points on them, but they haven't been sharpened at all. And so I'm going to need to figure out what kind of file to get, because I don't want to waste anything. I don't want to waste Arkansas stone trying to sharpen that stuff, because it's just nowhere near sharp. It said sharp, but it's totally dull. But anyway, so what else we got? We had the Supreme Court argument at the Supreme Court today on sawed-off shotguns, and that was today. And let me pull up the case for you. It is Johnson versus the United States, and basically there's been 2 cases like this, and they've never been able to get a majority. Sykes versus the United States and James versus the United States. Basically, this deals with the Armed Career Criminal Act of 1984, and basically, what it says is if you've committed 3 felonies, then the question is simple possession of a sawed-off shotgun a violent felony? Just having a sawed-off shotgun. That, and with they have the ACCA Act requires a mandatory minimum 15-year sentence for an unlawful gun possessor. So 15 years for just having a sawed-off shotgun. But we're talking about somebody who already has 3 strikes and the fourth strike would be this. And so basically what they're trying to what Scalia has tried in the past and is trying yet again to do is the statute provides a residual clause, and it says at the end in every one of these statutes that, and I quote, any felony that, quote, otherwise involves conduct that presents a serious potential risk of physical injury to another. So basically they're saying that just having a sawed-off shotgun is a violent felony for 15 years. So, and that what the Scalia is trying to challenge is that what they've directed the lawyers to argue about is whether that is constitutionally vague. And so far, every time he's tried the two previous cases, they haven't been able to get a majority to say that that's constitutionally vague. In the residual clause, the part that I just read to you. So they had their arguments today, and I guess we'll find out when we find out. But I'm pretty much sure that most people listening to this don't have 3 felonies on their record, So, but
you never know.
Yeah, you never know. This is the internet. But basically, it's a kind of a issue of whether just owning a sawed-off shotgun is a violent felony. And what the federal government is arguing is they made a list of 200 federal and state statutes which would have to be rewritten if they struck down the ACCA, because they all use the same language, exact same language as the Armed Career Criminal Act. So if the Supreme Court rules that it's constitutionally vague, and basically then they'll have 200 laws across the nation and federal statutes to try and figure out how to rewrite, and I'm sure nobody will get it right. And then there'll be more court hearings on that, so they're trying to scare the court. And then everybody who's been convicted under that will want a rehearing. So they're trying to say, well, we don't want to rehear all these cases where everyone was thrown in jail just for owning one of these things that had 3 convictions. But anyway, that's what's happening in the gun world today on court-wise. So you're working on homebrew preps. Is that like a prep, or is that a hobby for you?
No, it's a hobby.
It
could be a prep, but it's really just a hobby right now.
Well, people will need beer, and the shit hits the fan situation.
Well, make wine. All you gotta do is get some rotten fruit and let it sit out. Really, mash it up. Let some wild yeast get to it, and boom, a few weeks you got some wine.
Well, we have had some other stuff happening. There was a pretty bad cyber attack in the last few days. It's been getting worse and worse, and the federal government and Senate
on us.
Yeah, they authorized to try to hire a bunch of cyber techs to hire a few thousand of them for the government, because it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And I don't know, a lot of stuff got shut down this weekend. I know it wasn't just some of the channels that I watched, but I mean, Prepper Forums was down, and I think Arms List was down, and a lot of stuff was down. And it was just looking at that internet IP Norse site that monitors the attacks. It was really crazy this last weekend for cyber attacks. And I think with the international events, also what's happening, there's the whole big controversy in the what's the name of those islands? The Spratlys, China. No idea on the Spratlys. Basically, China. Basically, there's 4 or 5 countries that claim the Spratly Islands, and China's the only one. They basically moved in, and they're dropping millions of tons of gravel and sand to build a airstrip there, and to control. And there's basically the oil, and there's practically in this. They're going right up to the edge of, I mean, they're bumping people's boats and other countries' boats, but they haven't gone straight military yet. But they are building a military base on the Spratly Islands, and that's like the Philippines, Vietnam, Japan, and God knows who else claims right. And Vietnam has sold all their oil rights to, or it's being run by ExxonMobil. So, and everybody is supposed to have an alliance with America, and that, obviously America doesn't want to get into a shooting war with China, not because China wouldn't lose. I mean, China would lose, but I mean, on naval. But and Vietnam has bought some Russian subs, and so it's like the war is starting without us as usual. So it's
we'll come late to the party.
Well, the party has already started in Yemen, so it's just.
Well, what do you mean? Are you started in Yemen? I mean, like, could you elaborate on that for me? What do you mean? Who's invaded Yemen, or who's Yemen invaded?
Well, basically, the Iranian-backed Houthi Houthi rebels basically overthrew the government. The leader, the U.S.-backed pro-Western leader, is now sitting in a Saudi hotel in Saudi Arabia, and basically Al Qaeda has taken over the airport, and Iran is basically trying to run, and Saudi Arabia has basically. Well, it's all on my Wings Over Arabia chat, which I guess you didn't see. But basically, Saudi Arabia they spent in 2010, they bought $24.5 billion worth of F-15s, Strike Eagles, and 2012, they bought about 40 or 50 Apache attack helicopters and a few Black Hawks, and then in 2014 they bought 14,000 TOW missiles. So
when did this group though overthrow the Yemen government?
Oh,
recent?
A few weeks
ago. Yeah, I didn't hear about it at all. I mean, I knew we were running drone and predator and operations in Yemen for years now. Wasn't that a big thing about the one drone strike that ended up killing that the kid that was technically, he was an American citizen. He was the son of I can't remember his name. He was a lieutenant in Al Qaeda or something, and that drew some more attention to it. But Yemen's been a hotbed for terrorism and those people fighting over it forever. Just like the rest of that whole fucking region. They all hate each other.
Yeah, it's sectarian, it's ethnic, and it's religious. So basically, but even when Al Qaeda and ISIS, those are all Sunni, they're fighting each other for control over it. They're both Sunni, and Saudi Arabia is bombing the Houthis, but they're not invading yet.
And then whoever wins will start murdering all the Shiites, and then.
Well, no, the Shiites are winning right now. They pretty much control, and Iran is trying to run the blockade of Egyptian and Saudi Navy to resupply their allies. And basically, what happened was, I think 2 weeks ago, on Friday and Saturday, Russia called a UN Special Security Council meeting and requested they circulated a paper for to request a humanitarian pause in the Saudi bombing campaign. Saudi started bombing the Houthis basically when their ally, the ruler of Yemen, wound up in their hotel. So and, so basically so Friday and Saturday, about 2 weeks ago, the Russians circulated a paper for a humanitarian pause, and the Russians were backing the Iranians. And then on Sunday, the Saudi Arabia, the airspace is closed. They wouldn't let anybody in or out, including the Russians or the Iranian advisors that are there. And so the Saudis on Sunday just blew up the Russian embassy and with some tow missiles. Yeah, they bombed the Russian embassy. It's not they didn't just bomb it. It's not big stones or one bomb. They're just little rubble where the embassy used to be now, little tiny stones.
Wow.
And so then on 2 weeks ago, Monday, they hacked the White House, the Russians. So, and then on Tuesday, the Wall Street Journal, Kissinger and George Shultz released a brief article on everything that's wrong with the Iran deal on nuclear weapons. But anyway, so we're sailing the Navy in there, and if Iran tries to run their supply ships to the Houthis, then the Egyptians and the Saudi Navy will the Air Force will blow them up, but we're talking about like a $400 or $700 million Iranian aircraft, not aircraft carrier, it's a helicopter carrier. It's like their most expensive and advanced naval asset. But I mean, it's not going to be a match for the U.S. Navy. But so the U.S. Navy is going to protect the Saudis and the Egyptians who are going to blockade Iran from resupplying. So that basically, it's all it's kind of a proxy war. But Saudi Arabia is feeling pretty surrounded at this point by Iran. So, and
as is Israel.
Yeah. But, well, Hezbollah started building tunnels now under the border. The Israeli troops are reporting they're marching in Israel along the border. Along Lebanon, they hear underground explosions because they're using dynamite to blast the tunnels. So they're stealing a page from Hamas, and Hamas just got a hold of a bunch of 50 caliber Steyr rifles, but if you're not familiar with the Austrian Steyr 50 calibers, they'll come with good sights and all, but really, the thing is there aren't any trained Palestinian snipers. Even if they have a 50 caliber, they never went to sniper school.
They're not going to use it effectively. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but they can shoot up to 3 kilometers with them. I mean, they may not be able to know how to hit anything, even if with the scope and on it and whatever. But even this is probably a good rifle and all. But but they got some somehow. And let's see. Egypt has been getting. There's ISIS in the Sinai, and so they've been shuffling around troops they told Israel they have to, they're trying to fight the ISIS, who is basically teamed up with Hamas and, to try and smuggle, arms back and forth. But El-Sisi, the general of Egypt, he just, I think about less than a week ago, he made the penalty for digging in the ground. It was either death or life imprisonment
Good for him.
Along the Gaza Egyptian border, because if you're digging in the ground, you're either shot or sentenced to life. So if you have to take a shit, just do it on the ground, I guess. But I mean, because they won't believe you if you tell them you're digging an outhouse. But anyway, thank God we don't live there. But that's a pretty. So I don't know. That just in between the war and the Spratnies, or the what's going on in the Spratnies, and Vietnam buying subs, and it's. Russia told the Israeli government not to sell any. Weapons to Ukraine, or they'll sell Syria their what are they, S-300 missiles, anti-aircraft missiles. But I think Israel and the United States know how to defeat those, and it's just that they don't even have enough S-300 to sell to Iran. They had made a deal with Iran like years ago, and Russia's finally going to start selling them, but they don't have any. And Iran went to Russia to try and train some Iranian crews, and they just couldn't figure it out. They were too dumb to make it work.
That whole Russian-Ukraine thing is quite, me at least, that we haven't done anything.
What's up, guys?
Hey, long time no see, Brandon.
Yep. Howdy do, man. How's everybody been?
Well, we're just hanging in there, blowing another Monday, doing not much. I don't even think G-Webs is on, there aren't any moderators on Gun Channel.
Nobody's around.
Yeah, it's like dead on Gun Channel. So I'm just doing a lock and load Monday for the hell of it, you know.
Right on.
What have you been up to, man? You've been around in like 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh man, I've been doing like a bunch of like physical therapy and stuff. So like when I get back, like I am just like destroyed, and because I hurt my back a year ago, and I had to do like some epidural stuff, and yeah, I'm pretty young to mess up that way, but you know, it happens to the best of us. And
yeah, it's not something that you can have a laser surgery and fix.
No, I wish. So I've been doing that, and then spending time with the girlfriend, and then relaxing, and then been trying to feel better because I just got my Land Rover all fixed up and been doing a little bit of off-roading. And
that must be tough with a bad back, though.
You know, like it sucks. It does hurt, but it's like, you know, it's only gonna get worse. So it's like, do I spend my life, you know, just kind of, you know, for like back of a little, you know, nickel and dime in my back, or do I actually, you know, just go out there and do what I can do until it's just like, so.
Yeah, my mom had a similar problem just recently in her knee, and they had to give her an epidural or something. I forget. They showed her a picture of her spine, and they said, well, they wanted to show part of her spine. They said, well, this is the part where this is what it's supposed to look like, but she didn't have any spine left that it was supposed to look like, you know. So she said, well, this is terrible, but we're gonna just, she had a back problem too, and they wound up giving her a shot of something. I forget what it was. What did they give you?
Oh, it's like a cortisone.
Yeah.
And oh man, dude, I feel so much better. Like,
yeah, it works.
Okay, so I'm kind of a sissy when it comes to long, big needles being shoved in my back. So
yeah, but it was quick, right?
Well, no, like, well, I have no idea because here in Arizona we have this thing called the Arizona Pain and Spine Institute, and basically like they're like, yeah, okay, so basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring you in this back room, sterilize everything, and the doctor's gonna, you know, take this needle, and you're going to bend over, and he's going to put it into the small of your back, and it's going to go into your spine, and they're going to fill you up with like steroids and cortisone and all this stuff. So my first time, and I said, look, I got to tell you, I'm scared shitless. Like, I'm a little worried right now. Like, oh, okay, we'll give you some anesthetic. So they hook in an IV, and then, like, it's kind of awkward because they take you back in there, and then they tell you to, like loosen your pants, and they pull your pants down kind of like, so your crack's kind of showing a little bit, and
well, that's what you're worried about.
Yeah, it was just odd feeling because there's like 2 female nurses in there and then 1 doctor, and so I feel like I'm going to be part of like a snuff film, and so then, you know, they hit you with the anesthetic, and then it just feels like you're to make a picture of it. It feels like you're flying in a black abyss. That's what it was like for me. You're just like, woo. So. And then, but you're only like that for like 5 minutes, and it only takes 5 minutes, and then they give you something to counteract it, and then you come out, but you're all groggy, and you're just like trying to fall asleep, but at the same time you're awake, and it's just odd feeling. So I had to do that 3 times, Monday, and Monday, 3 times a month. So now I'm good, and I feel so much better though. But it sucked, and you know, uh, 3-4 years down the road, but
Yeah, basically it reduces the inflammation of your nerves that are pressing up against and the muscles around them that jam them into your spine. So
right. So that was that, but I came up on a sweet deal though at the gun shop. I was sitting there looking, and I know everybody's probably tired of talking about guns, but I'm really excited about this because I bought a Colt Government model 1911 in
Cool.
near new condition for $500.
Yeah, that is sweet.
Yeah, this old man came in, and he was probably like late 80s and stuff, and he was trying to sell his Dan Wesson and his Colt to the gun shop, and of course the gun shop was like, oh, we'll give you like $300 for your 1911, and we'll give you $700 for your Dan Wesson. And the guy's like, you're sorry. And I was like, sir, I will give you $500 right now, cash. I pulled it out of my wallet and I gave it to him, and he's all like, done. We walked outside, did a private party transfer, and
That's a score. You get a sound effect for that. One second. Here, let me put in my only sound effect that I have. Okay.
awesome. So, but me being Tim the Toolman Taylor, I brought it home, and I was gonna put on some different set of grips. But I guess the Colt Government model comes with screws that are a little longer. So I don't know why I did this, but I torqued the screw in there, and then the head popped off. And so now I got a screw stuck in my frame, and I had to take it to the gunsmith to drill it out. And
Oh, yeah.
man, so
Well, I won't ask what the
But any-
gunsmith charged, but
well, the guy was really cool, and he was like he's like, oh man, this is not the first time this happens. It happens a lot, so we'll help you out. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I bought like some Wilson Combat arms. I bought a hammer and a trigger for it. And it's funny, right as I'm doing this, Steven Seagal comes up behind me, and like he's just kind of like just buying a bunch of new guns and everything. And I look over, I was like, oh man, Steven, cool. I wanted to get like an autograph, but I was like, I don't have a copy of Under Siege on me, so.
you get him to sign your gun.
Oh, that would be so cool. I should. That's his favorite gun is a 1911. How he like chicken wings those things.
Did you get a picture with your cell phone with him or something?
I thought about that. I was like, should I just like, pop a picture of him real quick?
No,
But-
ask him first. Don't just.
Well, yeah, I want but he was. It looks like he was in the middle of doing something. Like he was trying to design this pistol. He wanted a custom pistol made. So I don't know. He goes in there quite a bit. I see him all the time. So I think next time I'll ask him. I'll be like, look, you were my hero when I was a kid, and you still are.
Pull the security. Tell the gun shop guy to pull the security tapes and give you a copy.
Right.
Make a good YouTube video. All right.
But question I want to ask you guys, if anybody knows about this. What do you know about Pakistani ordnance, or POF, Pakistani ordnance firearms?
Pakistani.
They make the H&K clones. They make the MP5K clone. It's like $1,600.
The only thing I ever bought from Pakistan was some of their shamas.
Gotcha. Yeah, the only reason I ask is because they got this H&K clone at my gun shop, and it's been getting really good reviews. Mac on the Military Arms channel, what's his name? But I don't know. Tim? Yeah. He said it was a pretty awesome thing. Now,
who paid him for the say that? I wonder. Who imports it? Century Arms? I don't know.
I think it's Century Arms, yeah, or it's Atlantic Arms.
Oh, Atlantic Farm. Well, yeah, I think Tim would say that he had some other stuff that he was promoting on. Atlantic Arms must have paid him some money or something. I wouldn't believe anything that guy says. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I have no idea. I just that's not when gun channels get that big, as big as they are. They know that if Tim says he likes something, then they'll sell a few thousand of them. It
Right.
just that's the way it goes.
Let's see if I can share this.
I'll click on your thing here for a minute. Present to everyone. All right.
Yeah, they're selling it for $14.9. That's the POF 5 9mm semi-automatic pistol. And
those are illegal in Hawaii, but they look cool.
yeah, it's pretty cool. Like they have this little get-up right here where you can attach the no longer available SIG brace, but and they have like another model. Yeah, that's Tim did the video right there. And the other model that they have,
and he's on their site. They paid him for that. I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
well, if they did, I mean, like, and the other thing too, like, I heard like a lot of people that were like, oh well, you know, it's crap, and
wait till the reviews by other people come out, you know.
I've heard some people say it's good. I've heard some people say it's bad. Atlantic Arms and Century Arms, are they like the same thing?
No, I'm just saying that, you know, I'm just getting ready to do a review on a Tavor, and I've had it for like, you know, I don't know, a couple of years, and you know, it's going to be completely different than any other review, but you know, it's actually, I don't have any motive to lie about it, you know, or exaggerate or anything, you know. It'll say what it's good at and what it's not good at, you know. But so just wait for other reviews to come out, unless it's just you want to take a flyer and take a risk, you know. I mean, well, is it just they're gonna have it for a long time, for a short time? Is it a limited supply?
Well, here's the thing, like, I don't know, like, and you know, I came upon some money. I actually won a little bit of money at poker the other night at the casino, so I have some cash to spread around. And there's
Send me some.
There's $1,600, or I could spend $800 and get the CZ like pistol that Moon Food has. The
Well, you know what? There was I was just reading some interesting stuff the other day. Not trying to change the subject, but you do live in Arizona, and have you heard about all the you know radio the drug cartel Radiocom busts that you know went down in the not too distant past there, and how the drug cartels use you know radios and repeaters and basically to you know control the entire cartel. It's like you know and not be tracked. I mean, although the government can track, you know, radios, you know, frequencies, but you know, basically the Zetas started doing that so they can use it, command to control all their, you know, drug troops, and so, but they were actually threatening the Mexican government until the U.S. stepped in and helped them in Mexico because they just had such a they were basically even kidnapping communication techs and forcing them to work for them, and they would set up all through Mexico and in Arizona too, especially. So I don't know. You might want to look into radio preps too. You know, I don't know.
Radio. Well, I got probably about 5 of those Balfang radios.
Oh yeah.
The little ham radios. They're pretty good for $40. I mean, they're not going to stand up if you drop them from a cliff, but.
I mean, can you transmit on one channel and receive on another?
Oh yeah, they're ham
radios. You can set up codes and stuff. What's the range though? Actual.
As long as you can hit a repeater. I mean, or from it's site to site, it varies.
Well, for $40 though, I mean, you can't get too. I mean, you can't get too many ham frequencies for $40, can you? I mean, or broadcast.
No. You have no idea. James Yeager raves about them. Like he's all like, "This is my favorite pistol," or I'm sorry, my favorite radio. They're great. Such, he has a bunch. I bought them before I knew all those guys had them and stuff like that. I bought them just because I was in when I was in the Coast Guard. I was a communications, and I was taking one of the classes. And one of the classes required that we had like a ham radio, and it was like an elective class. And I was like, you know, I don't have a ham radio, and usually ham radios are like $500-$600. So I went and I bought like a little. I went on Amazon.com and I was like, okay, what do we got here for like $100? And these little radios popped up, and you know they're just pretty cool. I'm about too tired and drunk. you know, they're pretty cool little radios, and they're a little difficult to program, but I mean, I have everything from the police department to you know, Coast Guard stations on them. You can program whatever you want on them. And I've actually heard Cartel talking before. When I was down in San Diego, I turned it on, and I was scanning through all the frequencies, and you know, freaking "Dame la mota, pendejo, ándale." So, you know, it's you can probably listen on to some of those guys down there. Just hang out by Nogales or something like that and key up on them, because they're not using repeaters probably. Maybe you said they had Comtex on them.
Oh, they have repeaters. The Cartel, they have that. I mean, they have experts. They have such advanced systems. There's like some pictures and all the stuff that was seized by like I think Chris left because he was drunk, but he was working on his home brews and stuff. But yeah, they have repeaters and they have you know, they have, you know, they're all their code set up and it's not like, I mean, they have expert Comtech, the Cartels. So it just seems to me that yeah, after I've just started getting to the research on what they're doing, but in Arizona, it's like, you know, they'll set up repeaters in private homes and stuff. And
oh yeah, I don't doubt it. Like they have everything the U.S. government has probably.
Yeah, and they camouflage it so it doesn't look like and there's a big radio mast sticking up. Well,
I mean, there's plenty of ham radios around, you know, Arizona. You know, just private citizens are allowed to have those. All you need is an FCC license. You know, your standard ham technician's license.
So basically, what the drug cartel is doing is they're using it to organize, you know, their soldiers. So, you know, if they want to overwhelm a U.S. police force in a given area, they can.
Right. I'll show you what one of these things looks like. Hold on, I'll be right back. It's pretty cool.
All right, I'll just solo here for a minute and talk about. Let's see. Oh, Turn. I've been watching Turn. Speaking of all this stealthy stuff, they have all the. If you haven't watched Turn on AMC, it's Washington's spies, and they have a lot of flintlock rifles. But what's really cool, it's based on a real story. They recently discovered some letters from the spy people during the Revolutionary War, and so it's all about. Most of the stuff they're talking about is actually what happened, and. Colonel Andre for the British and Washington in the spy group, and how they use codes. Washington was 7-Eleven. That was his code. So if you go to a 7-Eleven, that's Washington's code. And is there anybody left alive in gun channels? Oh, at least I see Moon Food out there. Oh yeah, hey DB, I saw what you said. I think that was you about. Was that you that? No, yeah, that was you that commented on one of my videos.
Okay, I'm back.
About the Sawyer, I think. All right, go ahead.
All right, so what we have here is two different types of radio. This is the Baofeng UV5R. It uses same stuff that a regular ham radio does. This will do exactly what a $300 radio will do for a fraction of the price. Same thing with this guy. It's just a little heavier duty looking, more of your kind of field. I don't know. I think it looks more like a law enforcement radio.
You have a license for that, for ham radio license?
Yeah, I have a technician's license.
Cool.
And it's actually kind of hard to do. I suck at studying, so. But what's cool about these radios is it's got a light, distress, and it's also got an FM or AM. Well, I'm in the country right now or something, but so they're an everything radio. They're really great. This one's about $48, and this one I think now is like $25. They came down in price, so. They come in black. They're compatible with most mics and stuff like that. But yeah, they're really cool. And so I bought a bunch of them, and they come with like little desktop chargers. I got a couple of them on my vests. So
Yeah, so if you have a prepping group, basically what they're saying is, from what I've been reading, is that you set up different pre-programs that everybody has certain programs, so they know what channel, like, send on one channel, receive on the other, and then so when you say switch to channel 4, everybody knows, you just hit the number 4 or whatever, and then everybody knows it'll be pre-programmed what exact frequencies you're sending on and what exact channel you're receiving on,
right.
stuff like that. So whether or not it has scrambling, but what is the broadcast range of those? Like a couple miles?
Oh yeah, like I've my girlfriend's dad has like an advanced technician's license or something like that. I'm not like I think my license is actually expired because I took it when I was a kid, so I'm gonna have to get a new one, which I probably should do. But my girlfriend's dad is all into like all these hams and everything, and he was on this one, and he was talking to some guy in Colorado, and he lives in Gilbert, Arizona. So
the Colorado guy must have some big base station right there.
Not really. You just got to have like a good antenna and be able to hit a repeater. So just bounce it off that, bounce it off that. And
what frequency are using off those frequencies that bounce off the? There's some frequencies that bounce off the ionosphere and back down.
Right. So I wish I still had these radios programmed because I had them with a bunch of Coast Guard channels on them. And then I
can't be too many Coast Guard people in Arizona. I mean,
no, there's a couple of auxiliaries out here. Auxiliary flotillas out here, which is like the volunteer component of the Coast Guard. Pretty good organization to get into.
Yeah, I was just surprised how dangerous things were in Arizona. I didn't know there were that many cartel people there, but I guess there are.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that either. But what are you gonna do? And generally the cartel, they'll keep to themselves. They try to keep a low profile unless you cross them. It's not like street gangs where it spills out all over the place.
Yeah, they're all about the money.
Yeah, and they make a lot of it. I mean, like, you can tell. The Forbes did an article on Chapo Guzman, the richest man, like the second richest man in the world, and he's the head of the Sinaloa cartel. I mean, who am I to judge? If you got enough money to buy like the presidency 10 times over, But I mean, again, like, what type of life is that to live, to where you're constantly looking behind your back, people constantly want to kill you? Like, that would suck. You wouldn't be able to spend that money. I mean, I'd be worried to going out and getting a burrito, So I don't know. I guess for them, locked up in their compound selling their cocaine is, the bee's knees. But screw that. I would never want to do that. I'd be happier making, $15 an hour and knowing that people are not trying to kill me.
Yeah. I mean, money's fine, but it's not worth dying for. I mean, at a certain point,
When you do your graphics up here, what program do you use?
Oh, my lock and load graphics?
Yeah.
Basically, I'm just using Windows Movie Maker.
Oh, okay.
And so I go download some stuff from the Department of Defense website for pictures. They have some pictures. They have weekly pictures. They have, and these are all public domain because they're Department of Defense official pictures. So, and then I just run them in Microsoft or Windows Movie Maker and just throw some effects on them until something looks halfway decent. And I put these up because the carrier USS Theodore Roosevelt sailing into the Gulf of Aden to deal with the Iranian flotilla and back up the Egyptian and Saudi Navy, who wants to keep the Iranian Navy from resupplying the Houthi rebels in Yemen. So
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now there was somebody talking, but it was scrambled. So
all right, let me get my graphics back up. Sorry,
I thought
too many buttons.
I just heard like this. Somebody doesn't want us to hear what they're saying. It's a scrambled frequency.
You still with us? You had an internet drop out there. Say again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just receiving a transmission on this, and it was scrambled. It was like, so
there's some scrambling. Some kit sets comes with some basic scrambling. I guess.
It could also be law enforcement too, because they use stuff called trunking, or like it's called like Claymores or something like that, or Claymore or whatever. It's like California Highway Patrol. So hard to get them because they use a scramble technique.
Yeah, so do the cartels too. I mean,
yeah, them too. So I don't know who I was getting. I could have been getting law enforcement or cartel, but yeah, who knows? Oh, kind of off topic, but. So I wanted to start doing green screen, like how Matt has started doing, and how Yankee started doing some stuff. And I was like, oh man, this is gonna be cool. So I went kind of on a whim and I bought a Mac computer, or MacBook Pro, whatever they call them. I brought it back. I opened it up, bang, came on, and I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, what are these little stoplights all over the place? What is a preference? What is like? I was going insane, and iMovie is so different from what it is on my phone versus to this whole new highly detailed and complicated system. I couldn't take it. It wasn't for me. So I returned it. It was a $1,400 little laptop. And I was like, man, I don't know how those guys do it, but I can't.
It's not that hard. Just basic Macs are actually easy once you get the hang of it.
Really?
Yeah, they're very easy. They're more intuitive than PCs. I started out on Macs, but for compatibility reasons, I had to get PCs. I mean, because I had a Mac Plus. I still have one somewhere in storage, but yeah, once you get the hang of it, it's not that hard. I mean, it's easier,
So for me, I bought like the new little iPad Air. And this is what I thought it was going to be like, to make a video or something like that. You just hit that, and then you go to movie, and you go to what type of movie you want. You go to create, and then you just go to like all or stuff like that, and you can pick out your videos. And, I thought it was going to be like that easy. But there's all this junk up there, and there was all of this stuff that I had like not one clue. And it was really overwhelming. And I've been using PCs my entire life. So maybe I just I don't know. Maybe
it's not that hard. It's if my mom can do it, then you can do it.
That makes sense.
But yeah, it's more of a easier interface actually. It's just that they're overpriced. I mean, Apple makes its money selling iPhones, not computers. So or now they're trying to get into watches or whatever the fuck that thing is.
I heard the watch sucked.
Well, I don't want one. I mean, I'm going to get a Samsung 6 when they come out with the waterproof outdoor kind of it. But, maybe get a GPS program on it or something. But, yeah, so I want to get into radio prep, so maybe you're going to have to teach me what you know. And then I could have a license anytime soon for it, but I can monitor stuff. And when I actually go ahead.
I was gonna say it's not too hard to get your ham's license. I'm
wondering on the Big Island if it is hard though.
Huh?
I'm wondering if there's any way to get one on the Big Island without going somewhere else.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure you could get one. Okay, so I took my Land Rover and I did a bunch of trips. I don't know how well this is gonna come out, but like you know, and I took some video, and I wanted to, you know, this is the whole reason I got on the Mac, to do like photo and video editing and stuff. So I thought if I transferred it onto this, now I can only look at it on my videos and I can't download it or upload it to iMovie. That sucks. I need to take like an editing class. Sorry for ranting.
Well, you know, short of getting Final Cut Pro, yeah, I was an audio guy. I used to run Pro Tools and Analog 2-inch and a 40 input Trident and sit against storage. One day I'm gonna have to sell, but because I don't think I'm building another recording studio at this point in my life. But anyways, yeah, I was just impressed at how the cartels used radio to just, you know, maybe build a fighting force. But that was because all the because I was just impressed with how they were able to train, you know, organize their fighting force, you know, and they had to bring in America to help Mexico, you know, dismantle and figure out what the hell they were doing. Well, DB Cooper is saying something into me in chat here. I just want to say that, yeah, I don't know what part of your, basically, if you look at the video version 1 of my Obenaufs with the boots, because the last one I put was version 2, you can see what they looked like before I started, and I put on the oil and Obenaufs oil, and then in the last video I put on the wax, and so the color is completely changed. But anyway, okay, sorry to interrupt, Brendan. What were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, so basically what, you know, the cartel had to do is, because Homeland Security has gotten so high tech, especially with monitoring the borders and stuff like that, they had to one up them. So they have more money than the U.S. government, and they probably have more high tech stuff. I mean, who knows what they've bought? You know, it's not that I don't have faith in, you know, DHS. Of course I do. You know, they're hard working men and women. They got a dedicated job to do. But I mean, they're limited to what they can do, because I hate to say this, but there's certain legalities that they have to follow. You know, they can't just tap everything and do certain stuff, to where the cartel is already breaking the law, so they don't have to follow legalities. And
well, on radio, there's no tap issue. I mean, they're using radio so they can't be tapped and tracked. You know, that's why they're using them.
Because cell phones are.
Yeah, well, they don't use cell phones. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's the way to get caught.
Yeah. So throw those things away or turn them off. I mean, if you don't want anybody to track you, I mean, turn it off and take out the battery. But the cartels are doing something illegal, of course. But I'm just saying, you know, for your average everyday prepper who's trying to, you know, build a, you know, group of small, you know, 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever people, and, you know, you can have your pre-programmed where you broadcast on one frequency and receive on another, and you can have, you know, your when you tell somebody to go to the, you know, channel number preset 8, you know, then nobody will know what channels you're broadcasting if they're monitoring you. I mean, the government could figure it out, but I mean, you know, you're not doing anything wrong, then, you know, it doesn't matter. But you know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, as long as you're, you know, law abiding, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
As far as my setup right here, I have this is the radio that I have, and it's another Baofeng. And again, they're not the toughest, but they'll do the job. It's the
What's the other one that begins with the Y? The Yuza, or what are they
oh
called?
yeah, they're I know what you're talking about. The Yaosun or
Yeah, I'm sure we'll pronounce it wrong, but because it's Japanese, but
something. Yeah, it's but yeah, they come with really good mics and stuff like that, and they're, you know, it's not, if you're gonna get like in a hardcore firefight and you're gonna be rolling all over the ground, you know, I don't know how durable they are. I'm kind of inclined just to take one of these suckers and stuff like that, and, you know, just beat the crap out of it and see if it still works. You know, for $40, it might be kind of cool just to test its durability. But
yeah, those base stations can be expensive for the top of the line ones.
right, if you're prepping on a budget, then that's the way to go, because this stuff gets up there. And you know, I'm not the cartel, so I don't have $100 million to spend on that stuff.
Yeah, well, they recently caught the head of the Zetas, though. So,
Did they?
yeah, the founding member, and they got him in a prison in the United States. So they're trying to pump him for all the information and stuff they can get from him.
In Phoenix here, we actually have a big problem with kidnapping in the cartel. And which
Kidnapping and ransom, or just
kidnapping, like especially ASU and stuff like that. They're big into the whole sex trade. You know, they love kidnapping, you know, it's going to call it Caucasian college girls and taking them down there and, you know.
to Mexico?
Yeah. They also do a lot in San Diego too. There was like this thing I was watching where this family actually hired a group of PMCs to go down there and get them because the United States wouldn't help because it was out of the jurisdiction.
Right.
The family was pretty well off, so the girls went down there and they partied and stuff like that, and they were kidnapped
Mistake.
yeah, exactly. And they were kidnapped by the cartel, and you know they kept on asking for money, and they're like, no, we'll give them back. You know, just give us $500,000. So the family gave them $500,000, and they said that was a down payment. You know, if you ever want to see your kids again, you gotta pay us $1 million. They gave $1 million.
Jeez.
And you know, they said don't call the FBI, don't call the police, and you know, and it was something like out of a movie. And then so they finally figured out that they're not going to get their kids back unless they do something. The FBI couldn't help, the police couldn't help, you know, DOJ department, you know, they couldn't do anything. It's out of their jurisdiction. They notified Mexican authorities, but of course, you know, they're bought and paid for. So, you know, that's when they hired like these private military contractors, and they went down there all Delta Force style, and they, you know, they found out where the kids were, and you know, they went and they broke into this compound and rescued the girl that was kidnapped.
That's totally against Mexican law, though. I mean, if they get caught, they're going to get thrown in jail.
Oh yeah, but I'm sure they were paid pretty handsomely to do this. And this was a really well-off family. For the families that don't have that type of money, you know, I'm sorry, that sucks.
How do they get them out?
They had some sort of I guess van that came and picked them up. So it was some sort of like they showed a reenactment of what happened.
I'm just wondering how they got them out of Mexico. I mean, not how they got them away from the cartel.
They probably smuggled them out. You know, there's like 600 miles not even guarded by a single fence. You know, so they probably picked a good entry point and then an extraction point, and then, you know, who knows. I've never tried to see.
Yeah, but I know there's cartel along. Isn't there like cartel all along the borders there, or is it just
right in the Nogales sector? There's like
you have to pay them off for them to let you buy.
I'm sure they did something. You know, in the reenactment video, it showed these guys getting in a little firefight. So who knows? You know, maybe they had to kill a couple people on their way out. But I mean, I guess the point is, you know, what would you do to get your kids back? And especially if, you know, I would do anything if I had kids, you know. And it's kind of like that movie, what's that movie with Russell Crowe? When he's like, I need a proof of life. Proof of life. Yeah. You know. So, yeah, but the cartoon.
Well, did they make a movie about this, or where did you see this reenactment?
Oh, this reenactment was on, let's see, let me Google it. It was on National Geographic.
Cool. I'll have to see that because I think you can pretty much. What was the name of it? I think they have National Geographic HD.
Let me see.
You know, go look and find stuff on it. We could if it's in there on cable.
I'm just typing in the subject. So let's see. God, yeah, it was probably about 4 years ago when I saw it, but the episode was just, you know, stood out. I remember watching that. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm not seeing it right now. I'll probably have to look for it under something else, and when I find it, I'll send you the link. But it was a pretty interesting episode, and I just remember like, wow, they're risking everything going there. If they get caught, they're gone. Dog won't even be able to get them back.
Oh, he can't get even back into Mexico. I mean,
he can't even find an ice head on Honolulu Street.
Oh, you can't. You trip over them. You know, I mean, no, there's tweakers everywhere in Honolulu. You just go to any one of the bars.
And you know what's so funny? The last time I went to Hawaii, I went to Maui in 1993, and man, I just remember it was such a beautiful island, you know. And
well, it is.
It was just I never saw any tweakers though. Maybe I was in the tourist part or something like that. But yeah, there was like those little shells that they had on the street corners where you go and pop it open, and there's like a little pearl in there, and you know, they had all the cool tourist stuff and nice restaurants, and maybe I was in like a tourist part or something. But I just remember I had a great time. It was beautiful. Yeah, I'd love to go back to Hawaii.
Well, let me know if you're going to come on the Big Island. Let me know. I'll let you shoot my Tavor or my AK or any of my other guns.
So you live on the Big Island. You're on Hawaii itself.
Yeah.
Okay. My girlfriend and I were thinking about taking a trip, and I really should take her on a trip. She's been super awesome, and she's been really supportive with my back issues and stuff. And she's just an awesome person, and I like showing her like, you know, new exciting places. And
I don't know how exciting Hawaii is, but you know, I mean, it's fun if you're a tourist, I guess. You know,
it's romantic, but it's like anywhere. You know, you live someplace long enough, and you're gonna get bored of it.
Yep. Yeah, like, there's a lot of fun stuff to do around the island, you know, for tourist stuff, you know, going up to the volcano or the ocean is the best part about it. So
we took one of those helicopter tours into the volcano, and that was awesome.
Kilauea, yeah. Well, the lava almost overran a town here. I mean, right now, like on the whole east tip of the Big Island, you know, they just passed a law in the Hawaii Senate. They're trying to change the insurance regulations because the insurance companies will not underwrite a mortgage anywhere, you know, like east of Pahoa. And so there's all these, you know, basically nobody knew how really awesome it was over there and how beautiful it was on all the beachfront property. And then basically the internet blew it up, and all the property values skyrocketed, and people moved in and overbuilt. And then the lava came, and now nobody can sell anything unless it's a cash deal, because you know the no insurance company will underwrite it right now because of the lava, you know, threat, and it's just a mess. So they're trying to pass some laws to make the insurance companies underwrite the stuff over there. But as of now, you know, if you're in the east tip of Hawaii or in a lava, you know, 1 or 2 zone over there, you can't sell your property, you can't sell your house. I don't live on that side of the island. I almost bought a place over there, but I rented over there for a while. So back when stuff was reasonable. So yeah, you'll see guys trying to sell $700,000 house or $1 million house or $1.5 million, you know, but you know, if banks can't get a bank to underwrite it, you know. So, and if you have to sell, then you're really shit out of luck, because it's, you know, people are, you know, the property values crashed about 30% since then. You know, if you absolutely have to move for some medical reason or something, then you're just, you know, basically have to give it away or abandon it, you know. So, but hopefully eventually they'll get the insurance companies to underwrite it. But, you know, it's all the fun parts about living on the Big Island, you know. And so, you know, had the big 30 millimeter telescope controversy about a lot of people are protesting it. I signed the petition for the telescope this 18-year-old student started. She wants to study physics and astronomy in New York, and but it's like they're building a football size 30-meter telescope on top of Mauna Loa and or Mauna Kea. And anyway, so the flavor of the month, local Hawaiians are started an online thing, and they have a Facebook page, and they got 50,000 signatures against it. She only had her petition up for like 3 days, and she's had like about 3,000 signatures for the telescope. But I don't think they went through all the permitting, so it's going to get built. But it's like the most advanced telescope design that there is. I think there's like one they're just building up in Chile that's going to be like it. But that's nobody's really going to ever design a better, telescope that's on the Earth than this design. So, but people want to go up there and protest and make a name for themselves and make a mark. So, they don't understand anything about science or physics or technology, and they just want to, we're Hawaiian and we're against it, and they don't really have a good reason for being against it, But
yeah, I can say, like, what is their point of protesting? Is it like interfering with Mother Nature or something like that? Or?
Well, the top of Mauna Kea was like, was kind of like a temple for a while, and I mean, Hawaiians were, they studied the stars, and actually one of the last kings of Hawaii, did a astronomical joint, project with the London University back in the 1800s or something. And there's a bunch of telescopes up there, and there's like, I think 5 or 6 telescopes up there already, and they're saying no more telescopes, but they're not building it where they had there was an archaeological site. They're just building it near the top of the mountain, and so they're just against it because they want to protest something, basically. And they all get emotional and carry on and get a bunch of college students behind them, and but make it annoying. But it's like a $1.4 billion project, to build that thing, and that's a lot of construction jobs and money. And more importantly, it actually gives the Big Island some actual science, really incredibly advanced science resource will be here on the Big Island that would contribute to understanding knowledge, because it's just so clear up there. There's no lights, there's no it's just really high up, and it's very clear, and there's no interference from anything, so it's a good place, probably one of the premier places on the planet to have a telescope.
That's cool.
Yeah.
My girlfriend's dad is all into the whole like telescope stuff, and like I know nothing about it, but he's super into it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a good resource, but and it'll just be having, instead of people just coming here to go on vacation, they'll be, it's a Japanese and Canadian funded nonprofit project. I think the 30-meter telescope is actually a nonprofit organization based out of California, but it's basically being supported by Japan and Canada. So that's where the money's coming from. So I swear they're against everything here.
Sounds like California.
It's not as bad as California. I mean, it's just different, but anyway, so. But I was really impressed on how the radio preps were just, how the cartel used the radio. And it's like, God, I got to get into radio preps at some point in the not too distant future, because it's just, I didn't realize how powerful it was to organize that way.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely has it's very important, and I'd say in prep communication, is key. Especially like
it's a force multiplier, pretty much. If you could just bring all your, organize everybody that way, and it's just.
Well, like when stuff hits the fan, I mean, the only thing, like, cell phone towers are gonna be down because everybody, well, if it hits the fan, or when.
Yeah, cell phones are the first thing to go down as soon as the power is interrupted.
Right. and either you're going to be able to contact somebody with these, pure line of sight, or if the repeaters are still up. So this is better than a cell phone. I'll take this all day over a cell phone.
Yeah, and if you have like your own repeater or something, or your own antenna mast,
Yeah, sure.
at your bug out place, or if you're bugging in or whatever, wherever you are.
I've lacked in getting in my preps right now. Like I have maybe regrettably like 3 MREs, and yeah, I just my problem is whenever I get MREs, because they're the actual issues, they are so good that if I don't have anything in my cupboard, then I'll just open one.
You're supposed to rotate them, not eat them on site.
Yeah, it's hard. Luckily, especially the cookies that come with them. Wow, those are good. But
I've never actually had an MRE myself. I don't prep those.
It's pretty good. It's like I don't know anything about growing my own food. Like that's where I lack. I don't know, how to grow my own stuff. So I kind of hope on MREs. I honestly like with my back and my knee and my lack of knowing how to like find water certain places, and I'll probably survive like 10 days. So.
Well, I mean, speaking of water, I don't know if you saw my channel or caught up my videos. I got that, $20 Sawyer, filter that filters like 100,000 gallons.
I think you told me about that.
Yeah. And I did a video on it, but,
you told me you were going to get it.
Yeah, I got it. Finally. Now that I got one, I want more, in case it breaks or something, because that's just the ability to have like a 2-ounce little thing that just filters. You could put a Coke bottle, attach it to a Coke bottle, and turn it upside down, and you filter 100,000 gallons. That's just amazing. Throw in your kit or whatever, or even keep it at your home. But
it's the did you get the $16 model or the 32?
Well, I mean, the Sawyer Mini just comes with a straw and a plunger for backwashing, and the little Sawyer Mini.
That's cool.
It's 1/10 of a micron filter, and of course you could also run it through carbon if you have a carbon filter that they make after that. Like, not Sawyer, but I think, like if you have a Camelback bladder, they make, carbon filters you could add on, but they don't last as long. Those are like 200 gallons or whatever, but you could throw that just in your bladder or whatever, and but so that was my water prep. I was like, this is cool, because all you have to do if you're living on somewhere on the island where it rains, then it's easy to get. All you need is a bucket, and you'll have all the water you want. And they have attachments, so you could just attach it to the Sawyer and hang down, and it'll just let gravity drain it into your water holding receptacle or whatever. But and for 2 ounces, I'm pretty much on my backpack. I've got the point where it's like if it's not light, I don't carry it, and I won't pack it, I mean, if somebody has like this really cool tent, but it weighs like 5 pounds or 7 pounds, that's too much. I mean, there are rifles that weigh 5 or 7 pounds. I might get an M4 or some lightweight build. So I just don't. I'm too old and out of shape to carry anything heavy. If I have to get out there and move, it's got to be light. So I just got that 14-ounce tarp, snug pack tarp. So I could have, if I need a tarp, I have one. I mean, I have heavier tarps, but I'm not going to pack it anywhere. So I'm pretty much, if it's not light, I don't carry it.
Yeah, I was like thinking about it, like, man, like my knee's so messed up, and I would probably have to just be like, well, bon voyage. It's great knowing everybody.
Hey Chris, I just saw you there.
What's up? How's it going?
Oh, we were just talking about the usual shit, Lock and Load Monday, talking about preps, telescopes, radio preps, We went into radio preps for a while, and just all the Yemen moving the carrier over USS Theodore Roosevelt over there.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
hit on all cylinders. Just so that's
Hey,
why I got
Chris.
the aircraft carrier photo up there because of the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Chris, have you seen these Baofeng?
Yeah, I've seen about things. Yep.
Have you ever used them before? They're pretty good. You should get one.
Sure.
40 bucks.
If I have time to take the class.
Well, you can actually communicate on what's called MERS I think, don't quote me, but I think you can communicate on. Yeah, I think you can communicate on MERS.
Is that the family one or the?
It's kind of like it. Let's see, what does MERS stand for again?
I don't know. There's MERS and I think the one that begins with F. I forgot what that is.
Oh, it's FMRH or something there.
Yeah.
Family Radio Communications or something.
Yeah, FMRH. I think that was it.
Oh, it's Multi-Use Radio Service. That would be-
Right. Those are the ones that you don't need a license for.
Right. It's an
Okay.
unlicensed two-way radio service similar to Citizens Band established by the U.S. Federal Business Band, Citizens Band Radio. Unlicensed professional. But MERS sucks. Like, it's bad. I mean, you're going to get, like, line of sight at best. We really want to go with the business band.
Yeah. What's the point? If it's line of sight.
It works pretty good some days. Like,
Depends where you live.
True. Yeah. If you got a bunch of structures around and everybody's using their wireless, then it's gonna be crap.
Yeah. Well, I'll look into getting into ham, but again, I have to take a look at my time for that.
Yeah, well, I need to get just some basic radio prep set up at some point in the not too distant future.
Right now, my biggest pet peeve on the internet, especially in some people in our community, is the shit that's the fan scenario. It's like, what if shit that the fan happens? You're gonna die. Shit that the fan is gonna happen. We're gonna die. You need to buy this product right here, or you're gonna die. It's like, shut the fuck up.
There was that cool. I think yesterday I had that the day after tomorrow prepping film on. I don't know. It was I forget what channel it was on, but some cable channel. And what was really the funny part was that there was like the disaster was, there was the polar ice caps were melting too much. The ratio of water, of unsalted water to salted water changed, and there were 3 gigantic storms that sucked down the ionosphere so fast it just froze everything. And so everybody from the north was fleeing North America, and they were fleeing to South America, and so the Mexico shut down the border and wouldn't let any more North Americans across the border going south. I was like, that's funny ass plot twist there. It's like backwards. So
The thing about this is, I saw a long time ago a map of what's possible if we get flooded, if the polar ice caps do melt. Arizona sits in a very pretty situation because California gets flooded, we become the new beachfront property. So just right, just like a few miles west of Phoenix, it's gonna be beach.
Oh, is that where you live?
I live in Maricopa, which is just south of Phoenix, Arizona. So we're sitting pretty if the ice caps ever melt.
Yeah, well, you're gonna need a fucking radio.
Well, yeah, so you need to buy this radio. You need to buy this radio. You're gonna die. You need to buy this radio. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Well, the cartels have a lot of radios. We were talking about them because of the cartels arresting all the radio techs, and I mean the cartels radio techs were arrested, and they're doing all these gigantic seizures, and the cartels like kidnapping communication techs to for slave labor to work for them, to run their communication systems. So
I know. We'll chill out on that. I got more than enough for what they call the survival items and information that is over the regular people who's gonna die way before me. So.
So what are you working on?
What do you mean?
No, you're just doing your normal reloading drills, or
Yeah, I'm just
going out?
rolling right now. My calls my I got my the call center closed early today, so they sent us home. I was just chilling out for the day. So
Yeah, the gun channels has been totally dead, like almost all day. I think Never Enough Ammo had his chat, and I mean,
usually people when never enough does when the established people do their chats, people just what do you call this people decide to chill after that. So
well, they were. There's only 4 people that he could get. I mean, 3 other people besides him that he can get as panelists, and I mean, it was just all they were talking about was geek stuff apparently. So,
yes, it's Geek Monday. What do you call this? All Wednesdays is his gun chats.
yeah. Well, I just try and cover what's happening in the world and what people are working on for guns or preps. On Mondays if I can get anybody. But it was just dead in there today. The lobby.
I just fixed. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead. I just said the lobby was dead. So that's it.
I just fixed my finally got the scope mount on the O3 Springfield fixed. So it was I had to change the scope mount because of the original mount, the rail, not scope mount, the rail was not letting the screw go all the way into the tap. So I replaced it with I found a spare that let it, that happened to fit perfectly on it. So there you go.
So have you taken out shooting yet?
Yeah, I've taken a shooting, but the last time I took a shooting, the scope went loose, and it's like, damn it.
Yeah, well, that'll mess up your target practice.
Yeah. So I look at it, it's like, damn it, just.
So you just fixed it today?
No, yesterday.
Yesterday.
I shot it. Yeah, because I've been looking. I thought I needed to buy whole new screws that'll go further in there, but it's and there's no standard machine screw sold in hardware stores that will fit it. So I decided, I decided to change directions and just got a new mount, and that worked.
Brandon got a deal on some 1911s. Like,
oh, yeah?
He got a Dan Wesson for like $500 or something ridiculous like that.
Dan Wesson for $500?
Yeah, 1911. Yeah.
Colt government model, actually.
It was a Colt government.
Oh.
Did you get the Wesson too, or?
No, the guy wanted like 1100 for it, and I didn't have 1100, or else I would have got it.
Okay, so you just got the Colt government for.
Yeah, Colt government for 500.
I mean, I paid 400 for it like 30 years ago for mine, but that was 30 years ago.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a pretty good steal. Hey, Chris, do you know anything about the Pakistani ordnance H&K MP5K clones?
Yes, I've heard of them. Yes.
Have you heard any good or bad about them or anything?
No, not really. Nothing bad. Mac Military Arms Channel did a piece on them, and they were fine.
Yeah, that's funny. Like Hawaii and I were just talking about that.
I don't know. I can't get a submachine gun. It kind of doesn't work for me. A submachine gun to fire semi-automatic.
Oh, well, I mean, here's the thing. I've always wanted an MP5K or an MP5. I didn't care if it was semi-automatic. I just wanted to, do the whole H&K slap and actually load something other than a 6mm airsoft.
Yeah. I wanted to what do you call this? What I'd like to get is one of those what do you call this? PPS is the 9mm one.
Who makes it? PPS?
It's a Russian PPS, not PPSH.
Oh, whatever how it sounds. Oh yeah, it's like a little. It looks like a. Yeah, it's from like that movie Enemy at the Gates. It's a Russian all-wood rifle with a.
Well, no, it's a newer one above that. It's the what do you call this? It's all metal, stamped steel. It's got a the pistol the rear pistol grips very far away from the magazine well. And to comply with TTF, they welded the buttstock.
I'm trying to find it. There's this thing called W2. It's the PPSH-41 new model.
Okay, what is this Russian submachine guns?
I know what the old model looks like. Holy crap, that's kind of awesome. Airsoft.
Here it is. Hold on, let me get the picture here. View image. This is it with the stock folded in. And why did he? Oh, never mind. I thought Hawaii left.
No, I'm here. I'm just trying not to interrupt you guys.
Okay. No. Your picture kind of like faded in for some reason. So.
You want that?
Yeah, but you can't have but the stock is welded through. So imagine that without the stock.
Okay. Oh, so they have it without the stock.
Yeah. Well, the stock's welded on. Like they welded the stock on.
That's dumb.
And if you want to cut it out, you're gonna have to sign your Form 1. Sorry, Form.
Well, just label it an AOW, and then you get $5 it.
You get
Would that be considered a pistol or a rifle?
It's a pistol. It's a pistol.
Okay.
Look at the barrel is short.
It looks like a Polish kind of thing that I've seen before that I can't remember the name of.
The Polish do make these as a variant. They make the current ones are actually Polish. The ones that they sold by Century Arms. I'm gonna see.
Is it a Radon? Is it a Radon?
Radom. Yeah, give me a second here.
Yeah,
Let me go to Classic.
Classic Firearms. Yeah.
Classic Firearms sells these. Let me see if they still have them or still have them cheap.
Yeah, they're illegal in Hawaii. All those cool things. We don't get anything cool in Hawaii except 30 meter telescopes and surf. That's
of course, why do you need that when
to shoot down coconuts off of the trees?
Why do you need that? You don't need that. The police,
Tiger sharks.
the intrepid Hawaii police will defend you no matter where you go.
Well, how can they do that? They're only, the police are only allowed to have they have laws of, they can't even carry a shield. They can carry the only thing they're allowed to carry and authorized as a police is like a super chief or some old thing that doesn't really work that well. They're trying to get a law passed to let them get a modern gun, but it's like they can only have this super
see,
chief.
you know how ultra liberal a government is when they won't even arm the police properly.
I mean, I hate to say it, but those poor guys, if they get into a gunfight, I mean.
Oh yeah. No,
Wait, the police can't even carry semis or what?
No.
Oh. Why?
Look here. Look, I've actually heard some liberals. Now, well, I wouldn't really want to call them liberal, but just anti-gun folks that even want to disarm the police because hey, Great Britain doesn't arm them. Why should we? They're really what the fuck? And then of course they follow the philosophy of if everyone disarms, the criminals will disarm.
Yeah, well, I think our police need to be able to have a little wider option than just a super chief from 1968 or whenever that thing was made.
Yeah.
I was shocked when I learned that. I was
Glocks,
those poor
really?
guys. I mean, I didn't actually look at what kinds. No, they can't have a Glock. They're only authorized to have certain guns, and I know they can't have a Glock.
So they lied in Hawaii 5.0 because in Hawaii 5.0 they have Glocks. Wow,
yeah,
what a
they're
lie.
lying. Yeah. Well, of course they lied on Hawaii 5. I mean, they had 2 or 3 weeks ago. They had that episode where the bad guy goes into a gun store and robs the place, which is, I mean, and he comes out with full body armor and a fully automatic, M16 in each hand.
Wow,
we know
who's funding that show.
Yeah, well, I mean, ABC is corporate, but I mean, who's writing it and producing it? I mean, that was such. I couldn't believe that's. Yeah, and he comes out with dual wielding, full body armor and two like M16s. He just on full auto, which you can't have in a gun shop. And then he hits all the police that are like hunkered down behind their cars. They pop up to try and get one shot, and he just blows them all away. It's like total bullshit, it could never happen because it's just ridiculous. You're not allowed to even have. There's no fully automatic civilian guns in Hawaii.
Apparently in Maui they have Glocks.
Well, you can buy them, but the police.
No, police have Glocks according to Hawaii Island.
The Maui police do?
I don't know. Island, if you're listening to this, clarify. Do the police in Maui have Glocks? So answer that question, please.
Yeah, well, he's not on. I see him in the lobby, but I know that on the Big Island they can only have like super cheap. They can't have a Glock. They can't have a shield. Nothing.
By the way, what do they call this?
I think they can have something as a backup, but I don't think it's a Glock. Anyway, it's just, it's some old 1968 gun that doesn't work that well, basically, and then they're all really pissed. They're trying to get the law changed. So I had a talk with I don't know if it's different county to county, but
Brandon.
Maui is.
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at that sales sheet right there from what do they call this? From Classic Firearms. That's the last link I have there. Apparently, it's hard to find this anymore. This was sold for like $300. Sure, they jumped on the bandwagon. Damn it! This thing's like.
I wish I could jump.
What is it with you and getting guns that my great grandfather would fight with?
There are a couple of us here in gun channels that would be really angry with you after you say that. After you said that. I was like, you are new gun elitist or something, huh?
Yeah, you know what? To be fair, I think it's because that I was restricted from getting anything that was like, that had a barrel on it that was a tactical rifle in California. And basically in California, you can have whatever you want as far as old stuff, but when you want something that has like a rail on it, oh, you're done. So finally, when I came up here to Frito-Land, I was just like.
Of course, rails make guns even deadlier.
They do.
I mean, it automatically increased the velocity, and my rounds exploded when I added a rail to my AK.
Yep. So.
Just that rail made that bullet explode and killed 500 people at once. Yeah.
Speaking of that stuff, do you hear about Tim McGraw's new anti-gun concert?
You know what? He has a lot of people in yeah, I've heard of that. He has a lot of people in country that will probably have him, probably on the shit. He's on the shit list right now.
Oh yeah.
If there's one thing that a lot of people in country they're very pro-gun. The majority of people in country music.
Yeah, I was like, dude, why did you do that?
I'm a cowboy with a gun or something. Might as well make a song out of that, pal. Then I don't know. Fuck it.
A country western singer that doesn't like guns. I mean.
Yeah. That's
like communist or something.
He tried to come out and say that. He's like, no, you don't understand. I'm a gun owner. I like guns. I felt for the families of Sandy Hook, and I was like, you cannot come back from this, dude. You screwed up.
You talked to. If I was one of those conspiracists, I'd probably say, you talk to the actors of Sandy Hook? If I was a conspiracist. If I was one of those conspiracists. I'm like split on that. But leaning towards it actually happened a little bit more.
Oh man, so tomorrow I think I'm gonna buy that POF H&K.
Good lord. How many? Do you got buy a gun a day or what?
I try to buy a gun a month.
No, he won some money at a casino. He won $1,600. It's burning a hole in his pocket.
It is.
Oh.
I was playing 2-3 no limit,
Oh, nice.
and I was there for probably about 3 hours, and I just had good hands, and I never get good hands. Like I suck at poker, and I was just getting good, and there was this guy that was playing with me, and he was drunk, so didn't work out for him.
What I hate is when you do everything right and play, and then the other guy just hits it on the. I mean, I do Texas Hold'em, and some guy just hits a lucky card on the river. Like, there's one card in the whole deck and save him, and he hits it.
Oh, I know. It's such
You just wanna- yeah, I just pat him on the shoulder and walk up and leave.
Yeah, you know you wait until like you get that perfect hand. You know that you get like pocket aces or the pocket kings. Jack 10, which is another good hand. Just a good hand, and you play it and you catch nothing.
Well, there you go. Alright, casino money. I don't know what I'm gonna get with casino money. I'll probably start on my if it was enough, I'd start buying stuff in the what do they call this 45 Colt firearms. I'll start with a lever action gun and then get the dice and the stuff for it and start with 45 Colt.
You like the older firearms, huh? Like the lever actions and bolt actions.
I do. I mean, I got an AK. I'm happy with that. I'm just I like. First of all, I reload.
Okay.
So for firearms that I can reload easy. That's fine. It's easy to do it for what do you call this? It's easy to do for lever action, bolt action, and revolvers. Granted, I do reload 9mm. So I do have those for my models. I have enough 9mm pistols for myself. Like I have one 1911. I like old guns. I mean, not really old guns. I like just symbols of old guns because I buy the new production types, like new production lever guns, new production bolt actions, except for the one I just scored from GUFs. That's a lucky break right there.
You live in Tucson as well, or?
Huh?
You live in Tucson as well?
No, I live in Maricopa, which
Okay.
is just 30 minutes south of Chandler.
Oh, okay. My girlfriend lives in Chandler.
Yep.
Yeah, we should go shooting sometime.
Yep. Well, yeah. I go to a free range over in Casa Grande, so go shoot and let me know.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's where my girlfriend's dad goes shoot. He shoots at in Casa Grande. What's that? Not Ben Avery. It's
It's LC Pearson.
yeah.
It's a free range. It's run by the city. There's no range officers that fuck with you and everything like that. Just go there and shoot and go home. Yeah.
I hate it when people tell me how to shoot.
Oh yeah, I mean, I sometimes shoot if I'm lazy and I just decide to go to shoot where I know I can set up a target easily. I'd go to dang it, Usury Pass, which is in Mesa.
Usury Pass.
But yeah, but over there I have fucking hey, put your gun there. Hey, do you point that over there? It's like stop, don't step over the line. It's like I was like really pissed off. I mean, every time I go there I get really pissed off because it seems like all those guys just look for something to yell at you yell at you for.
Yeah.
I had one buddy who was shooting over there. His toe hit the line, and he told me the range officer physically pulled him back while he was aiming at a target. And that's not, that's even more unsafe. It's like you just grab a guy who's shooting.
Well, like over there, what's it called? Usury Pass. My girlfriend was telling me that the range officers don't like suppressed or automatic guns.
No, they don't. They tell you to slow down when you're shooting your an AR. It's like, sir, could you please slow that down a bit? You're shooting too fast. It was like bam, 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 like concerted like that. Bam, 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 not bam, 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 bam.
Right.
But they don't slow down. It's like, are you kidding me? Yeah, I mean, I only go there if I really have to. I don't like going to a place with freaking range officers.
Yeah, and this is like I remember in California, all the ranges there they want you to do 1 shot per second, and it's like, dude, how do you train with 1 shot per second? You know, that's crap.
Train for what? You don't need to train. The cops will protect you.
Right.
California. Yeah, right. In California, where cops can freaking, have a lot of, accidental shooting.
So I've been watching that turn on AMC. I mean, not tonight's one, but I really like all those old flintlock black powder, guns. They're just cool.
I'm watching Turn, huh?
I wish somebody out here had some to sell, but those aren't, big sellers out here. But I wouldn't want to get a rifle because but a handgun would be fun. Flintlock or something.
Now, I would reload for if I get an AR. It's hard for me to roll ARs because you can't get the expensive bullets for them. Bullets are expensive. You have to actually buy the bullets. Yeah, you can cast the bullets, but I wouldn't shoot lead bullets out of an AR. but yeah, it's ARs is just too high maintenance for me. I don't know.
Well, I don't have one, but I was thinking that if I was going to do a build, it would be just some super uber lightweight one because I'm,
I mean,
the older and more,
polymers mostly then.
Yeah, and I mean I've seen some builds, and they're like less than 5 pounds or something ridiculous, and it's like,
And nothing against ARs and AR shooters really, but it left me a bad taste in my mouth when I went to James Yeager's class, and one AK malfunctioned, but every AR had a stoppage and a jam every time it ran.
Really?
And I heard many times from James Yeager saying, "But sir, my ARs never jam." Every time we had to stop there, it's like, oh man, that's a stoppage. All these cool-looking builds, the tan-colored ones, the tactical out ones, jam.
Wait, so the ARs, like the AR builds, or the AK builds? They're jammed?
ARs.
Oh.
ARs.
And you took James Yeager's course? How was it?
It was fun. Tiring, but it was fun. Yeah, but
did he really push you?
No, the dude. Okay, you gotta understand about James. This civilian training. They don't push you. You are not a soldier. He is not a drill sergeant. You are to observe safety, but you take your time. Okay. You put your own pressure. Everybody puts themselves in the pressure. They actually try to relax you and chill you out.
Really?
Okay. Yeah. So you don't, because we're not many of those people are ex-soldiers or current soldiers or even cops. Most of these are civilians. They don't know how to deal with that stuff. We're just shooting. We observe safety and we follow basic instructions. But there's no, and if James Yeager is gonna yell at you, it's to make fun of you.
Wow, that's funny. Wow.
So everybody thinks he's a fucking drill sergeant. He's not. In fact, that's the last thing you want to be in a civilian, civilian class like that. Because if you were going through basic training as a soldier, that's different. I mean, you have to be under pressure. You're expecting to go into combat, but being a soldier, you have to, you will receive a lot of pressure from, from drill instructors and stuff like that. But civilian one, shoot, that you start yelling at a guy with a gun, he might you don't know what's gonna do. He's gonna panic. So no, they're relaxed.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, there's all this hype build up that if you take James Yeager's course and stuff like that, that he's gonna totally freaking I-team you into the ground.
No. Oh hell no. He yelled at me once for, hey, you should be listening to this, and I was getting some gear out of the car. Hey, you should be listening to this, you. But he didn't. But because he wasn't being an asshole completely, But he'll point out a few things. He'll point out some things that you need to do, better. Reed was the one. If you remember Reed, he used to work for Technical Response. He was our main instructor. James Yeager was just there offering pointers and would sometimes stop the class to say something. But it was Reed that talked about it the most, and was the one instructing the most. And he was very laid back.
Whatever.
Even when I accidentally shot out before he said, fight, or that's what they're signaling to start shooting.
You started shooting before he said.
I aimed and shot. But I aimed, so. But careful!
Shot one into the ground or something.
No, I didn't. I shot at the target before I was told to fight, but I was already aiming, so that why it wasn't that bad.
What happened to Reed Hendricks? I heard like he left.
He left because I guess he had a fight with somebody there, not with James, but somebody else, and he's now starting his own school. So.
Oh yeah, I saw like his trailer for his school. It looked pretty good. I mean, the guy seems really knowledgeable, and. Oh
yeah, he's good.
I've never met him personally, but I mean, he seems like he really got the Constitution. He respects firearms, and he sees it more of an art than a hobby. For him, it's more of a way of life.
Oh yeah, he's a good man. He knows what he's doing. So.
And him and I guess the Patriot nurse are together or something like that. She's pretty cute. It's kind of awesome. Awesome.
She seems to be very. She seems to like to date YouTubers.
Who's her last boyfriend?
I think it was Maine Prepper.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh man. That's
A
crazy.
YouTube groupie.
Don't quote me on that. I just hear stuff. So.
No.
Well, if it's on the internet, it must be true.
Right. Well, I mean, I bet it's kind of like actors and stuff like that. They all kind of stick to each other. Being a YouTuber, especially when you get pretty big up there, man, you're almost like a little celebrity.
Yeah, but in Hollywood, you actually get paid a lot of money if you're a star.
Well, has anybody ever seen what's her name, Eden Rose, like Little Red Danger or whatever her name is? It's SHOT Show, she had it's just some people call her a booth babe and stuff like that. And, yeah, granted.
Who?
Her name is Eden Rose, also known as Little Red Danger. She works for a firearms company and stuff like that. I think it's. I'm not too sure with it. I think she has something. Don't quote me, and I'm probably saying the wrong name here, but I think it might be Atlantic Firearms or something like that, or some. She works for some gun company in the Midwest, and because that's where a lot of these gun companies are. They're all in the Midwest and stuff like that. And and of course you're gonna get a girl to advertise your product who is generally attractive. You're not gonna get Roseanne Barr to handle your next AR coming out.
And
it's too bad because if she actually came out with she has a big following.
A lot of guys seem to criticize attractive, YouTubers or attractive women on YouTube with guns or products or anything like that. It's like, oh my God, she's using, she's just a pair of boobs, and there's no, why can we get intelligent, classy women? It's like, oh, what the hell happened to most men just, thinking this is sexy and cool? I mean, we are. I've never seen nowadays men criticize stuff. Anytime something sexy shows up on YouTube or anywhere in the media, it says, "Oh my God, that's so low." They're what do they call this? They're
using sex to sell.
Yes, guys, and we're men. We should be responding the other way. I can appreciate sexy. I can appreciate that. Are you guys whipped by your girlfriends to think now that you need to look like women for their personality? What the fuck happened to us? I've been.
No.
Mandy agrees.
Huh? Mandy agrees. Oh, heck! I didn't even see there.
Is Mandy your girlfriend or a pet?
My wife.
His wife.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad you're on, Huck, because I have a question.
What's that?
I got my caltrops the other day, but none of them are sharp. What kind of file should I use to sharpen them? Because I don't want to use like any expensive stones on just caltrops. I mean,
that depends. I'd have to see them really. Are there any pictures up on good channels right
now? Boy, no. And I don't want to put any pictures up of them either.
But are caltrops illegal?
I don't know, and I don't want to take a chance. So.
All those dudes on Doomsday Preppers have them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a piece of steel, and it's not sharp at all. I mean, they're points, but I mean, it's like, I don't know, a millimeter or two thick. They didn't sharpen them at all.
Well, they're not generally sharpened. They're usually fairly dull, as long as they'll go through a boot or a tire.
They're not even that sharp. I don't think they would go through a tire. They're not thick enough or tall enough. They might. It depends how thick the tire was.
But either way, just any standard metal file like mill file or bastard file should do the job.
Are they graded by range?
Not really. Just look at the teeth on. Like, you can go to Home Depot and look at the hand tool section. There's usually 5 or 6 different kinds, but almost all of them have all the metal files, like the mill files or the bastard files, have about the same grit to them, the same coarseness to them.
Bastard files. Okay, I'll just go to Home Depot and ask for a bastard. But okay, so let me ask you another question. Okay, when you put, they come in a little box or something. It's this cardboard box that you can't even hardly get them back in. But I mean, how do you carry those things for rapid deployment? In a Ninja bag, because it just seems like if you sharpen them, they'll rip the bag.
Yeah, either a heavy leather bag. If you look, I don't have one on hand. You know what a paintball hopper is? Like a belt-carried paintball hopper.
No, I hate paintball.
It's a hard plastic tube with a lid that you pull down on this little sleeve around the tube. It's about the size of a big water bottle, and it's full of paintballs. And you pull down this little sleeve, and it opens like a multi-section opening. Those are great for them. Like cheaper versions of a
paintball hopper.
Yeah, like a paintball reloader or hopper. I don't know what they're called. But also like cheap versions of the Pelican, like Walmart versions of the Pelican case are pretty awesome for it.
Okay.
Bags, and I've known people that rolled them up in like a gi belt, and they'd have like just this little roll that they'd stuff in a pouch. They'd pull it out and unroll it, and they would spread them out along the pathway.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what any of those things are, but I'll refer to this chat back later and Google everything.
You can take like a cloth belt and just roll it from one end to the other, like say a bathrobe belt, and just roll one end at a time from one end to the other, and then you hold one end and just kind of throw the thing down a path and let it unroll, and they all fall out as it unrolls. And then you just kind of shake it like a whip or something a little bit, and it drops them on the path. And
then you run and evade whoever's chasing you.
Yeah, I suppose you could do the same thing with like a leather belt or something, but that wouldn't really be long enough.
Yeah, because I have 20 of them now, so I have to sharpen them a little bit. I just don't see them penetrating anybody's boot unless they're slightly sharpened.
Yeah, unless they're like a custom made or a custom design, they're not likely to do so. I've never ever seen a production one that would do any damage.
If I sharpened it, it would, but
just get some wire. Just get some fixed gauge wire or something like 1/16 of an inch, and then twist them together. Sharpen them. That's your caltrops right there.
16 gauge wire. Well, anyway, these were cheap. They were wound up being like $2.89 for 10. So I bought 20. So but I need to sharpen them in.
I can hear. I got a full the way I deploy them right here. Let's see if I can get my camera on. Yeah, there it goes. So like I said, just a little cheap like Pelican case, just a little waterproof case. It's hard to protect them from poking through.
All right, that's kind of big to carry around. Yeah, I need a smaller one.
There's also like 60-something of them in here. These are the ones we make. I make. They're hand forged.
Yeah, well, those are cool.
They're tempered tips, and they're definitely sharp. And I've stepped on these with the heel of a combat boot. They go directly through it. Not even any hesitation.
So what gauge metal is that? Or is that wire? Or?
I have no idea. It's a deer fencing. It's carbon
fencing.
steel, not stainless steel, not galvanized deer fencing.
Carbon steel deer fencing. Well, those look nice.
Thank you. It's a design my buddy came up with a long time ago. We have made thousands and thousands and thousands of these over the years. We used to sell lots of handmade ninja stuff on eBay.
Yeah, you said you were selling all your stuff.
Well, no, before I had a business, before I was a full-time knife maker, we used to make, like as a hobby on the side, we used to make hand-forged ninja stuff, like grappling hooks and throwing stars and knives and all that stuff. But yeah, I am selling a whole bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of stuff listed on gun channels right now.
Cool.
Lock up there for trade.
I'm already shopping there.
I'm gonna have to go look at some of that stuff.
And there's a lot more to come. It's just I'm just putting up a bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of eBay auctions going up this week too.
When you say it's for sale on gun channels, is there a part of gun channels that has what people selling?
Yeah, it's a trading post.
I've never actually looked at that part of it, but I think I came on here and just figured out how to do one or two things, and I didn't realize that he's putting more stuff on there.
He overhauls it he works on it all the time. So this site's constantly getting updated from all over the place. It's really, really, really simple too. You just click sell an item and you fill out a little form and you can upload a picture or not. And there isn't even any there's no. It's not even as hard as like an eBay listing or a Facebook post.
First thing you put in there is your Glock 19.
Yeah, it's the most recent one.
Yeah, I saw that. The Glock 19. Who's selling that?
I have it up for trade or to down trade or something. We've got a couple of them. So.
Oh, okay.
That one's the one that's been giving me trouble. Everyone's here has heard me bitch about it for the last 3 years. So, full disclosure, obviously.
Oh man.
I'll have to go back. What's wrong with it?
There's been all kinds of. It's had a weird life. I got it in 2012 and replaced all kinds of stuff in it. Now the only problem it has is it won't feed. I went back and reviewed very carefully. The only things that it jammed on were the aluminum cased Federal. It doesn't, and then also the aluminum cased Federal, it was throwing them up in the air and barely even grabbing them and tossing them down my chest rig and stuff.
Wonder if G-Webs is still it's still listed, but I don't know. I thought you said he sold his two Ruger P85s and P89s.
I'm trying to get him to trade me for that SIG.
Is that
SIG?
The P89s? The two of them with the bunch of mags?
Yes.
It's really small, but in the top right. I think it's the top left corner. It says who listed it.
I already have an 85, but I could use the extra mags with it. So.
Those are good pistols.
Oh yeah, shoot. That's a very, that's the second 9mm pistol I ever bought, and I'm never getting rid of that. That's a tank. Granted, I should have oiled it before when I did the James Yeager class, because that's the pistol I wore on that fighting rifle class, and it did jam a bit because it was getting dirt on there.
Yeah, they all jam up.
Oh yeah, that was my fault. I didn't put grease or oil on that thing.
I wonder how much he's selling them for.
That's what, yeah, exactly.
What the heck, G-Webs?
Yeah, I'm seeing 2 pages of stuff on the trading post.
Yep.
All right.
I was gonna make it a point to try to collect every Ruger P series out there. I was looking at I almost bought a P94, but when I drove the J&G sales in Prescott, the one they were selling was broken, and so and they didn't realize it was broken until we looked at it. and so they pulled it out of the webpage. So I drove all the way to Prescott, 2 hours all the way to Prescott, just to tell them your gun's broken, take it off the webpage.
Bummer.
I was upset. Yeah, that's all right. G was the one that traded me this for the PC9. So I made out like a bandit on that one.
Yeah, that thing's sweet.
Then of course I completed payments. I think based on everything, because I first gave him my Smith & Wesson 19 plus $300 for that for the PC9, and then later on I bought the PC9. The Smith & Wesson back for $400. So on total, that PC9 costs about $700,
Score.
which is less than what they sell for in Gunbroker.
Yeah, that's a good deal, man, and it's a lot less than you'd pay for that utilitarian, useful of a tool. I mean, you're going to get a lot more use than that out of it if you, considering how you are with servers and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's
Compact model?
what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at an EOTech here, and it's like $499. I go to this one site. It's down the street from me. It's called Tracy Gun Sales. It's a little hole-in-the-wall shop, and they don't have a lot of inventory, but they have a huge online store. And they usually are like say you're gonna go and buy an EOTech for like $600 at one store. They'll be like $400 at this store. So
nice.
They're generally cheaper. I put a link in the. Let's see. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay, hold on. For everybody that can buy online. Sorry, Hawaii.
Still use California.
I got a buddy who makes his living doing that, basically, or makes a little bit of extra on the living doing that. He buys optics, like rangefinders and scopes and stuff, at like wholesale sites for like $800, and then sells them for their retail at 12 or 14 on eBay.
I thought about getting my FFL so I could get like sick deals on guns.
Yeah, but you gotta sell what you get too.
The real problem with it is having the capital to invest and sit on. It's not necessarily being able to put the 20 or 30 grand into it, or the 5 grand, or however much you want to start at. You start off with one gun if you want, but I mean, it's the being able to sit on that amount of money until you can make your money back. That's the real trick of getting into it, is being able to invest the money and then forget about it till it sells.
Right.
And then, of course, the regular reinvestment stuff of not putting it into bills and so on.
What do you guys know about Taurus PT 911s? I'm sorry, 1911 Tauruses.
Not bad.
Not bad.
I was tempted to buy one once. So it's I've had, let's just say this, it's about the same price as a Rock Island Armory 1911 in 9mm. Well, they're both pretty much the same price. So I would get a Rock Armory though before I would get a Taurus.
Really?
Just out of principle.
Same here, yeah.
I know the reliability of Rock Island Armory. In their nowadays, especially with the new owner, very promising high quality versus Taurus, which still has a shady, well, not shady, but questionable quality on them.
And the way I look at it, almost all my weapons is that it's a 1911. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's got to be worked out and made, smoothed out anyway. So.
Unless it's a Rock Island Armory, which is already smooth out of the box.
Well, no, they work. I understand that, but it's still not like custom quality, or not like hand finished quality.
No, true, yeah.
Nothing Fancy did a review on the Taurus 1911. He raved about it, but I mean, I couldn't get through his whole video. It was like an hour long.
Oh no shit. Yeah, of course he'll rave about it. That means he got a good payment. Come on, he raves about Kel-Tex, for fuck's sakes.
Oh god, yeah, that's true. At least Yankee will tell you that Kel-Tex sucks.
Because he wasn't paid.
That's dang true. You know what's cool too, and like I think Matt and Yank, Never Enough and Yankee were definitely saying something about like how they've had like gun companies reach out to them, and you know that they just refuse to kind of be paid off, and that's cool.
Yeah, because hey, you're gonna want me to review your product. You review it honestly, not hey, we'll pay you money. Just tell me this product's good. I mean, we're not Hollywood actors. We don't do shit like that.
Well, a lot of channels do, like
A lot of
Military Arms
yeah.
channel, and when you have a channel and you can if you promote an item and they know you're going to sell that it's going to get them 10 or 20,000 sales, then they'll pay you for it. You know, so why would you want to just not give them a good review and get the money and do a deal? I mean, being honest. You can is being poor sometimes.
There's always, but there's also a degree of responsibility that Yankee also mentioned that he can't. If he finds a product bad, he has to say it's bad because he doesn't want people to buy. Because he can't influence people to buy items. He has influenced people to buy items before, and then he's gonna come back to buy them when the people start complaining about them.
Like I've had my Tavor for 2 years, and I'm just getting ready to start to do a review of it.
Okay, well, what do you think of the Tavor, honestly?
I'll let you know when I do a review of it.
There you go. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Now, that's funny. I was watching an Iraq Veteran 888 video. Somebody in the comments said, "Hey guys, your videos are getting a little bit not fancy long," and said, "But and then Eric actually replied back, yeah, well, you're not gonna fall asleep on my videos."
It's true.
Burn.
Yeah, some of those long videos. I mean, well, people usually don't have that long of an attention span. So I mean, but
He has an audience.
well, not in fancy. Well, I think his audience is based on people that buy something that they are, and they just want somebody to tell them that what they bought is already good. But
I'm just saying he has an audience, which is much bigger than pretty much anyone else I can think of. So
yeah, as far as how he got it, that seems to be a little bit controversial. But anyway, I mean,
it's a button. There's a little red button that says subscribe in the corner when you look at his page.
No, but I mean, before that, how he got that many in the first place, there seems to be a little controversy if you research it. But
I got like 200 subscribers, but I've been on YouTube since 2006, and I just actually went the whole monetization like very recently. So I mean, like, am I trying to get rich off of it? No, but I like to use it to interact with people and get people's feedback on
Oh yeah, I just use it. It's because it's fun what I'm doing, and I
got up
and
to
I like
100 in a couple months, but I ended up deleting the channel and.
What I couldn't believe was that somebody linked one of those animal videos that somebody took a National Geographic of that badger thing, the honey badger video. It has 77 million views. I mean, how much money did that guy make? 77 million views of some guy commenting about a honey badger, which is an African animal that eats everything,
Hey, a guy made millions for posting a video of his Chihuahua and his Doberman interacting. So.
Oh wow! Okay, so I have this video of my buddy had like a big old cyst on his neck, and so I was like, dude, I'm tired of staring at it. We're gonna take you to the emergency room, and they're gonna cut that thing open. So we took him to the emergency room, and they lanced it. They filled it up with lidocaine, and it was gross. It looked like ricotta cheese coming out. So I videotaped it. I put it up, and then like in 2 months, I had like 600,000 views, and it was my biggest money maker. I made like $700 off of my buddy getting this friggin' thing taken off. It was great. But like now, I don't make any money because that's all I do is gun reviews. So, or shooting stuff like that. I don't know. But it's like, hey, I do what I want. So. Yeah.
I'm never in it for the money. I don't have any that much views except for a few niche people, and I've and every time I do a video, I get like the same people commenting, and I appreciate that. But And then of course I would get some replies later on from certain people too, so that's highly appreciated. But it's a mixed bag. You never know what you're gonna get. I'm still waiting for I have to do a new video because I've been lazy and I've been sick, so it's been hard to do so. So I have to find a new topic, and I have to remember to bring my camera to the range with me. So I wish I can do a Hickok 45 style video.
Oh man, you and me both. Like that guy. Check this out. This is the Desert Eagle 44. I'm gonna shoot that gong, dude, like all day. I'm like, oh man, I wish I had your backyard. Like.
Yeah, because I go to the range and I got a bunch of assholes, bugging me. It's like I can't do a decent video because people look at me like, who is this guy talking to himself? It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, one of my range videos I did it on my LWRC pistol, and when I shouldered it back when it was legal, and like this guy came over, he's like, "You shooting an automatic?" Because I dropped in a Geisley trigger in there, the 3-stage, or I'm sorry, the 3-gun trigger, and it was like, brrr, it almost sounded like an auto. So, and he, like, I was sitting there and I had my cell phone, taking certain angle shots and everything, and he was just like, "Oh, like, you're kind of weird, you're kind of talking to yourself and whatever," and I don't know, but it's like, I'm shooting a video, man. I want to talk to Steven Seagal when he comes in my gun shop next and see if like I can pay him some money to do like a quick little 1911 class or something like that. That'd be kind of cool.
I don't need a class of Steven Seagal. I already know how he shoots.
I love
that chicken wing stance that he has is easily learned.
Like this?
Yeah.
That's so cool. It looks awesome on screen when it's just like.
Yeah, it's like a freaking chicken wing and stuff like it. It does. I tried that. It works okay. It gives me a good distance from the front sight. So.
Well, yeah. I've never shot like that. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna probably pick up my 1911 tomorrow, so we'll see if that works. I've never shot like that in my life.
I'd like to go to a casino to get money for guns, but I'm too unlucky at the casino.
Dude, go.
I went to
I'll rub some luck off on you.
I went to Vegas.
Crazy.
I went to Vegas once, and about 3 years ago, and they were I was at a craps table. I want to try it out. Everyone was rolling good. It was my turn to roll. I got a 7. People hated me after that.
You get beat up in the parking lot?
No. I lost a lot of people a bunch of money, that's for sure, but they know how it is. The guy after me did the same thing, so it's not like it was just me.
What casino is this?
Me?
Yeah.
Freak. Riviera?
Wait, is this in Vegas or in
Vegas?
Vegas. Oh. You have Indian casinos still in Arizona, right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I live really close to a bunch of them. So.
For the Talking Stick Casino is like right down the street from me, and so is Casino Arizona. They're pretty good.
I live next to Harris. Thanks to them, it was the only movie theater in town. Because back then we had to drive like 30 minutes to a theater. Now it's just 10 minutes away. That's a beautiful knife. What is that?
This is a SOG seal that I reprofiled today. I took
nice.
some serrations off of it. I also did some stippling.
I was wondering, is that your stippling?
You've got 4 textures on here, 4 separate directions.
Nice.
It prevents it from twisting and prevents it from sliding back, and it prevents it from sliding forward.
Nice.
And then, yeah, I reprofiled it. I also did this little guy today too, which is a SOG seal pup.
Well, that's sick.
Smaller version. So you can kind of tell that's the blade difference. This one is the one. This one has the serrations.
What metal is that? What kind of steel is that?
I think it's AUS 8, AUS 8A, AUS 6A. I could be wrong. House 6, House 8, something like that. I haven't researched them yet. I haven't figured out what year they are and stuff from the logos. These are early 90s, late 90s, something like that. Pre-2000s. Good knives, though. You gotta love the stippling.
How long did it take you to do the stippling on that?
It took me about an hour for both of them. And then about 20 minutes sanding earlier tonight.
Nice.
Both Molly compatible sheaths, cool knives. You gotta love old school SOG stuff. Pretty much everything they make now is junk, but
See, I need to get something that, because I'm not the tallest of people, so for my vest, like I have no room right here. So I need to find something that I can just like slap on right there. I don't know.
I don't. Yeah.
I always preferred knives on my belt. I've never been a fan of them on the vest.
See, this is how Steven Seagal, I know how he shoots. He has this arm like that, arm down here, and it's like this, and it's actually a very comfortable way of shooting for me.
Yeah, it's
So
the 90s SWAT chicken wing.
Yep. It pushes a lot of pressure forward like this, and it really pushes in here. So it's very
Is that some kind of Weaver thing?
Huh?
Is that some kind of Weaver stance or something?
No, it's just chicken. It's called chicken wing.
So you wait, just like this, or
Yeah, you tuck in your weak arm, and you push forward with your strong arm, and then you get a lot of air in between your sights. So and it's very secure. So yeah, try to push out with your strong arm, and try to pull in with your weak arm, and you will get a it's very secure.
okay. Yeah, usually usually I shoot like that, just like out. So.
But yeah, I like to be. I do this too. I did this too. In the army, I did this in the army all my life. The old cup and saucer in the army, and that was acceptable at the time. Then when I was reactivated in 2007, they said you can't do this anymore. You can't cup and saucer it anymore. I qualified 49 shots out of 50 on target, but with this.
Yes, so if anybody just joined the chat, yeah, Brandon ran into Steven Seagal today at a gun shop. So.
No, it was the other day, but.
Oh, it's yesterday. It was yesterday with the government, 1911. That you got right, or you went to the gunsmith after. That's where you ran into him.
This was yeah, this was the other day. Sorry, all my days are joining up.
One shot of cortisone, and you can't remember what day it is.
I know, right? I hope I never have to do that again. What do you got in there, like?
What?
What's in what are those 45 rounds?
Oh, my powder coated bullets.
What?
Powder coated. They're lead bullets. I powder coat them they have like a jacket. So, and yeah, that's what majority of my bullets are like. Right here, like a bunch of 9mm bullets right here. They look like lead, but they're actually powder coated with a silver coat. So.
That's pretty cool.
Chrome. So basically, it's like instead of bare lead, they're coated with powder coat, so they don't lead the barrel. Because I've had when I first started reloading, I was just putting bare lead with lubricated bare lead in on my reloads, and I realized there was like streaks of lead in the freaking grooves. And I did not like that, so I decided to put powder coat on them. Got rid of that problem. Hey Chris, how's it going?
What's up, Chris?
Give us some.
Welcome.
You made your decision yet on what 45 Ruger Vaquero you're gonna get?
It might not even be that. But yeah, I'll probably get the short
Okay.
one if I do.
Okay. That means you want to get that.
You and me are the only ones in here with taste. I don't know. No, I'll give. I mean, honestly, I'll probably own more than one, so I'll get
Yeah, there you
the
go.
other. Whatever. First, I gotta buy another AK before I do that.
What type?
Probably a PAP.
NPAP? Okay.
I need to shoot the AK I bought. I don't even shoot it.
What type did you buy? Arsenal?
It's the one that I first popped on. It was on here on Gun Channels. It's Century Arms. It was like a $500 one.
Oh, okay.
I hear good and bad about them. I mean, but it was $500. I wanted to experience what an AK was like, so I shot it like a couple times, and I got no problems with it. Man, does that freaking foregrip get hot though? Holy moly!
Yes, it will. That's why I have a pistol grip on there, on mine.
Yeah, I need to do that. But no gun stores around here carry any AK parts. It's all AR stuff.
I just Amazon most of my stuff.
Just get a grip with a metal heat guard inside of it.
Yep. I shot that during what do you call this with my fighting rifle, James Yeager, and yeah, it got hot, but it's a good thing I decided to wear gloves. So.
My buddy took a bunch of tin foil and he kind of like layered it up and folded it and layered it. Not really I mean maybe 4 layers, and then he layered the inside of the guard with tin foil. He didn't really do it to keep the heat out. He did it to keep from lightness, to keep from burning the inside of his grips out. So they don't sit there and smolder, smoke, and get all weird.
Yep. You guys ever saw that Iraq veteran 888's tribute to Kalashnikov, where he shot an AK pistol, 700 rounds, all at once, like in succession, and it was smoking. The handguard was smoking.
You've seen the one where the older one than that, where the dude fires it till it lights on fire, right?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I've seen that one. Yeah.
That's the one that's always impressed me. He's shooting a burning gun.
Didn't was it James Yeager? He shot like was it a Glock, something like that, until it caught on fire. He shot like 1,000 rounds through it or whatever it was.
You could just speed it up and put some petroleum jelly on it and set it on fire and then shoot it.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No, go ahead. No, I was just saying, yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of DAG or Direct Action Group. They're actual guys that work for the State Department, and they go on. They're still employed by the U.S. government. They do some pretty. They do some wet work, but they teach police and military operators in all over the place. But I put their site up right here. Let's see. Yeah. Here it is. I'll throw it up here again. I don't know if anybody clicked on it. They're pretty intense. Like it's pretty hardcore training, and it's good. They used to be open just to police and military, but if you got a pretty good background, they'll take you. My first class that I had with them, it was in San Gabriel, California, and it was just a rundown of combat pistol. And mind you, I'm not in great shape as I used to be, but I passed out. I got heat stroke. It was gnarly. It was an intense class.
It's about the same price as Jaeger's class, $380. That's not too bad.
You're doing it wrong. You're not supposed to pass out.
Huh?
I said you're doing it wrong.
Right. I wasn't hydrating at all. That was my bad.
Yeah, I was drinking
Didn't your drill sergeant ever teach you to drink water?
there's a school somewhere. I forgot what it's. I'm not sure if it's in the state, but there's a school I saw that even teaches you how to how to do tactical lever gun, tactical bolt action.
Tactical lever gun.
That's interesting.
Well, they do make them. Mossberg makes the ones with rails.
I've seen those like Stoker makes those too.
Yeah.
What was your the call and reply? Did you have a Chris? Did you have a reply for when your drill sergeant told you to drink water?
Did I reply?
Okay, I don't know if you're basically the same as mine, but when our drill sergeant said drink water, we had to reply.
We just said drink water. We just said drink water back. Really.
Really? That's it?
Yeah. Yeah.
We had to repeat, beat the heat, drill sergeant, beat the heat.
Yeah, we were trying to do like custom stuff like that, but our commander was just a bore. Stopped us from doing saying stuff like that. And,
we did it first, and then eventually they stopped doing it. But yeah, well, at first they also made us drink water till we puked, we drink water and then exercise till we puked and drink more water. But
we didn't really do that, but we just drank the whole canteen full.
yeah,
Whenever we were told to drink water, we drank the whole canteen full.
Heat stroke's a bitch.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing though. I didn't have a problem with heat until they made me wear the body armor. Before that, it was fine.
Yeah.
I was like one of the few people who did not, who barely got heat issues when we were basic training and we were summer BDUs and vests. But when we started wearing that body armor, that's when I was started falling out.
This guy who was a ranger, and he was training with us, and he got heat stroke too, because it was funny. He started walking off and started like babbling, like just nonsense.
Yeah.
No, over here, over there, and like he didn't.
That's a sign.
And I was like, somebody needs to go and check him out. And yeah, sure enough, he did.
Yeah, we were doing mop training in summer in Korea. It was like August in Korea, so it was hotter than hell. And they made us stay in mop level. What was it 4? Was it 4?
Mop 4. It's 4.
Yeah, 4.
You have to have a mask and suit at the same time.
For 3 hours straight.
Oh.
And they're NCOs doing what NCOs do, yelling at us, make sure we're drinking water, and can't remember the kid's name, but he was like, E4, I was E2, so he'd been around, and he goes down. We're all kind of like standing, we pull his mask off, we're kind of like, we're all trying to be helpful, and the medics walk over, and the medic drops his bag down, they start pulling out IV and stuff, and we're all like, trying to be helpful. And then he pulls out the magic wand, and it was like, it would have been the same reaction if you threw a hand grenade in the middle of us. We just we saw that thing and we just ran away. We didn't want to be a part. We didn't want to see that. Didn't want to know. They warned us about the magic wand. If you go down, you're gonna get the magic wand. Got to get that core temperature. And we're like, yeah, sure. We thought it was a myth, and then they pulled that thing out. And
okay, you need to screen share this now.
Whatever. I'll let you Google search that on your own.
I hate to think what would come up.
Say what? I'm not. No. Those of us that know what that thing is don't want to It's...
I was in mop level 4 for 8 hours once on a like a base-wide defense exercise, and I had my mask on for hours.
Not so bad if it's cold out.
It was May.
Oh, it's not bad. Wait, May where?
Korea.
It's not. Well, it's probably raining is all it was doing.
Nah, well, it was like 90 degrees.
Not in May. It's monsoon season.
I don't know. It was sunny that day.
You were down south, so I guess the weather is different down there.
Yeah, and I was like, but it was okay. I mean, I just utilized that straw, really, often.
Dude, I've never seen rain. I've never seen rain like that in my life. I've been in hurricanes and tornadoes, and I've never seen rain like monsoon. I never heard rain that loud. So much water coming out of the sky. It was like loud as you
We
could hear
get we get pretty damn heavy rains on the Hilo side of the Big Island. I used to live right on the in Kapoho on the edge of the ocean, and every morning, every day, the trade winds would bring in for like 15 minutes. It would just pour like 2 inches or something in 15. It's just like, and then it would stop because the trade winds would blow the clouds up the mountain, and it would be sunny for the rest of the day. But every morning for 15 minutes, it just pours But and the rest of the day, the weather's perfect, sunny, beautiful, because the clouds get trapped like halfway up Kilauea Mountain, And
Yeah,
but
it used to. I don't even know, man. It would monsoon for it'd monsoon really hard for a while. It'd just be kind of crummy all the way around, but then it would monsoon. It sounded like it was just like if you had like the like old TV when the white noise, the static. You just had that on like full blast, and you couldn't see you couldn't see at all. Like your visibility would be cut down like you're in fog. Amazing. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And I live in Oregon. It rains here all the time.
Oregon's actually really nice. I have a friend that lives there, and she says it's beautiful. It rains all the time. I guess it was pretty hot today, though.
Yeah, it was. It doesn't rain that often.
that's
Really?
a knife that the Huck linked there. I'm glad it wasn't the magic wand, though.
Yeah, you can ask. Did you get the warning about the wand, Chris?
No.
Jesus, what? Man. What about
All I
you,
know is-
Brandon?
Negative. I don't know half the stuff you guys are saying. Maybe it's a totally different thing.
I went to Sand Hill where they torture us. But yeah, the magic. Okay, so I guess nobody in here knows. The magic wand is the thermometer.
Oh dear.
You can take a core temperature.
Yep. I heard of it. I've seen it once, but we never got the warning about it.
Oh yeah, that was the thing. They were like, they start talking about the weather and stuff in Georgia, and they're like, hey,
Get a warning. Here's I gotta use my sound effect.
Your one and only warning, and then like,
That's it, right?
and then so we see this thing, and we're like, oh shit, that's nobody wants that thing up their rear end. So and then every once in a while, drill sergeant will, like, when somebody's like looking pretty, like, they haven't drank enough water, or everybody's canteen should be empty, but somebody doesn't have an empty canteen, and they start screaming about, you want that one up your ass, this.
Were you Marines or Army or?
Army.
Yeah, totally different universe from what our training was. I mean, I'd say the Coast Guard was pretty cushy.
Apparently, the only way they can figure out how bad you are if you go into full heat stroke and pass out is to jam this giant thermometer. I mean, it's big. It's like probably like I don't know. It was like a foot long or so.
Nah.
Yeah, it's a.
If you can get 6 soldiers to run away from a thermometer, it's got to be
I
scary.
know. That's why I guess nobody realized like the horror. Like so we're all trying to help this guy out, and the medics pull out the IV, and we're like pulling off his gear and like getting him all. We got him into some shade, and the medic rummages around in his aid bag, and he pulls out the fucking magic wand, and it was just like I said, like a hand grenade. We ran away screaming like a bunch of little girls, like we saw like a spider or something.
All I wanted to say is that I'm just putting together my pack and what gear I use in my Rush 24 pack, I mean, if it isn't lightweight, if it isn't super lightweight, it doesn't go into my pack. And I think because I'm old and out of shape, so if it's not, I don't need a full 10. I don't need just super lightweight, or I don't take it. If I could get lightweight water, I would take that. But
water's the only thing you don't skimp on. That is like he. You have to have someone to purify water.
Yeah, I got one of those Sawyer. They're for less than $20. I got the Sawyer Minis.
Yeah, but
just the other day,
and
it's 100,000 gallons.
I feel that's where people go wrong, is they don't carry enough water on them, and if you're in a place where you can't easily get drinkable water.
Oh, sure. And that just goes also for day to day, and I don't think people understand like how crucial it is to stay hydrated. I'm guilty of that myself. When I first came out here to Arizona, like I was just walking around outside and looking at shops and everything. I was shopping, and then I started feeling like really weird. Like, of course I knew what it was, but there was no way for me to basically like recover from it until I could actually go and get water. And I ran inside a restaurant really quick, and I said, "Hey, water." And they're like, "Oh, okay, you okay? Do you want to order something?" I was like, "No, let's give me a cup." And so I just started drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. And yeah, I came out of it, but I had to sit down because it felt like, you get tunnel vision, your body starts like throbbing, and you're just all disoriented and crap. So
if you're in a real world situation, and it's like, it's the weather can be just as much of a, if not more of a foe than anybody out there trying to do you harm.
Sure, definitely.
Honestly, somebody's trying to, like, if you're in a shiznit hits the fan situation, you're making it easier for anybody out there who wants to do you harm.
That's the other thing too, like the elements or something like out here, we would definitely have to battle.
Yeah. I'd rather give up maybe some ammo or a pistol to carry more water. If you're concerned about weight, I'd ditch the pistol and carry more water.
Oh yeah, for sure. I drop my secondary all day and just carry, like, if it became time, like, okay, you can still have your M9 or you can have like a liter of water, I'll take the liter.
Yeah, that's the only reason I may actually do get into some kind of super lightweight M4 kind of rifle is some kind of, if it's like less than 5 pounds or something, so I don't have to carry a 12-pound rifle or something.
I'd rather carry another Camelback bladder and a couple extra rifle magazines than a handgun.
Yeah, my pack has I got the Antidote Camelback, I think the 70 millimeter, not the 100, and I have two Nalgene pouches, one on each side of it. So that's about how much water I can carry, and I have the filter. So.
That's one thing I got a lot, is a bunch of water. I don't have shit worth food.
Go longer without food than you can without water.
Oh, that's for sure. I just remember, like, being on ship too, like, just out there, and we'd only be out there on a patrol for like maybe 6 hours, and I'm out there on the deck, and already I'm just like, if I wasn't drinking enough water, I was just getting sick, and my girlfriend's always telling me, like, babe, keep drinking water, keep drinking water. I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll get around to it. And no, she knows better than, and see, that's where it's stupid. It's like, I've had the training and she hasn't. She's a civilian, and so, it's just, I don't know. I'm stupid when it comes to that. Like, I take better care of my guns than I do myself.
Well, heat stroke.
I hear that.
I got heat stroke pretty bad, but we didn't have a choice. It was just, that was the cards we were dealt. It was just a bad day, but it permanently damages your body, your kidneys and your liver. Well, it can have permanent damage from heat stroke. You don't process water the same after you get it. It's just it's like frostbite. Once you get frostbite, you're more likely to get it again. Once you get heat stroke, it's the same thing. You're more likely to get it again.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, because like the instructors at TFTT, they were saying like, look, if you're not pissing every 2 minutes, then you're not hydrated enough. And
Yeah. If you're thirsty, it's too late.
yeah,
If you wait to drink water until you're thirsty, it's too late. You're done.
and and it creeps up on you too because you don't feel it right away. And then like just out of nowhere, bam, it hits you.
That's why Camelbacks are good, because you can sip water constantly.
Yeah, you just use Nalgene's to, like, store water for when your Camelback gets, low. You can just transfer it.
Yeah, I like having combinations of like a Nalgene or a couple Nalgenes and a couple bladders, because if one gets punctured, you still have water. If you have one giant Camelback bladder and it gets punctured, you're screwed.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting 100 liter, or 100, well, basically the 3-liter one. What's the 100-ounce, 70-ounce, or the 100-ounce? I have the 70-ounce, which is 2 liters, I guess, and then they have the 3-liter one, which is 100 ounces.
First, I'd rather have 2 smaller ones, just because, just for say, it's maybe a tiny bit more weight, but if you lose one, you still got the other.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get one more. Have you used the the carbon filters that come with them, the fresh filter at all?
No, because we were taught to like keep our Camelbacks as clean as possible, because they're not the easiest thing to clean out, especially inside the hoses and stuff.
It sucks.
So if you run like juice or Gatorade or something weird through it, or even like gunky water, cleaning them out is a pain in the ass, and making sure you get everything out of them.
My buddy thought it would be a great idea to put alcohol in there. Yeah, oops.
That's not a good idea. They'll mold, get all gross.
Yeah, I have one of those cleaning kits for it, and it has like those tablets or whatever you're supposed to use.
Never used them. I just have a brush and a little soap, and I just go, it's like a brush and a long handle. I just go ape shit on that bitch.
Yeah, Camelback sells those little things,
Yeah.
little packets of things you're supposed to clean it with. But I haven't used that
I've never
yet.
used it. It's a little tiny bit of soap and water usually does it. If it's weird, I'm not worried about it. Then I'll maybe a little tiny bit of bleach and water, slosh it around.
Yeah, they make all these like all-in-one type tablets, or the certain stuff, and it's like, dude, all you really need is a little soap and water. It goes so far.
Well, also you also make sure you don't want to put anything that'll make it more likely to mold or get gross in it.
Exactly.
If I'm gonna put like some kind of like additive, I'll put it in a Nalgene or a canteen, or not a canteen, because canteens are also a bitch to clean, but a Nalgene. Nalgenes are easy to clean,
Yeah, it's definitely something that like is really important. Is hydration, and man, I've experienced when you don't hydrate and it's not fun. That's a feeling that I hope I never have to feel again. It sucks.
Imagine if you were like, in some messed up situation and you went down like that, then you're just done, screwed.
Oh, I'd be done. No way. Like I couldn't, because I had my weapon up, and like I was firing, and I saw my sights move in and out, and just everything was just. And I said, whoa! So I reholstered, and then I said, look, I'm dead. Like I knew what I was trying to say, but I couldn't say it. And he's grabbing me real quick. He's like, are you okay? And I said, yeah. No, I'm gonna pass out. And then I went down, and then they woke me up. He's like, "Hey, you want a bucket of?" No, he's like, "Do you want some ice water?" And I said, "Yeah, I'd love some." So he came with a big bucket and dumped it on me, and I
You're not
said, "Wow,
supposed
that
to do
felt
that,
amazing."
if I remember right.
What's up?
You're not supposed to. I think if I don't remember. It's been a long time, but I think you're not supposed to dump cold water on the person. You're supposed to slowly cool them off, not shock the system. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
I don't think you want to fry your brain either. If you need to cool down your brain, I mean, maybe the rest of you, but I think your brain, you just need to get that as.
It's been, like I said,
normal.
it's been a long time. I could be wrong, but I swear I could remember them saying something about not dumping ice water on people.
Well, they dumped a nice cool towel around me too, and then some ice
Yeah.
water, and then I was sipping some Gatorade, a lot of Gatorade and water.
Yeah, you wanna do the wet towel's a good way to like cool you down. I don't know. I got historically bad. I could feel like every single part of my body start cramping, and like I could feel like my guts like my my stomach, everything just felt like
I've
it was
never
like
had that happen. I've gotten overheated once, but I never had got to that point.
Yeah, it's so gross. You feel
Well,
like
I was past overheated, and we still had to keep going, and we still had to keep going. It was just like it was.
Yeah, well, I stopped.
I
you
knew
know,
I
but
knew I was screwed, and I had to
When-
keep going. And then
yeah, when
like, sorry.
in my case, I just I realized okay, I feel too hot, so I just found a tree with some shade, stopped, got cool, got my body temperature down to something normal, or just hot and not from overheated, and then I got my bearings and got help. So
Yeah,
but it
I
was
was.
never like what you're talking about.
Yeah, we couldn't stop, so I just ended up. I stopped sweating. That's like when you stop sweating. That's pretty. That's not a good sign.
yeah, for sure.
And then I had I had the tunnel vision like you talked about, where your vision like starts shrinking in, and I had to like fight that. And then finally, like we got to where we were going, and I think I took 4 or 5 IVs, and then I took another couple. I went to sleep. After I started feeling better, then I went to sleep and slept for about 18 hours. And woke up and stuck another couple IVs in me.
Some nice banana bags, huh?
Yeah, I love, dude. The best cure for a hangover.
Hell yeah. Hell yes.
Well, yeah, you're hydrating yourself. So.
Banana bags are amazing.
That's when we were doing combat medic or what do you call this? Combat
Lifesaver.
combat lifesaver class. This knucklehead freaking hit my bone when it was trying to do an IV on my arm.
Probably looking at your arm. That's the only thing he saw sticking out of it, so he thought assumed it was your vein.
No, I was my veins were hard to see at the time. So, I wasn't that skinny back then.
I know, I'm kidding. Yeah.
But I'm not skinny now. Shit. But yeah, I always chose the people with the veins like are obviously they're popping out to test off, so I could easily pass.
Fuck, dude, I had some guy like you, and I have great veins, and that fucker like missed me, and he like stabbed me with a fucking needle, like he was like trying to kill like a serial killer or some shit.
It's all sit.
Oh, those are the days. I love when we were doing combat lifesaver. The medic was assigned to our unit. He hates MPs. We're an MP unit. He was our doctor, but he hates MPs.
Everybody hates MPs, Chris. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he works with us though. He's our medic, and he just kept spotting off. So it's like, oh my god, those fucking MPs trying to kill people. Like, he was trying to induce a panic, like by yelling and stuff like that, like in the middle of a battlefield, and he was like still obscenities against MPs.
I don't blame him. I remember my first, or not my first, one of my later combat lifesaver classes where I had to go recertify, and like, you stick your you get stuck with the IV, and then they take it out, and they're like, they basically waste a person most of a good IV, and I'm like, oh, come on, like, leave it in there. Can I just walk around with it for a little while? I mean, shit, dude.
Good stick. That's what we call it. Good stick.
There you get the little. Yeah. What are the days?
Let's see.
When I was getting my my epidurals and stuff, and couple weeks ago, they had to stick me with an IV, and the girl that was doing it, like, she could not find my vein, and it was there plain as day. I said, why don't you just? And she's like, hold still. And I was like, okay. And she jammed it. I was like, that's my arm. And she's like, no, we had to go for the vein. And I was like, no, my vein's right there. And I'm like, were you asleep during like phlebotomist class or what? Like, she was like literally trying to stab me. And I was like, you're mad or something? You have a bad morning, or just stop.
Yeah, that was like one of the highlights of my military career was Combat Lifesaver. It was just like a week of just the same class, also going, like carrying stretchers and stuff like that. It was.
A week? Fuck, man, ours was like a day.
Oh no, we had like different sections. We like different categories.
We
get certified.
We trained at our unit, and then we went and took the test, and it was like a day, and then we were done. That was it.
Yeah, our test was right there with our unit. So basically, we just went through a lot of different scenario. We just basically every day was a different class until like last day we were just doing testing, like sticking people, putting bandages the right way, stuff, stretcher, stretcher maneuvers and stuff like that.
I like being a civilian. I hate taking orders, and I outrank all the officers. So, I mean,
I understand. Not everybody.
Civilians outrank generals. And admirals. So.
Unless it's in martial law, then that's a different story.
Go ahead and walk up to a general and tell him that. We'll see.
Let's see. General, give me an order.
Make sure
tell General, give me an order, and I'll tell him to shut it.
Like a Marine infantry general,
Right.
I'm a civilian. I'll tell any Marine general to get the fuck out of my face.
Once.
I'm a firm believer that even I'm not that old yet. Most generals are older gentlemen. I don't think even a Marine general is going to whoop my ass. And plus, if you're a general, you're beyond that shit. You're like, yeah, you ain't got to do what I told you to do. Fuck me. Like my great uncle was a brigadier general. He wasn't military at all. My other great uncle was a colonel. My dad was lieutenant colonel. Once you get to that stage, if you try to tell someone something to do, they ain't military, and they're like, "Fuck you," you're like, "Yeah, fuck me. You don't work for me. I don't give a shit."
Unless you're disrespectful, and then you probably piss them off.
Like my dad, he wasn't military at all.
I'm not disrespectful. I just don't take orders because I'm a civilian. That's all.
My dad didn't even like to give orders. He was one of those guys that once you got past a certain stage, you just don't really care that much anymore. Now, when I was a corporal, I was a little Nazi.
Yeah.
I think that was the most Nazi I was of my entire career is when I made corporal. Oh boy.
You felt that rank.
We had a front staircase in our barracks and a rear staircase, and we never ever used the front staircase. We only used the rear staircase. My drill sergeant told me to go do something. And I start heading for the back door, and he's like, no, just go out the front door. I'm like, and I'm kind of like hesitate for a second. He's like, he shouts at me, so I fucking take off out the front door. The front door was used by like the drill sergeant used it, and maybe if an officer, which I only saw an officer like 4 times, like came into the barracks, would use it. So I go running, and it's a blind corner coming around the stair. It's like on the landing coming around the staircase. It's a blind corner. So I fly, because if you get told to do something by a drill sergeant, you do it promptly, and like like your ass is on fire. So I go hightailing around the corner, and run smack dab into the middle, like right into the chest of a 2-star general who was I guess he was the battalion, or no, not battalion, excuse me, the brigade or something commander, and he was like inspecting the fucking some shit, or who knows, I don't know, and he's being escorted by our company commander and a bunch of drill sergeants, and I mean, I just plow right into him, and I fucking thought my life was over, and he looks at me and he just smiles and he thought it was hilarious because he could see how scared I was. He's like, where are you in a hurry to, or such a hurry to, son? And I'm like, and I just look behind him and there's these drill sergeants staring at me like I was made out of fucking. And I'm like, fuck, and like, so I give him a prompt explanation. He's like, good work. He's like, carry on, and
good hustle. Yeah.
I go tiptoeing around him and behind him, like he keeps going up the stairs, and there's these drill sergeants fucking looking at me like they're gonna kill me. And I'm like, I just the whole time I'm like, dude, I knew I shouldn't have come down the staircase. The fucker set me up for failure.
Yeah, I one time thought a colonel was going to just kill me because I was on guard duty. It was when I was not quite advanced in my pay grade enough to do my MOS, so they give you shit details. You end up working like cadre at reception station.
Yeah.
Then I was doing a bunch of fucking like piddly shit stuff in Huachuca, Arizona. And I was on guard duty in Huachuca, Arizona. We had a high clearance area, and we had this what was a rotating password. You had these little fobs, and they had little numbers, and every person had their own 4-digit number. And then these little fobs would alternate new 6-digit numbers like every hour. And the person that was coming in had to know their 4-digit number, and then they had to know the current 6-digit number. And this captain kept trying to come in, and he didn't know the numbers. And I told him, you can't go in. And this was not a low sensitivity area. This was a high sensitivity area. This was if anyone passes your line, you shoot them.
Yeah.
Kind of a guard post. And I told him, I was like, you can't go in. And he was like, I know the colonel, blah, 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 I know this, I know that, and I don't have my fob, mine's not working right, let me in. And I wouldn't let him. And this was late at night. So he goes and he literally calls the colonel, and I'm like, oh, he's calling the colonel, big fucking deal. Well, next thing I know, here comes the fucking colonel in his nightgown, in his like pajamas and a house coat. And I'm like, oh, fuck, he does know the colonel, and I am about to get reamed. Colonel comes up to me, and he's got this mad as hell look on his face. He's like, I hear the captain's trying to get in. I was like, yeah. He's like, have you seen him before? I was like, yeah, I've seen him many times. He's like, so you know who he is? I was like, yeah, I know who he is. Yes, I was like, I was terrified. I was like, yes, sir, I know exactly who he is, sir, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, did he know his digits? I was like, he knew his 4, but he didn't know the 6. And he turned to the captain, he said, did you know your 6? He's like, nope. He turned around to me, he says, if he tries to come in again, shoot him.
That's awesome.
I was like, oh, fuck, I thought he was going to ream my ass.
My last unit, I was our lieutenant colonel, our battalion commander's personal security. So I basically, that was the best job I've ever had. Like, the only people I answered to was him and our sergeant major, and that was it. Like, and that was, I mean, those guys, it's just like Yankee said earlier about them, being over it. Their job is so much bigger than shooting, except our sergeant major, sergeant majors are kind of scary no matter what, but
how scary.
he was cool.
The sergeant major of the Army is always scary. I remember the first time I ever met the sergeant major of the Army, and I can't remember his name at the time. It was a black guy at the time.
Oh, yeah. He was sergeant major of the Army for a long time.
Yeah, and the first time I met him, he was terrifying in person. And I was just like, fuck. And I was a lieutenant at the time.
Oh, yeah, well,
I was terrified of him.
He'll salute you while looking at you like he's going to try to kill you kind of attitude, so.
I'm just like,
all you are is a private that he has a salute.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Guys like him, though, when they're that high up, they respect the fact that they're saluting. They understand why they're, And plus, when you're dealing with them in like an office area, a lot of times the office areas are like no hat, no salute areas. The company commander will be like, this is a no hat, no salute area. No one salutes anybody. No one wears hats on on his grounds. So
I
it's
dare
a lot loose.
I dare Lieutenant to call Sergeant Major out. I'm not saluting him. I dare him.
I wouldn't have called him out on anything. There's no fucking way. I was terrified of him.
You call him out and like he'll salute you, and then your life will become a living hell. Like he'll walk away and that's it. You're fucking done.
When I was
I didn't even call out like E7s or anything like that. I mean, like those guys that have been in the Army for like 30 years, you know, they're like E7.
Yeah.
I didn't push that shit on those guys. I didn't know who was going to know too many people and come back to haunt you.
When I went to 25 ID after Korea, I guess, you know, it's my first, or I've been stateside. It's my first assignment, or my first unit stateside, and I show up, you know, do all the paperwork. They take me to my unit, drop me off at the battalion headquarters, and I'm sitting there waiting to like get picked up, and somebody comes out. I was like, Sergeant Major wants to see you, and I'm like, what? You know, like, okay, and like, I go in there, and there's our Sergeant Major. You know, I do all the military courtesy shit, and I'm sitting there, and like, he starts asking me about like, you know what I've done in the military so far, and keeps talking about Ranger School, and he's got, right away, you know, I see his, his 25 ID patch of Ranger, tab above it, but then on his other shoulder, his combat patch is a Ranger scroll. I'm like, okay, and then I you know, look at his face, and he's got a scar from like his ear to his chin, like running through his lip, and the more he talks about Rangers, the more that side of his face starts getting this little tiny twitch, and the more he starts talking about like how, you know, I should go to Ranger School and how proud, you know, blah blah blah, Ranger this, Ranger that, the more his face twitches. Well, I look above his name tag, and there's his jump wings, and on his jump wings are 2 yellow stars. So yellow stars mean the guy did 2 combat jumps, and since Vietnam there have only been 2 combat, or actually that's pre-Iraq.
Yeah.
So the only 2 jumps was Panama and Grenada, and he made both jumps, and one of those 2 is where he got that fucking giant scar up his face. And
if someone told me that I need to go to Ranger School, I'd be like, no, thank you. I would rather stay pretty.
yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that I'm like, holy shit, like this, and he was really fucking getting worked, and I think I was scared. This is one of the scariest sergeant majors I've ever seen. So I gave him a really great, you know, I'm like, I just got, you know, stateside, like I want to see my unit and like get stuff sorted out, but I'll think about it, you know, I'm really interested, but you know, I'm gonna give myself a couple months before and he's like, all right, come see me anytime if you want it, bro. And I'm like, all right. So I take off, and like I'm leaving, and like, you know, somebody comes and picks me up, and I'm telling him, I'm like, oh man, dude, our sergeant major is fucking badass. He's like, yeah, dude, fucking every morning, dude gets his coffee, his newspaper, and his night vision goggles, and reads the newspaper in his bathroom. Bathroom doesn't have any windows, so he sits in his shitter in the dark and reads his newspaper with night vision. I'm like, bullshit. I'm on CQ duty one day. Early in the morning, Sergeant Major comes in. You do your fucking military courtesy thing, and I'm standing there at attention. And he walks by with a newspaper, a cup of coffee, and underneath his arm are his fucking night vision goggles. And I'm like, holy shit, it's fucking true.
He goes to the bathroom and
the myth was true. I thought it was bullshit. I'm like, okay, I believe everything else, but that's bullshit. And like, no, it was true. Every morning he'd read a newspaper with night vision goggles.
Wow, hardcore right there. I actually met the Sergeant Major of the Army during my time back in 2004. And he was a very, very happy-go-lucky guy. He has big smiles on his face. It was like, he was just, you know, he was he was in contrast with a lot of different sergeant majors. This guy was just happy. And he saw me. I had a cane at the time because I had a bad leg. I was in my Class A's. It's like, hey, what's the cane for? And then I explained I got injured, and then the first sergeant came by. Yeah, he was injured. It's like, man, now you remind me I need one of those because my leg ain't working either. So.
What happened to your leg, Chris?
Oh, just a lot of my knees hurt because I ran a lot. So. What?
It was a tap injury.
So what?
Chris overstrenuated his knee on the chorus line.
Yeah.
Tap. But yeah, that was just. Yeah, that was my encounter with that. So I didn't really meet that many famous or really what do you call this big army names. So.
I never really cared. I hated all that
I have a
ceremony.
lot of big army names when I was a kid because like my great uncle, like I married my great aunt, he was a general, brigadier general. And I had a great uncle on my actual grandfather's side who was a full bird colonel, and I had a couple of sergeant majors and etc. in my family. So I was around kind of high up army people my whole life. But still, even when you get in, it's still intimidating to be around the big guys. Because you don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, if somebody's in a bad mood, they can fuck your world up. You get on somebody's wrong side, or they just don't like the way you look. Holy shit, dude.
Now, a lot of people are under the misconception it's like that all the time in the military, but no, it's like when I was working in an office, like in Huachuca or California, it was just always you'd have corporals calling captains by their first names.
Not where I was.
Because it's military intelligence, it's fairly loose.
When I was when we were overseas, it was like that. When we were stateside, it was like a fucking Shark Tank.
Not in MI. MI is not that bad.
That's what I was supposed to go MI, and after I did my ASVAB, they wanted me to go MI and go to language school and all that stuff, and I didn't because I was an idiot.
Language school, and I didn't. But instead of doing language school, I chose 97 Bravo, which I think is still the same thing nowadays as it was then. I don't know what it is nowadays. I think it's the same thing. It's counterintelligence, but it was a fun, but it wasn't anything like I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like James Bond shit, and it was a whole lot of paper.
And I'm sure they didn't do anything at MAPS to try to get that idea out of your
the
head.
video they show you for 97 Bravo, it is basically a James Bond movie made by the Army.
Yeah, well, fucking airborne school or being
They literally had a guy. The video they showed us, when you're actually signing up, the video they showed us about counterintelligence, it literally had a guy in a tuxedo like at a dinner party, somewhere, and he's like talking into his lapel, and he. And then they end up going outside, and he pulls his gun out like James Bond, and they chase down this guy and catch him as he gets in a car and haul him off with a bag over his head, like, you're going to be a super spy. That was literally in the video.
Yeah, fucking our when I decided to go airborne, they made ours look like we'd never like we'd always just be flying, like you're airborne, you're going to spend the next 3 years in the air, like.
I love when the realities of some things hit you. I remember one time when this wasn't anything to do with me. It was one of the parts of MI is our aerial reconnaissance people. They go in, they basically do aerial recon and do mapping, etc. And I was overhearing a conversation, and one of the guys was bitching. They were talking about sidearms. They were talking about the Berettas at the time, and my guys had Berettas. Where you shoot a sidearms Beretta and a drop leg holster, and they were like, "Man, you get much nicer guns." He's like, "All we get are these," and they were still at the time getting revolvers. I forget which revolver it was, but it was like a 6-shot revolver. And he's like, "How am I ever supposed to fight my way out of anything with a 6-shot fucking revolver?" And I remember the colonel or whatever he was that they were having the conversation with that I was overhearing. He's like, "Well, you don't misunderstand." He's like, "Your gun isn't for you to fight your way out of anything. Your gun is for if you go down, you're to put a bullet in your damn head." And he's like, "That's all the only reason you have a gun, period." And they were fresh out of school, they were in their schooling at the time. So.
Yeah, MPs are opposites. We're supposed to do, when our sidearms are for fighting, apparently MI is sidearms for suicide.
Yeah, MI, the number one thing for MI is if you are caught, you are not to be caught at any time, under any circumstance.
Well, yeah, shit.
Yeah, you are to end yourself before you ever allow yourself to be taken prisoner. But, it's not what happened, which is why they don't let people know anything they don't need to know, because that whole thing of holding out through torture is bullshit.
Oh yeah, you'll fold. I'll
Yeah,
fold.
just tell them
Yep.
anything they want to know right away. And we know, and the military knows that. That's why they don't tell anybody anything they don't need to know.
Yep.
Wasn't that movie Ronin when Sean Bean was like, "Yeah, they told us to hold out indefinitely," and Robert De Niro was like, "No, nobody holds out indefinitely." And he's all like, "Oh yeah, what happened?" He's like, "They gave me a grasshopper." And he's like,
Yeah, a drink.
yeah.
Yeah, nobody holds out. So that's why my grandfather hated McCain. You know, my grandfather was always, you know, he said when you're in if you were his rank and you're in a concentration camp, you do one of two things: you cooperate or you die. And he said, so that means he cooperated. So I don't like him.
Well, just look at that whole what was the Bat 21 Bravo thing, where that lieutenant colonel that was in the what kind of it was like a
Observation plane.
yeah, but it wasn't, it was some kind of crazy radar. It was some, like, he wasn't even supposed to be up there. Like, he just went for like a joyride. And he,
I don't know. I don't think that's what the story was. I
yeah,
think it was.
no, it was.
He was. They were clearing the way for the bombers by counteracting. It was a.
Radar jammer or something?
Yeah, it was a radar. Yeah, they send the electronic warfare specialist.
But he wasn't. There was something about that, like, because he was a lieutenant colonel at the time, and
Yeah, well, they're
there's
trying to raid Hanoi or something, and they needed to send the electronic warfare guy plane in first before the B-52s, and so he was the top guy. And that's what he did. So his plane got shot down. So.
That's
no. So yeah, Hamilton assigned himself as navigator. So okay, he wasn't there. Trust me, man. I've read about this. There was something to the point where
But our memories
could
are
have not
failing
gone,
here,
and
both
he
of
did
us.
go, and unfortunately, and that's why they put so much resources into getting his ass out of there, because he like had so much fucking knowledge. Like he knew, you know, he was a lieutenant colonel doing what was probably a lieutenant's job, or maybe a captain at the most.
Well, I think the raids were really important. Those particular raids that they were running, though.
Yeah,
So
but
they were.
still at the he's at the higher echelon. So, like what Yankee just described, like you only need to know what you need to know, but he knew everything because he's a fucking lieutenant colonel.
Yeah,
You know.
they had a saying in the military in MI, and I forget exactly how it went, but you don't need to know why you're hitting the nail. You just need to know how to swing the hammer, and that's the field people. They just know how to swing the hammer. They don't even need to know what they're building. I think is what the thing is. You just need to know how to swing the hammer.
And my uncle did 2 tours in Vietnam, and he was in S2. So there's a lot of interrogating people, and but
My MOS deals with some of that. So
when he came back from Vietnam, he would always sit in the back of a restaurant where he could watch both entrances and exits, you know, and
I still do that to this day. I always sit with my back to a wall where I can see everything.
Yeah, but he looked at the exits like, you know, the VC were going to come in.
No, I don't expect anybody to come in, but I want to be able to see.
It was funny when I went on my first date with my girlfriend. She asked if she could sit in a booth facing the door. I knew exactly why she wanted to do it, and I said, "Oh, what do you carry?" And she's like, "Oh, how'd you know?" I said, "What other reason why did you want to see the door?" You know.
Maybe
Like,
she wanted this to have a quick escape in case a date went bad.
Yeah,
That's
This guy looks like a creep. I need to keep my eye on the door.
my MOS dealt with interrogations and stuff, but more the psychological aspect of interrogations, because that was what I was doing. I was getting into that MOS. I was getting my degree in psychology, which I did get my degree in psychology, but outside of what I was doing, it's like I always try to tell my son and my relatives, like my cousin who's thinking of joining the military, I'm like, get an MOS that you can use outside the Army or outside the Air Force. I was like, because unless some company wants to hire me, you know, to act as some sort of industrial, counter espionage person, which there aren't very many job openings in that. My MOS is worthless.
There are in the Army, because my uncle spoke so many fucking languages because of my family history.
Yeah.
I mean, he spoke, because originally,
That's what I wish I'd
born
done.
in
I'd learned
Poland, he spoke Russian, then German, and then French and Belgian and Flemish, and then, went to America, and then he went to Vietnam, and he's learned Chinese, Vietnamese, and so I mean, yeah, he went after the Vietnam War. He was just processing intelligence in Germany, because he spoke. So that's why languages are so important.
That's why I wish I had learned a language. If I'd have went, because they wanted to send me to language school, and I could have chosen what language I wanted to speak. I could have learned to speak Farsi or Chinese or whatever. And they actually send you they immerse you in the culture after your first 2 years of training. They'll send you to China or somewhere that speaks the language and let you live there for a while.
Yeah, but he had been so many places before he even joined the Army.
I wish I would have learned the language, but I didn't. I didn't go that route.
I wish I would have fucking joined the Air Force.
Yeah, I wish that every day too. If I had joined the Air Force, I would probably either still be in or be retired from the Air Force.
Fuck yeah.
I wanted to join the Air Force, was my thing, but when I went into the recruiting office, there was a line.
Yeah, I could have gotten in the Air Force with my numbers, but my family was Army, so I did the family tradition, went Army, and I was an idiot. I should have gone Air Force.
I didn't realize. When I thought about Air Force, I thought I'd just be fucking wrenching on a plane all the day, or I don't know. I didn't realize that there were cool jobs in the Air Force.
Oh yeah, there's lots of. 90% of people in the Air Force never see a plane.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because everybody thinks that everybody in the Coast Guard, they're jumping out of helicopters.
Yeah, I couldn't do Coast Guard because I'm not a strong swimmer.
I never even saw a helicopter.
I took my water survival training when I was in RIT, and I literally almost fucking died.
I've been on a helicopter. I got onto a Chinook, so it's probably the only helicopter ride I ever had.
Spent more fucking time on a helicopter than I really like to fucking think about.
I took a helicopter ride from Vegas to the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I don't like helicopters at all. I had to rappel out of one time. You ever rappel out of a helicopter?
Yep.
It's a fucking. It is frightening as hell.
Yeah,
did you get your air assault wings?
No.
Oh, you just rappelled?
Not everybody that rappels gets air assault.
Oh, air assault's a whole bunch. Air assault's more than just rappelling. It's it's sling loading and everything else. I would have got mine, but we only had a certain amount of they only have a certain amount of slots for the school, and I was a FNG, so they're not gonna give me a fucking slot.
Yeah.
So instead, they just teach us how to do it and don't give us the fucking wings. Like, oh, thanks. Dude.
Yeah, I did a sling load. Despite it.
Did you ever do the water survival? You ever do the one where they fucking tie your fucking ankles together and make you hold your rifle with your pack and jump in the fucking deep into the pool?
No, they didn't tie our feet together, but they threw us in with full gear.
They zip tied our fucking feet together. Now there's like 10 frogmen in the water ready to pull you out if you're struggling, but it's still frightening as hell.
We called it drown proofing, and I decided to ask why is it called drown proofing, because that didn't seem like a weird phrase. Drown proofing. How do you proof? Of course, I was the first to get my ass kicked in the fucking pool for asking a stupid question.
Let me ask you guys all a stupid question. Why did each of you join the military?
I did it to get out of a small town. I was very poor. My family was very poor. Because I was being raised by my mom's side of the family who had no money. My dad's side of the family didn't have, never much to do with me after I was a certain age.
So it was for the job.
It was to get the fuck out of a small town in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. And to pay for school. I had no way of paying for my schooling. I was working, trying to go to school, couldn't do it. Minimum wage was what, $2.85 an hour or something? There's no way I was going to work my way through school.
All right. Next victim, good guy with guns, Chris.
Yeah, I joined the Army because I was in a bad job at the time. I needed to pay for school. So after a day of a really bad day at work, my car just steered itself to the recruiting office. And then I went into the recruiting office, and pretty much I was very sold. I went in the Army recruiting office, and they sold me. Those recruiters lit up when I went in there. It's like, yes, fresh meat, kind of. But then, and of course I told the basic training when I was telling everybody why I joined the Army. I did it because I want to thank the country that I live in now. So part of it's out of patriotism.
And part of it is you got bamboozled by the. Is that what you think?
No, I wasn't really bamboozled. More like it was a really good deal. I mean, they were really good salesmen. The Navy folks was trying to discourage me because they just, I don't know, they kept saying, "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to do this?" Kind of attitude. The Marines, well, I didn't even think about going to the Marines. No offense, guys. Was a Marine, but the Air Force had a line. Like I said, I wanted to join the Air Force, but here's a car. So I scheduled an appointment. We'll be open. We might have it open the next week, but there's no promises.
When I was a kid, I went to recruiting station. I talked to the Marines, and the Army guy just looked at me and frowned.
Oh,
but
really?
I didn't join up. So.
Oh yeah, I was the Army was like what I did, and I was first interested in joining directly go to OCS and be an officer, but even because I was a college graduate at the time, but they said no, we want to you need to start out as a grunt first, so.
I'd have been a college graduate already. There's no way I'd have fucking joined the military.
Okay, Chris, number 2.
I don't know, honestly. I don't. It was a bunch of little things. Money for school. My grandfather and my uncle, and had a lot of family members. There's a lot of people in my life that went in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. So, and it was also pre-September 11th, so there was none of that shit going on.
Oh yeah, mine was way pre to that.
So I just I don't know. It seemed like a good idea, and honestly, like if you've ever been to the city I live in or the city I grew up in, it's like as vanilla as a day is long. Like it's just a bunch of fucking Subaru driving white guys that listen to way too much NPR. So I was like, I need something different.
You joined because of NPR.
No, that's not why I joined. But I just felt like I needed something. And me and my best friend had gotten into this idea in our fucking heads somehow. I don't even know why, but we became a feedback loop of telling each other why this was a good idea. And then eventually I was like, fuck it, I'm doing it, and I just did it. But I knew I didn't want to go to the Navy because today's Navy is not my grandfather's Navy, and much to my grandfather's chagrin, I was not about to join today's Navy. Air Force.
You don't like dancing with Marines? What's your problem?
The Air Force. I didn't realize. I didn't have a fucking clue. I called the Marine recruiter, and the dude sounded like a barking dog on the other end of the phone. That's how he talked. It was just like this fucking curt, like half yell, like fucking weird. I don't know. I was like, what the fuck? Like, fuck that. Jesus, I can't even have a phone call with this fucking dude. And then I went to the Army recruiter, and the dude was like a used car salesman, man. He fucking had that shit so polished up.
Yep.
That turd that he sold me would look like a fucking Rolls Royce, man. And then I walked out. I walked out of there, and there was at the time you could where the recruiter I went to, there was like a smoking area in front, and the Air Force recruiter was standing out there smoking. He was like, starts to ask me a couple questions as I was walking by, and I'm like, told him like, yeah, Army, and he's like, you should come in here and like check out what we got, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna go with the Army.
So nobody went downtown, got drunk, got a tattoo, and woke up in the military.
What?
That's kind of hard. That's almost impossible to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just it's like a process. It takes like a month to get all.
Oh yeah, it took a month before I was joined. So.
I think things used to be a lot different back in the day.
Well, I mean, it depends on if it's time of a draft or time of war. I mean, you got to remember it was 1985, 1986 for me, so
Yeah, it was 99 for me.
they weren't exactly recruiting people back then. They were basically like, we don't fucking need you.
They needed people when I joined. They were like so fucking low on people.
But yeah, but you were after you were after Gulf War One.
Yeah, they kicked a lot of people out in the middle of mid '90s, and then they realized they were running out of people. That's why.
That's how I got out in the '93, I think it was.
Yeah, that's about time we were getting rid of people.
I got away without re-enlisting and going down to IRR was because we got a glut of people. Yeah, so.
Okay, Brandon.
My dad and I were kind of having problems. For the longest time, like I guess I'll be kind of open about it. I kind of had resentment against my father because he had a file on my birth mother's. She got arrested. Okay, you're gonna find this kind of ironic. So my adoptive dad arrested my birth mom for something in the same city, and so he had a file on her, and it was like something that I wanted to do to find her at the time, and he didn't want to give me the information and stuff like that, and so I was like really ticked off at him about that, and then like I was also kind of like, I don't know, per se, like he wanted me to go to the police academy. I didn't want to do that because I would have been like a third-generation police officer if I'd went, and so I just wanted to do something different, and all my friends went in the Army and Marines, and I lived right next to a Navy base. It was Port Anemi CB base, and I don't know, I just didn't want to join the Navy, and I saw a small station in Oxnard, a Coast Guard station, and I went and inquired about it, and next thing... What, Yankee?
No, that wasn't me talking. That was me accidentally hitting play on a video.
Oh. So yeah, that was it. And then I was off to get made. And I kind of did it out of spite, but I started really liking it. And I always loved being on the water. I loved the ocean. I grew up with my grandfather, fishing and sailing and power boats and stuff like that. And so I was kind of fortunate. And so it was kind of more of my niche, I guess. At the time, I wasn't even into firearms. I could care less about guns at that time. I was more like, I want to be on boats. That's all I want to do. And the Coast Guard was it.
Okay, is there anybody else that was in the military that wants to say why they joined or anything? I don't know about Steven or.
That's pretty much everybody.
Okay, all the rest of us are civilians.
Yep.
I'm not the most. The whole I did it for my country. I was in the military for 8 years, and I know a lot of people like to always say they're doing it for their country. I've very seldomly met anybody that was doing it for their country out of a sense of patriotism. That was almost never the case.
Well, I'll just say why my grandfather Abraham joined is because they were in Warsaw when it was bombed, and then they fled the Nazis to Russia, and then they got shipped to Siberia, and then they got shipped to Kyrgyzstan, and he worked at a concrete factory, and the only way to not die in this concrete factory, it wasn't a death camp, but just everybody died because the work conditions were so poor. So the only way to not die was to volunteer to join the Second Polish Corps, which was formed in Kyrgyzstan, and so they fought the Nazis all the way from Kyrgyzstan to Lublin in Poland during World War II, and he was a sapper. And so it was basically not to die. He didn't want to join the army, but
most of the people I met that were in the army fell into one of two categories. They were either using the army as an ends to a means, or they were using their army as their last option, or their best option and last option. So
this was army or death. So
it was very seldomly this grand sense of patriotism that I know a lot of people like to promote. I mean, there is a sense of patriotism. I mean, when you go in there, you get wrapped up in it. And
I'd say I left with more patriotism than I showed up with.
Yeah. I mean, they drill it into you in basic training, but the patriotism stuff. I
wouldn't say it's like patriotism for the flag. I mean, yeah, the flag and all that shit, but I was more like unit pride, like the history, all that kind of shit.
Flag, no. It's like, I mean, I respect the American flag, and I don't want to see people dishonor it or burn it or anything like that, but I got into it with my brother the other day, as a matter of fact, and we hadn't spoken in years, and this wasn't like a mean fight, but it was like a disagreement. He's like, I honor the flag. I'm like, yeah, I'll respect the flag, but the flag doesn't mean that much to me. If I respect my family, he said he loves the flag. I was like, I love my family, I love my friends, to a lesser extent, I love my fellow man. The flag's a symbol. I don't really love symbols. I can respect the symbol, but yeah, I don't love it.
I got into that with G-Webs the other day because he was talking about the flag code, and I don't want to prattle on about it.
I agree with respecting the flag and following the flag code, etc. But as far as like, you gotta love your flag, I don't love my flag. They could change it tomorrow. I wouldn't give a fuck, as long as the things that I care about didn't change.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the
history that I care about, the sacrifice, the people before me. It's not. I mean, you could add another couple stars. I take a couple away. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Get rid of Texas for all I care.
Our flag's changed how many times over the. A flag's a symbol, but I respect the symbol. Yeah, I respect what the sacrifice of people made before me.
Right. Well, the flag code, I think that was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. Because of the First Amendment. But
Well, I mean, just because you can constitutionally do something doesn't mean you're not a douche if you do.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But I think that if somebody doesn't follow every letter of the flag code, or basically what pissed G-Webs off is I was thinking about buying this 38 caliber gun that had an American flag on it, painted on it. He said, "No, you can't. That's a violation of the flag code law." And I looked at it. It's like, nope, there's nothing in there that says you can't paint an American flag on a gun or on a Zippo lighter or anything else. And I didn't see how it was disrespecting the flag because I never meant it that way.
Yeah, I posed the same question to him because I put a picture of like a Under Armour material polo with like an American flag, and then I also had like the gun channels patch. So I thought it looked pretty cool, and I put it on there, and G-Webs was like, no, like I forgot what he said. He said something like, I'll never like support something that has like the American flag on it. So I was like, okay.
He hasn't read the flag code. And
I stay away from representing flags on things. I don't put flag stickers on stuff. I don't put flag stickers on my car.
My fucking army uniform had a flag on the fucking arm.
That's my uniform. But the best way I feel about it is I just don't. If I'm going to fly the flag, it's going to be on a flagpole outside my house. I don't need representations.
No, I mean, I'm not calling you out, Yankee, but I don't understand his problem. Like, you can't have a flag on the sleeve of your shirt, but my uniform had a flag on its sleeve, or half my shit had a flag on it.
Well, yeah, but when you're wearing your uniform, you're representing your country. That symbol on your sleeve is the symbol that you are representing your country, and you have the right to wear this. I don't like adorning every piece of shit with flags, like all these companies that put out all this equipment with American fucking flag on it. And what really bothers me is the people that put out this shit that have never served a second in the military. They want to wrap themselves in a fucking flag and profit off the image of the flag. Just leave the flag off your shit. If your shit's good, it don't need a fucking flag on it.
So you think a Zippo lighter with a flag is bad or something?
I wouldn't want one.
Yeah, if I had a choice between it, then I wouldn't get the one with the flag on it. But
I don't buy shit with flags on it. I mean, I don't go out looking for stuff that has an American flag on it.
I see where you're coming from, Yankee. I mean, like, there's a lot of companies out there that are profiting. Like, if you look at like a lot of even charging handles, they have a little American flag on it now.
Yeah. The only way you'll piss I'd be like, why? Well, it doesn't need to be there. Now, if it's okay, it doesn't bother me if there's like a little flag on something and it says "Made in America." Okay, that's fine.
So let me tell you this: ask how you feel about that. If I go buy a flag and I like going to the police station to register a gun because we fucking have to here, but if I go to the police station, there's a flagpole, I see it, I just salute the flag, and I don't put my hand over my heart, even though I've never been in the military. I salute it, because that's what I feel like doing. I mean, I don't stop. I just, throw it a salute and then keep on walking.
Aren't obligated in any way to salute the flag.
I know. I just do it because I respect the Constitution and everything.
Doing it.
And he thought it was wrong or something, you know. So I don't know.
I mean, I don't see any problem with. I mean, there might be some civil code about it, but I don't really see a problem with it. I don't do it. I don't stop and salute the flag when I see a flag.
I'm not. Yeah, I think it's. I'm not Catholic, but I'm not gonna go up to a Catholic church and like take a leak on the fucking front door. You know, it's all about respect. You know, you don't have to like something. Or
Well, I might do it on the Catholic church, but not because I have any disrespect for. Well, yeah, I have a great deal of disrespect for the Catholic Church. As a matter of fact, a bunch of kid fuckers who like to cover it up, so I don't really have any respect for them at all.
I thought you did it because it turns you on. But.
Well, when I salute the flag, it's because I'm saluting the Constitution and all the everything that's good that's in.
Now, are you doing a real salute or are you doing a Benny Hill salute?
Not a Benny Hill salute, you know. I mean, it's not a military salute. It's my own respectful salute, you know.
Benny Hill's palms out.
Oh, they have the.
It's British, yeah.
It's not a British salute. I went to a British salute to an American, and I don't have yakety yak playing in the background.
I know so many people that got out of the military after 4 years and still can't salute properly.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! That fucking cracks me up when I see that shit.
I'm like, did you not learn how? Did you not take drill and ceremonies? Do you not know how to fucking throw a salute?
Yeah, they're fucking like saluting from the center of their fucking forehead or the top of their fucking head or some shit.
Or the guys who have a hat on that are still bringing their hand to their eyebrow.
Yeah, instead of the brim.
I see lieutenants in active duty freaking salute in a really bad way. I've seen one. Yeah, I've seen the center of the head. I've seen the like way outside of the brim of their cap.
You're an MP.
And I've seen one.
You're an MP. I'm sure you saw all kinds of dicked up shit being an MP.
I see this thing all the time.
Thumb.
It's like, what the fuck is your hand like that? What do you do with your thumb? And your wrist broken? Ooh, there you go. That would be the one thing I would get on. I didn't care if people saluted me, but if you gave me one of these things, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, show us a proper salute.
Proper salute. Proper salute. You bring your elbow up, and your arm comes straight in, and you can't see your thumb. With my camera angle, that would be a proper salute. Your elbow has to be even with your shoulder. Your thumb, your fingers come to your brow.
You should see the palm of your hand.
Yep, it's got to be, and then you take it straight down. It's two movements, actually.
I guess I must do some dumbass civilian salute, but at least I have an excuse of being a civilian.
If anything, angle your hand down so you don't see the palm.
Yeah, you shouldn't see your palm or your thumb.
That's what I do. I angle it down.
But my camera is up weird.
And I wore glasses too, so if you're gonna salute with the glasses, you put the brim of your glasses. Yep. If you have wearing a cap, you have to wear it to bring your cap. If you have a brimmed cap, you wear it to bring your cap.
Oh God, because I usually wear my Cabo San Lucas straw Mexican hat.
If
you drive your cigarette boat to the fucking police station too.
I wish I had a cigarette boat, man.
What I love is when you would get, anyone ever been in like formation and you get like, hey, we're going to let the corporal for the first time call cadence today or something, and you'll get a command to go like, parade rest, right face. And you're like, what? You can't right face from fucking parade rest, you moron.
Oh, I've seen like a few that there's like everything. Just remember, everything is from attention. That's it.
Yep, everything is from attention. You always, if you're going from scratching your balls to scratching your ass, you go to attention first, between, and after.
I've done a few bonehead moves in there, but they mostly laughed at me. They didn't. Even the drill sergeants like, hey, the other way, okay? They didn't yell at me or anything like that.
What I always love is when you get a bunch of guys together, like, you know, you're doing like a little ceremony or something at your base, and, you know, it's a bunch of you E5s to O2s, O3s, and you're all in a formation for some little ceremony thing, and how many of the motherfuckers forget the basic commands, and you'll be like, all right, everyone, attention, right face, and they'll be like, what, left, where, right?
The only time I was...
Oh, they forget their columns. Awful. Oh, try to march them in a column and try to break column. Oh, my God.
The only time I was in charge of a platoon once full of officers, or even majors, was when I was in a hospital unit.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was a bunch of injured soldiers coming back, and they decided, your turn to be sergeant today. Okay.
Dude, after I want to say after airborne school, like I think we did drill and ceremony a few times, and then I got sent overseas, came back, got sent overseas, and by the time I got back the second time, I was like feral. Like me doing drill and ceremony was not a thing. I'd forgotten everything. Like that was like the first thing that I just forgot. I had like early onset Alzheimer's or some shit.
I think the reason I remember drill and ceremony so well is because after I got out of AIT, I got stuck at reception station where we're first teaching drill and ceremonies.
Oh yeah.
So I was teaching it constantly. So I was remembering it because of that more than anything else.
I got to tell you guys, the way the Army used to be, way back, just from my dad telling me from being in the Army Reserves, is just a lot different from when you guys were in. He was
it
in
changes all the time.
Oh yeah,
the problem is Army Reserve. That's Army Reserve is very, very different from National Guard, which is very, very different. I mean, they're all different.
Active duty, yeah.
When my grandfather was a drill instructor, he could hit people.
Yeah, when
and hit people quite often. So.
And it's also different from MOS to MOS, where like Yankee was talking about calling at the in the office no hat, no salute, all that shit. Like for us, it was like, oh fuck, that's we were very strict, like to the point where if you could tell which MOS we were if we were standing in a room with a bunch of MOSs, if we were all grouped together. You could usually tell just by with just in a regular like uniform, you could tell what we were by the way we stood and the way we interacted.
Well, my dad's outfit was so lax. I mean, and laid back and just into collecting beer, saving up the beer money and stuff like that. They actually got sent out on they would eventually go and evaluate. The Army would evaluate the reserves for readiness and give everybody a combat readiness rating. And the way my dad's whole regiment got a 0 combat readiness rating. they were doing a night exercise for the combat readiness rating, and my dad was like a sergeant or something, and so the lieutenant goes, "Applebaum, come on, follow me." And so he leads his platoon over a cliff, and they all fall down into this ravine. So they're all screaming, "Help! Get us out of here!" So obviously they were never deployed anywhere.
We are fucked. The lieutenant has a compass.
I used to have to do TDY all the time, which is.
I mean, literally the whole platoon just fell into a ravine.
I used to have to do TDY all the time, and I had to do entrance. Interviews and exit interviews and pre-investigation interviews, which is what I ended up doing most of my career was pre-investigation interviews. And I just went and asked a bunch of questions to people like, this is just kind of like a general question kind of a thing, but really we were getting ready to investigate some people. But I used to have to go to all kinds of TDY, and I saw some of the most fucked up units you could ever imagine.
Oh, man.
Like literally something from Stripes. Like you walk in and people are like taking naps on top of the trucks and laying around in like Bermuda shorts and t-shirts.
When we got ready for our first deployment, my second deployment, but it was my unit's first deployment to Afghanistan. They couldn't send us to NTC, and they hadn't built up that second. I can't remember the name of it, but that other desert. So we had to go to JRTC in Louisiana. And it was like our entire brigade, so it was everybody from our brigade went down there, and I think it was a brigade. Maybe it was whatever. It's more than a battalion. And we get down there. There's a bunch of other units that came, and including the fucking mortuary affairs or whatever they're called from Puerto Rico, and those guys were like fucking Stripes. I was like, holy shit, that's for real.
Yeah.
Like. I never see. I got killed. I'm throwing up some air quotes. I got killed by OPFOR, and so they run me through the entire system, like the ambulance and the fucking medics are playing fucking doctor, and mortuary affairs are fucking whatever, and and then I'm fucking waiting until like they get enough of us dead guys together to send us back to our units. And Op 4 attacked the brigade headquarters, and I have never seen so many dicked up people running around. Like, I mean, literally just they ran into the tent where we all us infantry guys are waiting to like go back. We're just like hanging out waiting. They're like, we need your help. We need, like, we don't, basically, we don't know what to do.
Who, mortuary
So-
affairs?
No, it was
You
like
weren't at the
whole
bottom
fucking
of a
headquarters.
ravine
The
yelling
whole
for help.
headquarters. It was like everybody. Like there was ADA guys there. There was everything, like everything. And so we're like, so this like he's like, we need you to like help us, like show us what to do basically. For the like make it long story short. And I'm like, well, I'm just like looking at them and they're standing there looking at me like I'm supposed to have the fucking like answers to like how to like repel the fucking Op 4. And then I realized none of them have their fucking weapons. And I'm like, well, first of all, where the fuck's your weapons? And they're like, oh, we left them back in the fucking
Yeah, they're heavy.
tent. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
Yeah, they're heavy.
They're
They're heavy.
I've actually heard people say that before when you're doing like combat readiness, and you'll be like, "Where's your weapon?" Oh, it's back in the truck. It's heavy.
Son
Yeah,
of
I'm
a
like,
bitch.
well, first of all, get your weapon, and then we'll talk about how to fucking.
Help us fight. What the fuck?
You get a
Well, I
bunch of
can't-
reservists, and oh my god, if you go to some of these like Army Reserve places that are like in the middle of nowhere, like Cross Lanes, West Virginia, where I was at, there's like 10 people. It's like Frank and Bob and Billy Joe, and it's like it's like going to a gas station more than it is going to a Army depot.
They're blowing the dust. They open up the gun cabinet, blow the dust off some M16A1s.
Yep.
So anyway,
There are some little rinky-dink depots around the country. You'd be surprised.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
There's one in like literally like if you just go over the Portland border into Tigard, like off of Barber Boulevard,
Mhm.
there's one back in one of those fucking neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Like in some like pristine little like suburban neighborhood, right in the smack dab in the middle of it's a freaking reserve station or something.
I remember I had to stop off at one once just to pick up something, like some sort of report or something, and deliver it. And I go there, and literally they didn't have keys to the main building. There was like 3 little buildings, and they didn't have keys to the main building. Nobody did. And I'm like, well, how do you get in the main building? They're like, we don't. And I'm like, what do you mean we don't? I don't know if we've been in there in like the last 8 months. He said, we just do our work in the outer offices here. There's only like 8 of us, so there's plenty of room. And I'm like, how do you not have a key to the fucking building?
So I had to go to Fort Vancouver once to get a new ID, and that was
Fort Vancouver is like going to a, I don't know, it's not like an army depot. It's more like a,
I didn't even know it was
it's like a touristy area. It's like going to a tourist stop or something.
Apparently there used to be, this is back in like the early 2000s, but apparently there used to be offices there, which surprised the shit out of me because I thought it was just like
Yeah, right over off the old officers' quarters.
yeah, I thought it was just like you said, like a touristy park or something. I
No,
don't
they
know.
still had some operational stuff going on there for the longest time. I think they might still have something going on there. I see them in like the stores all the time in uniform in their BDUs, and I'm like, where are you fucking coming from over here? But it's like, oh yeah, right over there at Fort Vancouver.
Yeah.
But it's funny. It's like that's another thing that's changed. We didn't wear our BDUs in the office when I was in.
Oh, you were class Bs or whatever.
We wore Class Bs constantly. I was always in Class Bs. My little green pants with my little black stripe down the side, my little vagina hat. Yeah,
the con-
always.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wore BDUs in the office. NPC.
Yeah, thank God. Ugh. I think I wore my dress uniform twice.
I think I only
three
wore my
times,
dress
three
uniform
times.
a couple of times, and once was at a wedding.
3 times.
I wear my dress uniform during balls and what do you call this? Review. What do you call this?
Now you all get yours free, don't you? I know officers, we had to pay for our fucking dress
Yeah.
uniform.
we got-
Yeah, it was free.
The
Yeah, we
first
had to
one's
pay for
free.
ours.
The first ones were free.
I remember it was $212, and I remember thinking at the time $212 was so much freaking money.
You made the big bucks back then. You made big bucks.
No. You know what
Officers
01
did.
made back then?
Not really. Yeah.
Nothing. It was like nothing.
Well, officers are considered to have the big bucks, so that's why they bought everything.
I thought it was big bucks. At the time, I felt like I was making big money. But, I had enough money to pay for a Nissan Sentra and still have money left over every month.
Man.
Those were the days.
Yeah.
So how my dad ended up, because he wound up working his career in film distribution, he ended up working at Fox, and so he got a bunch of awards towards the end of his career for the military, because he made sure that that the military, all the branches of the military, got free films, from Fox, and nobody charged him, the military, anything. Then he has like a stack of like 40 or 50 letters of thanking him from overseas commanders, Bosnia, wherever, and that was like the only film company, and they never charged the military anything, and they always got them the latest prints of whatever it was up.
You take that for granted, but man, like when you're like deployed and there's fucking nothing to do, man, and like we used to get big fucking boxes of DVDs and shit for us to. It's like I don't know where they came from, but it was like probably somebody like your dad, like at some fucking.
Yeah, they would basically. Well, he was in distribution. He just make sure they got. They didn't charge him at the conventions. The military would show up, and he says, "Yeah, just we'll send you or whatever our latest films are, and there's no charge, But they just pay for the duplication for the at the duplication companies, but there weren't any. The film company didn't charge any money to or anything, and. So yeah, they actually treated him like a VIP, and they gave him. He'd always get letters from commanders overseas, and they actually let him go out on like a Navy boat. It wasn't a Coast Guard boat, but some small little destroyer. And let him shoot one of their 30 caliber guns and their machine guns and stuff. And he has this big shell that in his garage from when the Navy let him shoot some big gun or something. But,
don't call it a boat in front of a Navy guy. He'll fucking have a little tissy fit.
It's a ship, right? Well,
I used to do that all the time on purpose. He's always call him a boat.
That's I have to say though, like I still, when somebody calls like a rifle, I
gun,
rifle, gun. I'm like, good.
Yeah.
The only if it's not on wheels, it ain't a gun.
What do you call this? My one of my sergeant first classes. She was like saying, "All right, yeah."
I have sergeant first class female. Wow, I've never seen one of those before.
Oh yeah, in the MP Corps, yeah, plenty. She looked like an elderly lady in her 60s.
What?
Yeah.
So she was a lesbian?
I don't know.
Because in the military, I found that every woman in the military is either one of two things: a whore or a lesbian.
Met a lot of whores.
I think I said something about. Or
you don't need to go to the military to find those.
Army girl's like a 4-letter word.
But yeah, she said it's like make sure you have your guns ready tonight. We're gonna. It was just regular patrol. And then I whispered, like in a low voice, "You have guns in the Army?" And she said, "Don't start with me."
We would we used to, every time we'd see a female officer, we'd pass a female, like we'd be walking somewhere that there was actually a female officer. We'd always every division's got its own, every battalion's got its own salute, for your officer. But if it's a straight, if you don't know the officer, then you just give the division salute, which is, I don't know, second ID would be like second to none. 25th,
oh yeah.
25th ID is like tropic lightning or whatever, all that shit. But no matter what, if we saw a female officer, we'd scream like in the stupidest, loudest voice that we could. Infantry leads the way, ma'am. And Only once did it ever really piss a female officer off.
They know the reputation.
Ooh.
It was funny. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen once. We were in Benning when I was reactivated as inactive radio reserve. We had a couple of females with us. Both, I think, being reactivated as our admin. I don't know why they would reactivate them, but one of them was hot, and she was. We were like getting our, our ECUs at the time, at the same place that the what they call army, what they call this, the infantry basic trainees are getting their equipment, and they were looking at her like she was piece of meat.
It's
Like
because
a lady that pounds is like.
It's because they haven't seen a girl in like fucking 2 months. If they're in basic, they're probably about ready to like burst at the seams with.
And if they do see a girl, it's like a female drill sergeant, and you can't really tell it's a girl.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
when,
you're like
when
sizing her up, like, can she
Hey.
kick my ass or not?
Yeah,
And if
exactly.
she can, doesn't matter.
Oh, we had a few, pretty good-looking drill sergeants in the MP Corps. But
We had a female drill sergeant. I forget her last name, but she was the I forget what the division title was at the time, but she was a powerlifting champion for like 6 years in a row.
oh my God in hell!
She was the meanest, strongest little bitch I've ever met in my entire life. She scared the hell out of me.
Powerlifting champion.
Dude, fucking no females on Sand Hill. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, we went up to.
barracks. When I went to basic training at Fort Dix, which I don't think they do basic training there anymore. I don't think they have for a while.
No, it's a reserve camp now for deployment.
Well, when I went there, that's where I went to basic training, and right behind our barracks, there was literally a sidewalk. There was like a patch of grass, a sidewalk, another patch of grass, and then it was the female barracks. I mean, so we were right next to the females, and we saw them all the time.
God, we would have fucking come unglued.
Okay, yeah. Here's the MP Corps co-ed. Not like they were in the same building, but it was a co-ed unit, and yeah, that was a little hard. The biggest rule: no what they call this fraternization. How many times that rule got broken?
Well, when I was in AIT and Huachuca, Arizona, it was co-ed buildings, but they had like a woman's floor, men's floor, woman's floor, and then it was all men's floors because there weren't enough women to fill floors, But there were some buildings there. It was like women are on the south side, men are on the north side. So there was a lot of co-ed shit in Huachuca.
Shit, by the time I left basic
the
training,
IDF
the
is
fucking...
co-ed.
By the time I left...
Completely.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying the IDF is completely co-ed, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Dude, by the time I left basic, the fucking lunch lady was starting to look fucking good.
We had a lot of IDF people
Oh.
coming to Fort Huachuca. I guess there's something there that they came there for training for or something. Wasn't anything that had anything to do with me, but I, saw a lot of them. That's why I always kind of laugh when people are like, if carrying a gun without a rattling chamber is good enough for the IDF, it's good enough for us. I'm like, they don't fucking do that. There's no way in fucking hell in combat they'll do that. The only time they do that is in non-combat situations, and it's not because of any tactical advantage it offers. It is because, as one of them, as more than one of them had explained to me at one point in time, it is because of an outdated religious rule that they have to carry that way while they're inside the cities and inside blah blah blah. It's got nothing to do with being tactical. They know it's a tactical disadvantage, and none of them do it in any combat situations. But you hear these people all the time, like the Israeli defense, they carry without a round in the chamber, and they train on racking it, and they think it's better that way. No, they don't think it's better that way. It's an old religious doctrine that requires them to do that.
Dude, they had like every flavor of Army at fucking airborne school. Holy fuck, dude! I couldn't tell what half of them were, or what. I'm not race, but like I don't know, like
The
their
country.
uniform, their kind of like
Oh, yeah.
rank. I was just like, what the fuck? Should I salute you?
I
Because
called half of them ushers.
no, yeah, I know. I was gonna say, should I salute you? Look at that guy's uniform. Holy shit! Look at all that stuff. That guy's a private. What?
They're like, yeah, you look like an usher at a theater at the opera or something.
That looks like he should be guarding a queen.
Yeah.
Or is a queen. I don't fucking know. But
Yeah, there's some wild ass fucking uniforms, especially some of the European uniforms. Not like English, but like like the more Central European.
yeah.
It's
Dutch.
like a skirt and pointy shoes and big frilly gold collars, you know.
The South American guys were the only guys I wasn't gonna tease because those guys were scary. those guys look like they fucking could just. Like I thought,
the guys from there, they always look like that they recruit for their military from death row.
Yeah. You laugh, but man, I want to say they were. I want to say Venezuelan, but I could have been wrong.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you see a lot of the people from like down South America that are in the military kind of training. If you actually talk to some of them or you read their files, it was like this one either had the option of going to prison or join the military.
Well, if they're coming to Benning to go to School of Americas, then they're probably fucking drug interdiction.
Yeah. And
if they're drug interdiction, they're not. They're specialized dudes. They look like they just went to some army surplus store and randomly picked out some junk and put it on, but fuck that. Don't read a book by its cover.
Yep.
I wouldn't want to do that job at all.
Drug interdiction?
Yeah.
I had a sergeant that did drug interdiction for I don't know how many years. He was at E6, E7. Yeah, I'm not gonna say his name, but when I first watched True Detective, the character Rust, Matthew McConaughey's character, actually reminded me of him. Just not quite as much of a book read nihilist, because I don't think this guy ever picked up a book unless he had to, but. That guy, man, that was one of the scariest. Oh, maybe not. He was a interesting guy. Let me just put it that way.
When I first started working with the reservist police officers back home before I ever went to police academy, my goal was I wanted to be, and this sounds stupid now, looking back on it, but I kind of wanted to be undercover. I was youngish looking, but I was like, I could go undercover because, I come from a really nasty, poor, drug-riddled background, so I have experience with these people. I know what it's like. But I remember one of the sergeants put me in my place real quick. He's like, you'll never work undercover. And I was like, why? He said, because you look and smell like a fucking narc. I was like, what? He's like, you're clean cut, you're blah, blah, blah. He's like, even if you grew your hair long, you would still look like a fucking narc. You're an army boy, and you look like an army boy. You'll never work undercover. And I was like, that's probably the best thing that ever happened to me that he told me that, because it kept me from going down that pathway.
Yeah, this guy looked burnt out. When we got him, he looked like he was. He looked like he looked burnt. Fuck.
Well, a lot of the guys that worked undercover back where I was, they looked like fucking drug addicts. And the reason that they looked like drug addicts is because they were all chain-smoking alcoholics in their private life.
Well, I don't know. He didn't do undercover. He's just interdiction. Yeah. The one story he told us was about basically observing, setting up, making everything look like they're just camping, or if they got caught, they were a camping trip, but. Mm-hmm. At night, they had all the fucking gear to basically watch these dudes with some crazy grow operation and fucking I don't know where.
Nowadays, we can do all that shit with
Colombia.
With what?
Nowadays, we can do all that shit with drones.
Yeah.
My dad was a narcotics officer in the late 70s, early 80s when cocaine, heroin, and stuff like that was really big.
When the CIA gave him crack.
And he looked totally like one of those narco enforcers. And my mom and my dad split up for 3 years because he started becoming a totally different person. And he was never home. He was gone for months at a time. And I didn't know my father when he was in his early police career because he wanted to make sergeant really quickly, and that's why he did the narc. And man, it was crazy. I remember one time he picked me up from school, and he picked me up in his undercover car, and it was a beat up El Camino. And he got out, and he had a gun tucked in his waist, and just looked crazy like a narco guy. And all the kids were like, "Is that your dad?" And I was like, "Yup." And he's like, "I thought he was a cop," and I was like, "He is." It was weird.
No, that's my pimp.
Yeah.
That was another career choice I wanted when I was younger too that I never went into.
Uh,
Country Bear made it look like fun.
I want to be a cop, but when I got out of the army, but I don't know what happened there.
Better
It just
off,
faded away. Huh?
better off not being. All the little guys like you turn into dicks when they become police officers.
Hey, at least I can result. Right now, with my job, I get people yelling at me, but I have to be nice to them. If I become a cop, somebody yell at me, I can just I just knock them to the ground. Give me a reason, asshole.
From the age of 17 to 25, when I was in military, law enforcement, etc., I was not able to have a single successful relationship. Had a lot of relationships that were unsuccessful or 24 hours long, but wasn't able to have a single serious relationship, even though I tried and wanted one. But as soon as I got out of that profession, got out of that lifestyle, bam, relationship. Been 23 years now. So I'm so glad I got out of that lifestyle.
You think a cop made you be a dick or something? Or the
lifestyle is not conducive to that. There's a reason why law enforcement has like the highest divorce rate of any profession.
Yeah, like my dad tried to balance like his marriage and like having a kid and stuff like that, and still trying to play like father and husband, but it was just very hard for him. And he was a police officer for 41 years, and he just retired like a couple years ago, and it really took a toll on him, like emotionally, physically, and just,
most every guy I know that retires from police department, and I still have a lot of contacts with police department around here. Like my kids' grandparents are big into the police department, and they know all the officers, and I know a lot of them. And most of the ones I know around here that are retired from the police department are now spending their years in their late 50s, early 60s trying to reestablish relationships with their kids and their family that hate them now.
Yeah, that's right on, because like I did not know my father, and I didn't pretty much like we didn't communicate. We were always fighting and everything, and now like our relationship is really good. We're getting to know each other, and I'm getting to know my dad. But it's unfortunate because my dad's like 68 now, and it was like a lot of lost times, and I felt that it could have been better. But I mean,
it's a lot of regrets. I've never met anyone that retired from law enforcement that their life was filled with regrets, family-wise, of things that could have been.
Sure. Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't want to, and I saw that when I was younger, and I didn't want to be that. And like I said, I want to be the guy who's 55 years old, has kids, grandkids, who's very involved in their lives, etc. And I wasn't going to be that in any of those careers.
And his dad was a cop too, and they both worked for the same department. And like I remember, I asked my dad, I'm like, why did you want to become a police officer? He's like, well, I always looked up to my father, and I never thought that my father approved of me. So and finally, when I became a police officer, he said like, basically, okay, like now you're an okay person. And it was a long tradition of family cops and stuff like that. And I don't know. So it was weird, but the police nowadays, like my dad even told me, he's all like, yeah, being a cop is not the same anymore. It's a totally different world. Like you are not a police officer anymore. You're known as somebody who like, you're pretty much like a private contractor running around streets.
Yeah, now you get in trouble for black people.
My video that I've got loaded up, video I got loaded up just now that goes live tomorrow morning is called "What Society Needs Is More Cops and Less Guns." And it's an ironic title, of course. But.
And knowing you is an ironic twist on it.
I just said it's an ironic title because the whole point of the video is why do we need more fucking cops? We need less fucking cops. We live in a time where our violent crime rates are half what they were 30 years ago. Less than half of what they were 30 years ago.
Well,
so why do we need more, better armed police officers? Sounds to me like we need less police officers and more teachers and mental health workers, etc.
It amazes me how many cops, like, people talk about, like, oh, people with a concealed handgun are just fucking, if they have a problem, they're just going to solve their problem with their gun, blah, blah, blah. They shouldn't have that. Yeah, way too often lately we're seeing cops solve their fucking problems with their guns. Like, oh, the guy didn't have, the guy was completely unarmed, or, the guy was like, I don't know.
Well, all they're becoming now is a private army to protect the ruling class, and And people will be like, well, why do they need a private army if they've got the actual armies? I was like, because the actual armies don't turn on the citizens, because they're taught their whole career that that's what they're fighting for. The man and woman back home, their fellow man, their fellow citizen, that's who they're fighting for. So when you ask them to go kill them or to repress them, they're like, no. But with police officers, they're taught their whole fucking career nowadays that the civilians are the enemy, that the problem with this job is having to deal with the civilians. They're the bad guys.
People are freaking out about whatever that SF training thing that was going on in the American Southwest. They're like, oh, they're coming to get us. I'm like, dude, they're not coming to get you. They just need space to train, because logistically it's better to train. Like if you're trying to train over long distances of space, it's actually better to actually do it rather than fake it in Gary's room.
Jade Helm.
Yeah, and I'm like, they're not coming to get you. Like, do you realize how hard that would be to convince those guys to actually do that for real?
Yeah, the army does not, militaries, that's why you see in all these countries, even in other countries like Libya, Turkey, things like that. When there's a coup and there's fighting between big powers, the militaries usually step in defense of the people.
Don't use Libyan as an example. That's the worst example.
The military did step in the defense of the people quite a bit. Unfortunately, they are torn loyalties between different factions and different warlords.
Yeah,
they
well,
don't consider themselves one country.
I'm more scared of the police than I am of the army. I honestly, like, I was one of those guys. I know what they would do. I know how they would react if they got that order. But cops, I don't fucking know.
And police nowadays, look what they're being used for. They're not being used to enforce the laws because there's less crime now than anybody that's alive really remembers.
It's because so many people are in jail.
That's what they're being used for nowadays is to trample civil liberties and to maintain status quo. They're not being...
During Occupy Wall Street, there was a bunch of veterans who came into defense of many protesters were being beat up or abused by the cops.
Veterans Association was stepping in, yeah.
And the cops, some of the veterans got hit.
Yeah.
And the cops just look at them like, "Fuck you," and you know.
That one guy got brain damage because somebody shot a fucking beanbag into his head. Like, as far as I know, you don't aim a beanbag fucking like head level. You aim down. So.
Well, that was one of the reasons here in Portland when the police got called off of the Occupy Wall Street protest. The reason they got called off is because the VFWs in the area went down and formed a line and said they were going to the media and talking about the police if the police crossed the line. So the mayor called the police back because they didn't want that. They didn't want that media. They didn't want that media coverage of the VFW standing up for the protesters.
What do you call this? No, there is some body in Oregon. I forgot her name. Again, I talk about this because I watched a video where she wanted people to only have 2 rounds, allowed to have 2 rounds. She also mentioned that she also wants to disarm the police.
Yeah, well, that chick's a fucking.
Well, I would almost support the Portland police just being given pointed sticks.
Well, a kind of question that I was asking my roommate today, and we were both, saying it like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, basically, like, what happened to where the police felt that they were outgunned or outnumbered, that they needed more stuff, or where did it all change? When did law enforcement instead of become like a peacekeeping agency become like a force multiplier of the military? When did that change? And I can't really put a finger on it.
There was no actual catalyst. There's never been a time where they were being overwhelmed. It was just a conscious effort on the part of the powers that be to create this private army.
Yeah, they made it look like it. It's perception more than reality.
Nothing supports it in reality. I mean, there's like, if you look at the violent crime rate per 100,000 in 1991, it's like 750 per 100,000.
And if
in 2013, it's 312.
And if anything, so like where it was bad is it was some of it like was of their own creation, especially down in fucking Southern California.
Yeah. Oh, and you also
those high crime areas were literally created by and like created by them,
And another thing you got to take into account too is violent crime is dropping rapidly, and we're on the verge of one of the biggest sources of violent crime charges being taken away. When marijuana is being legalized everywhere, that is like the major supplier of violent crime.
Wow.
Because they charge people with violent crimes when they're distributing marijuana or etc. So once that's gone, there's another big chunk out of the crime rate right there.
Speaking of
Then why
violence,
do you need guns then?
So why is it? Where is this justification of we need more cops?
And it's just like a lot of departments are so quick to take like these tanks and stuff like that and get all this,
MRAP.
and all the MRADs and all that stuff. I remember when DHS approached my father, who actually was a police chief in Port Hueneme Police Department in California, right between Santa Barbara and Los Angeles. And they said, hey, look, you can have all these MRAPs, and you can have, if you want, you can have all these Humvees and stuff. And he was like, no, I don't want it. And DHS asked him, well, why? No, we're gonna give it to you. And he's all like, no. He's like, because what does that say about my town? What does that say that our city's so bad that we need officers in tactical clothing, and we need these types of things to patrol our streets? Like, that's not a city that I'd want to live in.
well, in Arizona, you guys have the cartels to deal with, so.
And that's not even the cops' jobs, though. The cops there are national agencies that deal with the cartels, not the police officers.
You should have taken them and scrapped them.
Well, we got a guy in Southern Oregon who did similar thing. He didn't want the MRAPs. He didn't want this crap. He actually asked the government, hey, can I just auction them off and use it to do things like improve the streets in my town, improve etc. And they told him, no, you got to take them, and then you have to send your officers for these training classes on how to operate them, what to do in these situations, crowd control. So those items not only came with the idea that, okay, now you're going to be a military force, it came with the the strings attached that you will also let us train your officers on how we want them to behave.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
With a bill.
Yeah, it's so interesting now that like my buddy was telling me, like who's a police officer in California, he's like, hey Brandon, I'm taking the same classes that you were in, in the Coast Guard. We're taking ICS 100, 700, NIMS, and we're taking all these like FEMA courses. And I was like, you guys shouldn't be taking it. You're a civilian, police force, and that's just kind of strange.
I mean, all that weird training aside, I always thought, because you see some of the shit that some of the cops, I mean, you see like that guy that threw the taser on the dude after he shot him. That's a different bird. But you see
Sure.
cops making decisions like bad. It's bad. You can just tell it's bad training. And I always thought like in one way, I think the cops should be more like the military is training cycles. Like they should maybe work 3 weeks and then have a week off to train. Work 3 weeks, have a week off to train. Not week off, but they'll they'll be on salary, but they'll be training, not on the streets. And what I mean by training, like obviously marksmanship and all that stuff, but they can take classes where they fucking learn like how to deal with people with mental disabilities, or or people who are on drugs, or how to properly take down somebody without fucking choking them to death, or that kind of shit. Like so that these accidents don't from obvious bad training don't happen.
Oh yeah, and Yankee, what I know you said that you're a reserve deputy or a deputy or something.
Started off in the Reserve Corps in my county, and then went to the State Police Academy in West Virginia.
Okay. When did you guys have to call with your?
You do it in. I don't know how y'all do it there, but we do it in 2 sections. We do it first. You go for your armament training, and then you get stationed at like a way station and all that shit for 6 months, and then you go back for your final schooling. But it wasn't for me.
Yeah, I was just like wondering, like when, because I know where I'm from in California, in Oxnard, that police department, they qualify their weapon like every 6 months.
Then what?
They have to go in range time with their weapon for like every 6 months.
Oh yeah, well we had to too. But here's the thing: your qualification was basically a guy standing in a room saying, "Bring me back a target with some rounds on it."
Pretty much, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's all it was. You had to sign your name on your target, and there had to be some body hits on the target. 3 hits.
Yep.
And it didn't care. They didn't care if you fired 3 rounds to do it or 150 rounds to do it. You just brought them the target with your name on it.
And right now, our department back
150
home got sued for, I think it's 4.7 million because they shot the wrong guy. They were in a chase, and this one dude was just running by, and our police department lit him up with like 50 rounds and emptied all their M9 magazines into him. And then so the family filed a wrongful death suit, and they won. City paid out 4.7 million. And
well, those New York cops. Remember that video from that surveillance camera? Those New York cops. I don't know. I think the dude had a gun.
They behaved like cowards. They, instead of engaging the guy properly the way they should have, the guy who had already reholstered his weapon had their back to him walking away. Instead of putting themselves between him and the crowd and taking him down, they decided to hide behind lampposts and mailboxes like cowards and start firing wildly at him from a distance.
Yeah, how many people did they hit in the background? Like 2, 3?
Like 12, I think.
Oh, really? Jesus. Yeah, I knew it was something crazy. Like, they hit more people than they
That was just because of cowardice and poor training.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I think that's one thing that the police departments lack is some serious training, like, and not just shooting people, but like interacting. And there's just so much shit they should be doing that they're not doing. Let me just.
No, granted, the vast majority of police officers never shoot anybody.
of course,
They're basically tax collectors. That's all they are.
yeah, I grew up in the police family. I mean, my uncle's cop. I went through the Explorers. I went through the Reserve Academy. I put myself through level 1.
Reserve Academy. I love Reserve Academy. We don't even have it around here anymore because we don't have reservist officers anymore. But I wish they would do it around here, but the union won't let them because it takes overtime away from officers. They talk about how we need to have better equipment and more money. I'm like, well, how about getting the reserves back so you're not paying a guy whose salary is $55,000 a year, $95,000 a year because of his overtime.
Yeah, exactly. Plus OT. Yeah, the Reserve Academy is something cool because it was set up through our community college, and so you basically pay like $300, and it was a 21-week academy, and then either just kind of get a taste for it and see if it's something you want to do full time. Then, if you were lucky, probably about like 8 weeks into it, you would get picked up by a department, which there was the Ventura County Sheriff's. There's Santa Paula Police Department, Simi Valley, LA County Sheriffs, and then Oxnard Police and a couple other agencies. And so if you're a poacher out of the academy, chances were that they put you through the level 1 full-time police academy. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it was pretty good. It was a good system. But then, like, because it was a college program, not enough people were passing, and it wasn't a post-certified program, and it's posted police officer standard training for California. Mm-hmm. And so you would have people that, like, maybe were still on probation or something like that and just wanted to take the class for extra cred, and, or like maybe had a disqualification in their background packet that they left out, and then when they did their background, it's like, oh yeah, that's bad. So then they stopped the whole college thing.
Well, yeah, you mean I couldn't be arrested for marijuana charges 3 years ago and still be a police officer? Surprised how many people think that.
Yeah.
They're not going to find that out.
Yeah, it's basically when you make up your own background. If you're gonna go before your oral, then just tell them you make up your own reality, pretty much. So I know there's a lot of officers. This one officer told me, he's like, I used to go surfing every morning, but before I go surfing, I would take a couple bong rips and then go out there, and now he's like a detective. So but that's something California's a lot more lax.
Tell us. Then we got told us, literally, I don't care if you killed somebody. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking, did you ever get caught killing somebody? That's what they wanted to know. They wanted to know the thing you actually got caught and charged for. They didn't want it because they had too many people that'd be like, oh yeah, I used to smoke dope all the time. And they'd be like, don't fucking tell me that. So he's like, they would very clearly tell you at the beginning of the interviews, I'm not asking what you've done. I'm not asking you if you kicked your dog or whatever. I want to know what you've been convicted or charged with in your life. Don't give me your life story.
Yeah.
Because people are giving them too much information.
Yeah, people get all honest on their oral. They're like, oh well, I stole a pack of cigarettes when I was a kid, and I smoked dope right before I came in here. It's like, no, this It was funny. I used to work for a private security company, Securitas USA, and I worked up in Northern California. And this guy came in. They did the whole marijuana mouth swab thing, and looking for THC metabolites, cocaine, and whatnot. And so he failed his THC test, and he passed his THC test. And he looked at me while the tester was in the room. He's like, "Man, that's weird because I smoked a joint right before I came in here." And I was like,
"Wow."
I love it. The ones that come in and they'll ask you specifically.
It's stupid.
And I was like, let's think about it.
Though we had this in the military too. When people be getting drug tested in the military, because a lot of people in my MOS handled that shit too. I didn't, but a lot of people did. When they'd have stories about guys would come in to take the test, and they'd be like, "Okay, we're going to apply this test to you because you're under the suspicion that maybe dereliction of duty. We want to know if you were under the influence while you were in uniform, etc." And they'll go to give them a test, and they're like, "What does this test for?" And they'll be like, "Oh, it tests for marijuana, blah blah blah." They're like, "But not PCP." Like, what? Take PCP? No reason. It's like, well, now we're going to test you for PCP.
No.
But people will do shit like that. Does it test for cocaine? Will now.
Yeah, right. Apparently we have to.
I may have done ecstasy last night. Does it test for that?
No. But people say stupid shit when they're being.
And they don't. It's so weird. They don't think
That's
about
crazy.
it. It's like, what's that?
It's like when I was doing pre-interviews things, because I used to pre-interview people for security clearances. And one of the things, the sentence that they would start off with is, "Well, I'm going to be honest with you." And I would stop them right there. And like, I've never had anybody say, "I'm going to be honest with you," that the next thing out of their mouth didn't make me just have to pack up and leave because they just screwed, 6 months worth of work for the military and cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I said, "Look, here's a little suggestion for you. If I don't ask you something, don't fucking tell me." Because that sentence, "Well, I'm going to be honest with you," nothing good ever came of that.
No, and it never does.
Yeah, just like when you're watching cops after they've been asking them over and over again, "You have anything in the car?" "All right, now I'll be honest with you after I was resistant and all that." Yeah, there's a pipe on the seat.
I ain't going to lie to you. I've been smoking a little crack before I was driving. "Oh, great. Then you're under arrest."
Right.
You should have lied to me.
It's so funny too. Like it's so funny. Like when they pull somebody over, it's like, "Look, things are gonna go a lot easier for you. Like, look, help me out. I see what I can do about it. Help me out. Just be honest with me." The guys sit there and cop to like freaking, wearing women's underwear on the weekend. Next thing you know, he's pulling out crack pipes and guns and Uzis and freaking spoons. And it's like, dude, shh, invoke your fifth.
Yeah, that's what I always tell people too. I'm like, the cops try to be your friend. He ain't your fucking friend. I was like, don't fall for that. No, just tell me. As soon as you tell him, he's gonna put the cuffs on you. I always say, keep your mouth shut, stick to your lie, and let him prove otherwise.
Those are also
Sound
the people.
advice.
Those are also the people that probably shouldn't be buying a used car. Also.
Yeah. And that's why I try to tell my son. I always tell him, I was like, honesty is the best policy. You're as good as your word. People will come to understand when you are as good as your word. It'll never serve you wrong in your general everyday life. I was like, but if you're ever talking to a cop or a lawyer, tell the best version of the story, and then from then on out, no matter what happens, stick to your fucking lie.
Yeah, remember what the hell you said.
Yep.
That's the main thing.
Never changing. I don't care if you say it's black and they hold it up in front of your face and say it's white, you say it looks black to me.
You just
So
don't
you
talk
stick to
to
your
the
fucking
police.
lie.
I mean, that's all.
I was like, if you ever have to lie, that's the number one rule of it. Stick to your fucking lie. Don't ever give in.
Tell the story right.
Lawyers aren't people, so it doesn't count.
I mean, even anything in life, if you actually get to the point where you have to lie, stick to it. Go to your grave supporting that lie.
Oh, yeah, it's one of the best skills is being a top quality bullshitter.
Yep. My grandfather. There's also a difference between a bullshitter and a liar, because my grandfather used to always say there's two ways to tell a story. You can either tell it the way it actually happened, or you can tell it in a way that's interesting.
Holy shit. Ruger just brought back the fucking 327 Federal Magnum.
What are they doing it in? Like the SP-101 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted in. What?
3-inch barrel?
No, it's a fucking 4-inch barrel.
No. No, not that.
6-shot though.
Hey,
That's the good thing about it is they put 6 shots in a SP-101.
Damn it! I wish it was a 3-inch barrel or 2-inch barrel.
hey, Yankee, do you know anything about those POF H&K clones?
No, I don't actually.
Oh, because yeah, I've just been trying to ask people around, and I know Tim did a video
Asking
on.
everybody that comes on that question.
Well, because I'm about like 8 hours from pulling the trigger on it, so
How
I
much
know.
does it cost?
it's $1,600.
Which model are you looking at? What is it called? The PK or something?
Yeah, it's see, what did Tim call it?
So this
It's
is like it's like a G3, right?
No, that's the C93. That's the made by P.
Wait, you're not getting one of the little 9mm things, little MP5 knockoffs. 1,600. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, my only opinion of them is there's no way in fucking hell that a little 9mm is worth that much money.
Yeah, no shit. If you were buying one of the fucking G3s or something, I'd be like, all right, whatever, that's cool.
Yeah, but
Dude,
if you're
I
going
can-
to get something like that in a 9mm, go get yourself a little Masterpiece Arms for like $400 and have just as much fucking fun.
Or anything, a fucking Keltec, whatever that little folding Keltec fucking thing is.
I bought a Masterpiece Arms. They had one in my gun shop for like $400, and it was the FN5 or the 5.7 model, and the thing's awesome. It's pretty cool.
So basically, Atlantic Arms has hired Tim to review it, and they figure they're going to sell a few thousand of them. Is what's going on.
You don't know if they hired him, but
No, he doesn't really so
They-
much review them as he does present them. You got to remember, Military Arms Channel isn't a review channel; it's a presentation channel. It's basically a video version of a glossy gun magazine, and he won't lie about that. He'll tell you the truth. So when you see it on Military Arms Channel, remember that's the exact same goddamn thing as seeing a full-page ad in Guns and Ammo.
all right. So here, before
So do some research after you see the presentation because he has sold some shit on that channel before.
So they have listed on here. This fucking 327 is 29.5 ounces. It's got a full lug, 4.5-inch, 4.2-inch barrel. And underneath the next one down is a 4.2 with a half lug, and it weighs half an ounce more. What kind of fucking?
That's a 22. I'm looking at the same thing.
It's 22. Okay, all right, I got. But I mean, how? Still, even then, like you would think that there'd be just the same amount of metal.
Well, it's because the cylinder is more metal and less bore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I'm looking at the barrel. I didn't even think about the cylinder.
Yeah.
Because what I'm planning to do to this is when I get it in, I'm gonna put a what do you call it, a little handguard stock on it, or a foregrip, and then then a stock, and I guess I'm gonna have to AOW it, and then probably Form 1 and then SBR it. I don't know. I have to do a couple things, but I want to make it.
They also just this is my own personal opinion. This doesn't have anything to do with whether you should do what you're saying you're doing or not. If anytime anyone builds a short barrel rifle at a pistol caliber, I just want to punch him in the throat.
Unless you own a gun shot or a gun.
I'm like, what a fucking waste of your time and effort to build that in a pistol caliber. Just get you a long-barreled fucking pistol, and when you build your short-barreled rifle, make it a caliber worth having.
I love my little Masterpiece Arms. That thing's built pretty solid.
Yeah, but it didn't cost you $1,600 fucking dollars, man.
Well, here's the other thing that I was looking at.
Granted, it is that fucking cool factor of like the fucking gun in every movie from like the 80s to 90s, and I'll give you that. It's you know, it's got that cool fucking factor going. But man, $1,600 is a lot of fucking money.
Well, I was looking at the actual H&Ks, and they're like 10 grand.
Yeah, fuck that.
Oh yeah, ain't no way.
And then, and the other one I was looking at was the CZ little 9mm pistol, which I thought was kind of.
There's a CZ, there's a SIG coming out, there's like fucking AK, there's 2 different AK 9mm that are coming out. There are pistol caliber carbines literally coming out of the woodwork this year, man, and like I bet you money, one of them's got to be as good a quality, if not better, and cheaper than $1,600 fucking dollars. I mean, I could buy a really effing nice AR-15 for $1,600. like top quality, top tier.
And and here's the thing, I used to be so pro AR, like I was like,
Oh, I'm just using AR as an example,
Okay.
man. Like you could buy a really badass Arsenal AK. I mean, you could buy the best milled receiver, fully in stock, bad like Bulgarian AK or Russian or whatever they fucking are, for 1,600. I mean, you could buy yourself a fucking. You could get yourself a really fucking cool handgun for $1,600. Like I'm sure you could buy like a fucking like a Colt. I don't know.
I'd actually want to get a Desert
Python
Eagle. If I was gonna put that much on a handgun.
You could buy a Colt. Could you get a Colt Python for 1,600?
Yeah, you can. Not a good one.
I don't know how much they cost.
But
Yeah, I think I saw a 4-inch this weekend, or earlier this week. It was just under $2,000, I think, for a 4-inch Python.
Decent one.
Or you could definitely get a fucking end frame Colt for 1,600.
Oh God. Yeah. Hell, they're getting though to where now even the like the King Cobras are like $1,600. And I'm like, what? $1,200 to $1,500 for a King Cobra? No.
I don't know. I think there's better ways to spend $1,600.
Give me half of it.
Well, yeah, you can get 2 nice guns for $1,600.
Yeah, buy yourself something for $800 and give me the other half.
At the same time, though, like that thing probably will go up in value just because it's an MP5. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not.
I'm sure it's awesome. I just wouldn't spend that much money on it.
Well, here's what I was thinking too, and I hate to be that guy, but when 2016 rolls around, there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna freak out.
Oh, you're already that guy just by wanting an MP5 pistol knockoff.
Okay, yeah.
Obviously, but where would an MP5, where in 9mm, where would that ever serve you better than just a high-capacity handgun? Or two?
Oh no, no, you're absolutely right. Like this is like just like my Masterpiece Arms and my Spawns 12s are just cool factor guns. I am guilty of being that guy that buys movie guns. If I could buy the Aliens Pulse Rifle, I totally would.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with collecting. Yeah,
if it's a cool factor, I see nothing wrong.
But I've
with
seen
it.
so many people buy, like thinking that's going to be like, that's going to be the gun to have if shit hits the fan. Just have a Glock 17 that nobody can see and you can actually put away if you don't want people seeing it.
Oh no, like yeah, no, like it was funny. Like my girlfriend was saying, like, oh yeah, hon, if we ever need to get out, you're gonna take the Spawns 12. Heck no, I'm sorry. That's a cool collectible, but that thing is terrible as far as using it in a defense situation.
What you got to do is you got to be like me and just get a friend who has an MP5, and then you can go get your rocks off with his, and then not ever be tempted to buy one.
I gotta start becoming Steven Seagal's friend because that guy goes in the gun shop so much, and I know he's got a bunch of cool stuff. He's really good friends with our sheriff here at the town, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, so wonder what kind of cool stuff they got.
I was in my gunsmith, the guy who has MP5, and I don't know which sheriff department or local PD. It was probably local PD. Their SWAT officers got upgraded from MP5s to some kind of AR-15. I don't know what it was, and they brought all their MP5 machine guns in for him to have him destroy them.
Oh my God!
So he chopped them up. Chopped up the barrel, chopped up the receiver, and he had I think he had about 10 of them.
Is he okay?
I walked in, he's like, check this out, and he opens this box up. It's like, I just finished, and I'm like, oh my God, and he's like, yeah, that's about $10,000 worth of, and I'm like, oh, that's insane. And he's like, yeah, it bums me out, and I'm like, he's like, this, instead of, they could easily give these, or transfer these over to a smaller PD that doesn't have enough money to buy, like their SWAT team doesn't have enough money to buy something like this, but instead they just chop them up and destroy them.
And why were they destroyed?
Because they weren't using them anymore.
Well,
get them off the books, destroy them, get rid of them.
Oh, so they weren't transferable. They were military law enforcement weapons.
Yeah, they're law enforcement only.
Oh, stupid NFA laws.
Well, like he said, they didn't even bother to even try to pass them on to a PD that didn't have very much money.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right either. There's a lot of departments that like they have not a lot of money.
Damn, man, I wish this fucking 327 was a shorter barrel. This fucking sucks.
Yeah, I think a 3-inch, a little more concealable without that high vis front sight would have been a lot more
Dude,
appealing to
have
other
to
people.
say, when you can get it, I love that caliber, but I like it also because like you can shoot two. You can shoot all the 32 caliber through a 327. So
Oh.
the other 2 or 3 32 caliber revolver cartridges, revolver, not the semi-auto, but
If they made that a 2.5 incher, I might buy one.
hell yeah, dude. I also want to get my J-frame back for my aunt and give her something that would suit her better, and I think something like that would be way better for an old lady.
It's like they make that stupid 22 long rifle version. I'm like, it's a fucking Ruger. Make it a 22 mag.
Yeah, no shit. And
Yeah,
don't make it a
those are
6 shot. Make
much
it a
as, yeah, and right there, a 6-shot, and they're almost as much as, you know, even just a 38. That's ridiculous.
dude, make it a fucking 8-shot 22 mag. You know how much money they would make out of a stainless steel 22
I'd
mag,
buy
like a
one.
nice.
If they had that gun in 22 mag with the 4-inch barrel, 8-shot 22 mag, I'd buy it.
Or their LCR, that's a 20 as well. That's a 22 mag, but it's only a fucking 6-shot.
Yeah, that I don't get. I don't understand why it's just a 6-shot. Like, why could you only fit 6 rounds into that?
Well, put it in the fucking 357 Magnum frame and then stuff 8 rounds in there. Fuck. God damn it.
Well, if you can get 5 38s out of it, why would you only be able to get 6 22s? That doesn't make
You
sense.
get 8 22 long rifles out of it. I guess it's got to be stronger between the cylinder, but I don't think it'd have to be that much stronger between the damn cylinders. Sure, there's a reason for it, but make the fucking cylinder stronger.
It's a Ruger. Come on.
I just don't like the looks of the 3-inch barrel on that thing, on the LCRX either.
Rugers make pretty good guns.
Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of their. I like their revolvers more than anything. Not a big fan of their semi-autos.
That's all I like. I'm waiting. I just ordered a Super Blackhawk Hunter 44 Magnum.
yeah.
I'm pretty psyched about that.
I had one of those for the longest time. That was an impressive gun.
Oh, I'm excited. I've never even shot a 44, but I got 357s. I picked up a couple of boxes because I'm waiting for it to come in. And like, oh man, it's gonna be fun. It's expensive, but it's gonna be fun. And I've never had a problem with Rugers. Never got semi-autos, but
I've heard something like on their whole Ruger's politics or something like that. They were anti-civilian and owning firearms or something like that.
Yeah, Bill Ruger was.
yeah, but he's dead now. I don't know. It was a whole 10-round thing, I think is what that was.
Oh, okay.
And I don't like the read instruction manual on every gun, but I'd rather have that than a lock, I guess.
Well, it's because they got in so much fucking trouble, lawyers in the 90s.
There was my
Yep.
Ruger there.
Oh, sexy.
That's a Red Hawk?
Blackhawk.
Yep, Super Blackhawk Hunter. Set up for rings and go.
I'll leave it stuck on that screenshot for a second.
I was gonna say, what did that little thing that came up above my screen that said Hawaiian Volcano is presenting to everyone? Like, that doesn't sound right.
You pervert.
Yeah, that gun was a brute.
Jeez, that thing's pretty gnarly.
Yeah. 44 Magnum. So
Oh, yeah, that is no slouch.
that long ass fucking barrel was at 7.5 inches, I think, or something like that.
Yeah.
I should buy a revolver just to have one.
Everybody should have at least one revolver.
Yeah, what the fuck? You can spend $1,600 on a fucking Iranian or Pakistani fucking whatever, but you don't own a revolver?
I've never owned one. The only person that owns a revolver in my family is my dad, and because it was his father's, so a little 38 police snub nose.
Let me just tell you something. Right now, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
I'm still not a fan of semi-autos, and I'm pretty young. I love revolvers.
I have a handful of them. I plan on buying more.
Let's see what
I
kind
have
of
one.
revolver.
I have a Ruger 357 Magnum. It's fun as shit. GP100. It's a great gun.
Taurus makes a bunch of revolvers, huh?
Fuck that. You don't want that shit.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Taurus. Although the first carry gun I ever bought myself was a Taurus. It was the Taurus 22 Magnum. It was like a 617 or something like that, or 714 or something. I can't remember what the damn thing was. It was a Ruger. That's all. I mean, it was a damn Taurus. That's all that matters.
Hey, Yankee, what do you think about the Ruger Super Red Hawk 454?
Oh, I like the Super Red Hawks. Except for the thing about the Super Red Hawks that gets me is that fucking barrel.
Yeah, I hate that too, because I was looking at those where it looks like the snubby, and then they just
It looks like they just
threw the barrel in.
Yeah, it looks like they just welded a pipe to the end of a snubby.
Right, yeah.
Hey, if you want to check out revolvers, there's this other guy that's in Hawaii here that actually I've met. He's got his channel has tons of revolvers. That's all he does is like Old West revolvers. You probably like his channel. He's named his channel after John Wayne's film company, so it's Batjack JW. So like check out his channel. It's just all revolvers, movie revolvers, movie guns, movie revolvers. That's all he does, pretty much.
The one movie revolver I'd love to own was the one from that movie Last Action Hero that the bad guy had.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
It was Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's a pretty cool movie.
Yeah, I don't really see a lot of movies.
It's a pretty bad movie. It's what it is.
I saw it when I was a kid. Who doesn't want to go into a movie theater through a magic ticket?
Watch it again.
Oh man, okay, I know what you're talking about. Last Action Hero?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad movie. I'll still watch that once in a while if I'm up for a laugh.
Well, looks like I have to buy a fucking SP-101 now.
I have no clue what y'all are talking about. I've never seen that movie.
Don't bother. It's a fucking abortion of a movie.
Yeah, it's not that great, but if you're into B movies, it's fantastic.
Oh man, I remember
Even though
that.
it's not a B movie, but it's a B movie.
Soundtrack was awesome though. It had AC/DC, Fishbone, Queen's Red. Yeah.
I like AC/DC.
Every movie in that fucking time period had AC/DC on the fucking soundtrack.
That's true. Except Terminator 2, which came out about a year before that movie.
Guns N' Roses, close enough.
Okay.
Yeah, put that channel in the internal.
Nice.
I was way off on the spelling on that.
Smith & Wesson 500. Screw that.
I like how you guys are going big, and I'm looking at like a fucking little fucking squirrel, as Bob would call it, a squirrel gun or some shit like that.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the main reason I subscribe to Yankees channel. He's got some sweet revolvers.
Well, revolvers are always my first love. Firearms.
I think they're mine too. That's what my first two guns I ever fired were revolvers. My grandpa had a bunch of revolvers in one Smith & Wesson Model 39, which is their 9mm, the first 9mm they made.
I didn't even grow up shooting them. It was always, man, revolvers, they just look cool. They're cool as hell. I love them. Once I actually started getting them, like, oh, man.
I got a question for Yankee. If I bought a Vaquero, what barrel length should I get?
4 7/8, or 4 3/4, I think they're called on the Rugers.
Alright, cool. That's the one I was looking at.
Anything else seems unbalanced to me.
I mean, I'll probably get a longer one later because why not? But I was thinking about buying this.
Which one? Yeah.
I guess I could take my $1,600 and apply it to like get a Tavor or something like that. That'd be kind of cool.
No, no, here Yankee's gonna. No, he wouldn't. Let's not have that argument. It's too late at night. Wait till I got like a caffeine rush or something.
Watch a
Oh,
bunch
those
of
are cool. With be able to switch out the cylinders. I've never shot moon clips. It just seems like an extra thing where that's like a magazine.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
well, I would say take your time and just figure out. Don't rush.
Moon clips for what? The Vaquero?
Yeah, because you have the
No,
extra 45
it's-
ACPs.
Oh, the 45 ACP, but yeah, I don't like.
No, it's this shoulder. There's like a shoulder on the inside of the cylinder that catches the case from the front, rather than the rim of the cartridge catching it from the back. It catches it from the front.
Yeah, I think the 45 ACP cylinders, you don't need a.
You can't, because of the loading gate. You couldn't load a moon.
Okay.
So it's.
Oh yeah.
There's a few revolvers that do that. The semi-autos that they have a shoulder on the inside of the cylinder that catches it from the front.
Just lipped. If you look in there, there's just a little lip where it catches the rim of the case.
Yeah, I guess shoulder is probably the wrong term. I don't know what the right term would be. But fuck yeah, that way you can shoot two different. I mean, it's
No,
not like
yeah,
a
that's
it's
really
not like
cool.
a 357 or something, but it's like, you shoot 45 auto all day long for way cheaper than 45 Colt. And still not be like,
But not nearly as much fun.
Yeah, but it feels better. It probably feels better than shooting 38 through it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know like how many guys how many of you guys carry the M&P Shield, but I just recently picked one up and I thought it's pretty amazing, small concealed carry handgun. And I got mine without the safety, and
It's called the non-pussy model.
Yeah.
yeah.
Congratulations, you have testicles.
So my buddy was like, dude, like, how could you not get a gun with an external safety? You're gonna blow your balls off. And I was like, so you would worry about a safety if you had to pull it in a second? Like, that's the last thing I want to worry about.
I've been carrying for 15 years and I have yet to shoot my balls off.
Right?
That's as a civilian and in the military.
I haven't done it yet. I'm not saying I won't. I'm just saying I haven't.
Well, we probably do it for fun, for a few. At least do it on YouTube if you're gonna do it, so we can all see it.
GoPro.
I hear that too with like a couple guys I work with. Oh, they have their permit. They don't carry all that much, but they don't keep one in the tube either. Like, what the hell's the point? Be fast and all that. Like I only have one semi-auto, but carry. Yeah, you bet your ass I'm gonna have one in the tube. No different than a revolver, as long as you don't pull the trigger.
Yeah, what would they do if they owned a revolver? Have a fucking like dead cylinder after the first pull?
Yeah, go single action with
You'd be surprised how many people
I don't know.
think they need to do that.
Well, I mean, single action army, I get it, having the hammer on a dead cylinder, but are you gonna have the
Right.
next cylinder dead too? Like, this is
Yeah,
my
but
single
that's what
action
they- I
army.
don't
It
know.
only holds 4 rounds. Why does it only hold 4 rounds? Well, I don't want a round in the chamber or a round on the hammer. Okay.
Yeah, I just never.
that's
I've tried to convince them multiple times. Like, hey man, how many times have you? I mean, they're hunters and stuff. Okay, so you rack one in the chamber, then you walk out of the woods. You put on the safety. Whatever. Triggers a safety either way. So.
So I'm looking at pictures.
Have you ever had one go off?
I'm looking at pictures of Ruger Vaqueros. I'm scrolling down. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line down, there's a Yankee Marshall picture. Let's see. So, yeah, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th,
Yeah,
9th.
a lot of the guns.
Like 10th right there's another Yankee Marshall photograph. I'm like, god damn it.
Yeah, if you look up a lot of gun models, my pictures. If you do the video images, my pictures come up quite often.
Yeah, because they're the sexiest looking guns.
Oh, Yankee, what was that about? Like, pretty much you're doing like a dangerous thing carrying around your Glock, and you're surprised your Glock hasn't killed you or something like that.
I've done lots of videos like that. I wouldn't.
Oh man, I was listening to that video one time with my buddy. He's like, dude, and the next day he's like, yeah, tomorrow I'm going to do something pretty dangerous. I'm going to carry my Glock, so if you don't hear from me the next day, it's probably because it killed me.
Yeah, I think I remember. I forget that one, but it ends up with me dead.
We can dream, can't we?
But I don't remember. I never remember which one of my videos were which. People ask me all the time, which video was it you said this? I'm like, how would I fuck would I know?
True.
I was like, you watched it and you don't remember. I didn't even watch it.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, so how did you start doing your green screen thing? Because I almost like lost my mind the other night when I went on a venture and bought a Macintosh computer.
You mean like how did I?
Like, well, because I wanted to start doing the whole green screen thing, and I was thinking about like, well, maybe like doing like how Matt does, like getting the cloth in the back. But I was like, no, I kind of want to get in the whole green screen. So, I called my friend. I was like, hey, look, I don't know much about computers, but how do I do green screen stuff? He's like, oh no, you need a Mac. So I was like, oh okay. So I went to the store. Asked him like, hey,
I don't know if it needs to be a Mac or not. But...
So I went to the store and I bought a Mac, and then I brought it home, and I'm like, what are these little stoplight buttons? I got a red, I got a green, I got a yellow, and then
what
like all this other.
program are you using?
Huh?
What program are you using?
It was just the iMovie stuff, and
iMovie's a nice simple program, but it doesn't do green screen very well. You need to use like Final Cut Pro or something. It does the chroma key a lot better.
That's not free.
No, it's not free, but it's. But that's the reason I had to upgrade to a paid program, because I always used iMovie forever. But green screen was the reason I had to pay for one, because none of the free ones tend to do green screen very well.
Is that what you use? Use a MacBook?
I use a Mac Mini.
Mm.
I just got a little Mac Mini here with 2 monitors on the wall.
But Final Cut Pro is like what, $700, $1,000 or something.
Well, like I thought basically when I bought my little MacBook that it was going to be just as simple as like how the iPads are, where you just you drag and you drop and you select and you import.
Oh no, the program's not.
Yeah, it was way more difficult than that, and I was getting like all frustrated with it, so I was like, maybe Macs are not good for me. But then that's like the only thing that is simple compared to like Sony Vegas and all the other stuff, and so I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to go back and just take a class or something, because I've never used a Mac before.
I mean, once you get to where you're using it, it's so much easier than any other computer. You gotta get used to it.
Yeah, of course, taking a class is always good if you're going to use Final Cut Pro. I mean, I'd say go take an Avid class from Avid on it.
I mean, I figured it out on my own, but it took a while.
Yeah, I've always been one of those type of people. If I don't get it like in the first couple of days, I get all discouraged, and I'm like, argh. So I'll probably have to just. Another thing, I got the 13-inch screen, so it was really hard to focus in on, and I felt like I was just probably gonna get a bigger monitor.
Anything else you guys want to talk about?
I had to turn that Super Black Hawk Hunter picture into a drawing so I could post it on Instagram.
Nice. Do you still have that, or did you get rid of it?
What? No, I sold that a long time
Super
ago.
Black. Oh, yeah. I just shipped today, so like Wednesday it should show up, and then I gotta wait 2 days for a ridiculous waiting period.
So now it's a drawing.
We gotta wait like 2 weeks.
There, now it's a drawing. So
Get
that
a
program
permit.
turns into the charcoal drawings.
You gotta wait 2 weeks?
For handgun,
Oh, man.
you get a permit.
I don't like
you
waiting 2
apply
days.
for a permit, and then you wait 2 weeks before they give it to you.
You guys have to apply.
Is that permit supposed to piss you off and make you more angry when you get the gun, or let you cool off?
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't want to march into a police station and start yelling at people, but, you know.
That's what you should say. When you walk in, they tell you there's a wait period. You should say, if I have to wait 2 fucking days for my gun, I'm going to shoot somebody.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not.
That'll help get you permanent. I mean, doesn't matter because I mean the guy who signs it is in Elo, and I'm on the other side of the island, so probably it doesn't matter what I say. Phone a police station.
I think it would. If you said something like that, I don't think that would go too well for you. It just seems crazy. Like, okay, so I ordered it, what, Saturday morning?
Yeah,
It's not going to get there till Wednesday.
When I got my Ruger LC9S Pro, I mean, yeah, I wound up waiting almost a month because, I mean, I ordered it, and then they had to wait for it to ship to the island, and then I had to go and I had to apply for he couldn't get the number, a Hawaii register. I mean, you know, he's like a Davidson's dealer. He couldn't sell it to me until he got it, and then after he got it, he had to wait for the Hawaii Police Department to issue him a permit number for it, so he could a registration number for it. I mean, and then and they were behind on those, so that took a week, and then when he got it, he could sell it to me, and I had to go down and fill out the permit after, but I couldn't do that until he got his number, so then I had to go down. Then I had to wait 2 weeks, and it was like and then there's like a day late, and there's a holiday, and yeah, it was almost a month before I got it, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Long guns are easy, you know. You just
yeah, long guns are great. I can fill out the paperwork and walk out with it and hit the range right away.
Yep.
I want to get me some Ruger. I want to get some a Bisley. I haven't had a Bisley in a while.
I was looking at those too.
Which one's
Bisley
the
Hunters.
Yeah, the Bisley is nice. I like that.
What's the difference between the Bisley and the Vaquero?
The grip and the hammer.
Yeah.
Is the Bisley the one that kind of has the hammer kind of droops down a little bit?
Yeah, the hammer's kind of looks like it's almost sagging, and
Yeah.
the grip is curled straight down more, thinner.
You know
Yeah.
what pistol I always thought looked cool, and I don't know if anybody makes one. Is a Colt Lightning revolver. It has the grip on it is I think that grip it's got a weird, like, I don't know, it's just weird looking, but it's kind of cool looking at the same time.
You were there when we did the Altamont company, when we went to their website and looked at all their grips, right? On that chat.
I don't know.
They make grips for everything, wood grips. They're awesome. Altamont company. I'll put a link in really quick.
The Lightning's a pistol that Val Kilmer wears in a shoulder holster in Tombstone. It's the smaller pistol he concealed carries.
Oh, that's awesome. Say when.
Yeah. I just think it's cool looking. I don't know. Not with a long barrel, with a little short barrel like he's got.
Is it a 357 that he carried?
Oh no, that's 357 wasn't invented until I want to say the
Tombstone?
30s. Yeah, it was it was probably some, I don't know. I don't know enough about the gun.
That doesn't mean they wouldn't have carried it in the movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It says 32 Colt, or no, okay. If he carried a Lightning, it would have been a 38 long Colt, which is probably like a 30, some early 357-ish.
I kind of want the SAS, the Vaqueros.
I thought you had those.
No, I just got a match set. I just got 2 Vaqueros.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
The gas ones have the nicer hammer. I wish I had the nicer hammer. Plus, I would have had to replace the grips on it because I can't stand those black plastic grips.
So 700.
Yeah, I don't like those either. It's got to be wood and steel. I don't like plastic grips.
I have. I have.
Why is this a single action army $700?
I've got the wood grips on mine, as you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
30.
Did you polish that thing up, or did it come?
No, they come like that.
Yeah, they come gloss. Nice. That's a 45. Okay.
Yeah.
So they have a pretty nice finish on them.
Yeah, they're not bad. I mean, I don't feel the need to do anything to it. It's a nice cowboy gun. So.
You don't feel like you need to do anything to do that. Probably says a lot.
Yeah, I've looked at those with the plastic grips on them, even the blued guns. Like,
Yeah,
I would replace that immediately.
I had one that I really liked. I had a Ruger, I mean not a Ruger, a Beretta Stampede Bisley, and it was an awesome gun. But the reason I sold it is because you couldn't get wood grips for it.
Didn't they originally come
Okay, check out this website for grips, Altamont Co.
Yeah, I've had some of their grips.
Yeah, well, if you haven't seen, if you don't know about them, check them out. I mean, if you know about them, because they make awesome grips, and for.
It's not working for me, but.
Holy shit, Colt Lightnings are expensive. Fucking hell. Of course they're expensive. They're fucking 100-something years old. I'm fucking sharp as a fucking watermelon tonight, man. I'm just fucking out of it.
I mean, that company makes incredibly awesome wood grips, but whatever.
Oh wow, future weapons was just at our gun range. Huh. And so is James Yeager.
I'm sure they can just fumigate. Get rid of the smell of Old Spice and smugness.
No, Yankee, it's Axe body spray, man.
Body spray, okay, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
we do.
That's way more his speed.
I thought about taking one of his classes though. It looked fun, like the civilian contractor or the fighting rifle.
Oh yeah, I recommend them to anybody. I wouldn't care how much of a dick I think he can be. I'd still recommend his class.
Seems like he puts his students through a pretty good training, and they really try to beat those rifles down. That's good though.
People ask me all the time. They'll say something like, "What about James J? He's a dick." And I'll be like, "Oh, so I shouldn't take his class?" Like, "Oh, fuck no, you should take his class. That doesn't mean he's not a dick."
Yeah, you can be a dick and have knowledge.
Good at what you do and be a jackass. Altamont used to make some grips with like a maple leaf pattern on it that I had. I'm trying to find them.
Why would he go and do that?
It had like a leaf pattern. I can't remember what it was, and they were really pretty. And I'd like to have another setup.
I always want to take a class from Matt Graham. That guy seems like
Those some with the Boy Scout logo on them. I don't even tell people I was a Boy Scout. I act like I was ashamed of it.
I was in Cub Scouts. They had such great grips though.
I get shit all the time about we're reaching out to all the Eagle Scouts. I'm like, fuck you, Boy Scouts. I don't want nothing to do with you anymore.
When I was a Cub Scout, I remember the main thing I remember is my dad took me to the Lakers game at the Fabulous Forum, and we watched Gail Goodrich, I think, play back then, and I won the car race that they have with the downhill. Yeah, we put a weight in the front. Yeah, we put a weight in the front of our cars. we drilled the weight in the front of the car, so it went down the ramp and it went down faster because it had a weight in there. And then we put putty over it so nobody could see it.
Cheaters.
Not cheating. It wasn't cheating. Wasn't cheating at all.
I think some pretty good grips here. I want to get the, I'm really sad that they don't have a Scorpion gold grips.
Trying to find, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting a grip for my 1911, other than just the standard. I like the standard grip that came with it, but I mean, these are just some of the wood grips are cool. I don't know.
I had a set of grips on that Beretta that I did the video on that I sent off to Wilson Combat.
You got that thing back?
Like, oh, those silver wood grips on there are so awesome. I was like, yeah, well, I'll keep those. but those were Altamont grips, I think.
That Beretta looked awesome. I sent that video to my dad because he loves the stainless Beretta. And
Did you get that thing back yet?
Hell no, I don't even know when I'm getting it back. I can't. I'm pissed at him about the Brigadier, and I can't say anything because I still got my other gun. I can't make a video going.
Who are we talking about?
Shit, and then have him still have my other gun.
Oh, those Altamont are decent prices too for those. They look nice.
Yeah, they like I said, I had some used to have like a. It was like a maple leaf pattern at the bottom. It was really nice. I've been trying to pick up a Colt single action Army.
A real one?
I've got one, but it's really old. I would never ever even dream of shooting it. It's a 357. The first three digits are 357, so that tells you it's from 1939. So I don't want to shoot it. It's still in the presentation box, still in mint condition. So, but I'd like to have one that I could actually shoot.
Hell yeah.
I was actually thinking about sending this thing in the Wilson Combat. That's my dad's old patrol pistol.
Which one? I can't see anything. Why can't I see anything? Oh, there. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Beretta 92.
Old Beretta, yeah.
It's an Italian one, too. It's got the stainless controls.
He gave it to me after he retired, and he's like, hey, look, you can have this. And I said, okay, cool. So, I don't know. Maybe give it back to him after I do some work to
Send
it.
it to me. I'll see what I can do with it.
Isn't that a felony now if I give you a gun in your state?
Transferred legally. Just send it. I'll give you my FFL's number and everything.
How much do they charge for a job like that?
To do everything I had done, about $800.
It's not bad.
No, I mean it's doing a full custom job. I'll wait to see how good a job they do first before I say whether it's good or bad or not. But the Brigadiers that Beretta is sending them, they hired a guy from Beretta to do the Brigadiers for them. The ones he's putting out, I can't say I'm impressed. Mine came in with a huge gouge on the side of the slide. I had to send it back. They're back in possession of it now.
Oh.
How long was that out?
It took months to get it, and then when I got it, it wasn't used. It wasn't. I wouldn't accept it. Had to send it back. So.
Jesus.
Yeah, for $800, you should definitely, get.
Oh, I told him, I was like, you all shouldn't be letting them send stuff out with your name on it like this, because this was disappointing. Where is the picture of it?
There's a 1911 grip on here. It's Grimshaw, like flowers or leaf pattern. It is fucking cool looking.
Where?
It's like halfway down. It's like in the middle. It's like a floral. Actually, it looks more like oak leaves or something.
On the whatever Altamont or whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, they're on their Scrimshaw gallery. It's like it's way down halfway down it, and it's like a black background. Like all the, I don't know how to explain it. I would give you a link, but there's no way for me to link it because it's the page doesn't allow it.
Yeah, I'm seeing it's like ivory with lines and stuff.
Scrimshaw the gallery.
You should be able to link it. I'm looking at it.
Gallery, okay.
I can link it, but I can't link it to the exact model I'm talking about.
Okay, how many rows down is it exactly?
A lot.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. First of all,
Yeah,
if there's one with the American flag, you guys will hate that one. I know.
I'm at the same spot.
It's past halfway down.
Was it the one by the American flag on the left? On the left.
It's
a ton of American flags.
Yeah, there's an American flag above it. There's a stupid skull, cow skull below it. Maybe I just think that's cool. I don't know. It'd definitely have to be on a blue gun, though. That wouldn't look good on anything else.
Yes, I can hear. What's up, boys?
How's it going, man?
How's it going?
Buy a cow skull. I'm looking for cow's heads.
I'm getting really hungry.
Giant American flag above it. There's some cobras and shit. There's like 4 cobras above it. Holy shit.
I never saw the scrimshaw section before. What was that, Yankee?
What the fuck are y'all looking at?
The scrimshaw gallery on the right of the Altamont.
Oh, I see what you're looking at now.
I was like, what the fuck are they looking at? Cobras.
Right next to the half ivory, half
Yeah.
something.
Where the fuck is my phone?
Yeah, it's like half ivory and like a weird little pattern.
I think I left my phone in my Jeep earlier.
How do you like your Jeep?
I like it. The worst driving car I've ever fucking owned, but I still like it.
Yeah, that's what I say about my Land Rover Discovery. It's the worst driven car I've ever owned, but I love it.
It's like an exercise in sheer terror to drive it at 75 miles an hour on the interstate at any time, but it's still, I like it.
Yeah, whenever I go past 60 in my freaking Land Rover on the freeway, like I always feel like I'm just gonna fly into like the center divider.
Like I always try to tell people, with the Jeep, you actually have an appreciation for driving because you are constantly actively driving.
Yep.
Because you are always like, nope, stay in the fucking lane. Stay in the fucking lane.
Just you won't fall asleep at the wheel.
Yeah. You're like, nope, this end stays pointing down the road. Keep this end pointed down the road.
Yeah, that's so funny. That's exactly how I feel driving mine. It's funny.
Damn, some of these are straight up like truck stop tattoo fucking style. What the? There's a fucking chickmunk with a nut on one of these. A scrimshaw chickmunk on with a fucking nut. What does that even mean?
I like the bounty hunters. Just some guy in a cowboy hat.
Yeah, some of these are like some of these are awesome.
Some of these look like cartel grips. It's kind of funny.
I think the one I liked was like a total like Canadian cartel grip or something.
Canadian cartel stuff.
Too funny, man. Jesus Christ.
A Biker Bob scrimshaw. Yeah.
Well, some of these are way too floral. They're like fruity floral, like cartel
I think
style.
I knew a hooker with that rose on her. Thing.
Dude, I think I saw that. It's like a grandpa tattoo or something. I don't know.
You need to get one of these cartel grips and then put it on like a stainless steel Taurus. That'll be the ultimate cartel gun ever.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But with a high polish.
Yep.
I have that bitch polished the hell
You
out.
need that. You need that. What's that? The Saint, whatever that they cartel Saint or whatever.
Oh, the dope gods.
Yeah. Which one is it?
Isn't it Pablo? Pablo Escobar's a saint down there.
No. There's a Saint they actually have for all the cartel guys. I can't remember which saint it was, but it's the one that they have. It's their
fucking saint of high turnover.
Jesus,
I'm dead.
Mount Lion face. Oh my god.
Nice knowing you guys.
I don't know.
I'm gonna wake up, my tongue pulled out of my neck tomorrow, but whatever.
That's what you guys are talking about. It's like a little figurine that they always keep on their dashboard. I want to say it's like Jesus Santo de Muerto or Muertos or something like that. Basically, like God of the Dead or something like that.
Yeah, I know one of you Arizona guys would know that. So many cartel people down there.
Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't been kidnapped yet.
Well, give me a second. I'll be down there soon.
Wait till you buy that. Never mind. I don't know if you're gonna buy that gun after everybody's trying to talk you out of it. So.
Yeah, you know, it kind of sucks. I wish everybody was like, "No, man, buy it." Now I'm like,
What do you want to buy?
The POF H&K MP5K clone.
$1,600.
If you're gonna buy an HK, why don't you just buy an HK?
I don't have 10 grand.
Oh shit! Never mind.
Or else I would.
I misunderstood what part of HK. I think you're talking like a pistol.
It's basically an MP5K clone, and it's tooled on H&K's parts, and it's got their stamp of approval and everything. And see you, Christopher. Yeah, so I I've always wanted to do the H&K, and we have a couple machine guns here at our machine gun range. Much fun to shoot with.
PTR makes a pretty good clone.
Yeah, they're three
for the big ones.
Like they look decent, and I've heard
shot a couple. They run decent.
Where are you driving to at this hour? I'm just curious, man.
Going home, man. Just got off work.
All right.
Night shift hell. Been doing it 15 years.
Yeah.
Need 2 more people to retire or die before I get on day shift.
Tried to work a day shift once, but he doesn't make as much money in the bright light. And too many cops around.
I couldn't tell you how many times I've been pulled over on my way home for drunk checks.
I was actually on the way home tonight. I was coming back from Lake Oswego area, coming back from Oaks Park, and we were coming down I-5, and the car in front of us didn't have their headlights on. And I was like, they're going to get pulled over for DUI because they don't have their headlights on. That's one of the signs they look for drug drivers is forget to turn their headlights on. And not 30 seconds after I say that, coming across the I-5 bridge, here comes a motorcycle cop up behind us with his lights on. And I'm like, crap, what'd I do? Goes around me, nabs the guy with his headlights off in front of us.
The scariest time for me is when I used to work graveyards, or I'd work swing, and I would be driving home, and I would just be so tired, and I'd see a cop behind me, and I'm like, oh, I know he's reading my plate, so whatever, I'm not too worried about it. But, it's like the last thing I want to do is sit and talk to a cop and do a sobriety check. I just want to get home, call him to bed, and go to bed.
Oh, it's super easy. Just hand them your concealed weapons permit with your freaking driver's license, and everything's better.
Well, usually I just badge them and, I just say, hey, goodbye. But this is plain over it.
Yeah, I got pulled over driving home. I was almost home, and I was so tired. I was just all over the fog lane, I guess, because I'd been working so long, and it's like an hour to drive home from Burbank to Malibu, and I was like 2 blocks away from my place. It pulls me over. It says, "Have you been drinking?" I was like, "No, but as soon as I get home, it'll be the first thing I do."
It was so hard when I got off graveyards and stuff to just be able to go home and like at 9:30 a.m. and just relax and go to bed. Like sometimes I would drink a beer and I would just knock out. Then everybody's waking up, and I lived next door to 2 Rastafarian neighbors who would start cranking Bob Marley at like 10 o'clock. So I'm trying to go to bed, and next door somebody's telling me to don't worry, everything's gonna be all right.
I don't like Bob Marley. I hate to piss off the Rastafarians everywhere, but I've never liked Bob Marley.
I heard he's getting into that. His company, the Marley Company, is getting into their own weed, special weed strain. And
Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson's got his own brand of marijuana now too.
Yeah, and they market it to all the stores or whatever.
What cracks me up is Bob Marley's dad couldn't be more lily white, and he's super dark.
I so wish that I had gone into the marijuana business and gotten one of the first licenses, but I'm still not sold on that's a good idea because I'm just so fearful that we'll have one change of administration and all the people they'll come back and on the federal law. You're all
but by then you'll be rich. So
I don't know. They're not. It's not. They're making it out on the news like everyone's making a fortune. I know 2 people doing it, and they're like, "We're scraping by, but we ain't making a fortune."
Then they're doing it wrong.
It costs so much to obtain it and sell it legally.
Somebody's got to be making a slam.
Well, the government's taxing
25% taxes or whatever.
Yeah, the government's taxing the fuck out of it in Washington, so it's more expensive than buying it on the street. It should be cheaper than buying it illegally.
Well,
my buddy makes pretty good money selling it illegally.
Yeah.
Come here, kitty.
Well, he says it's medicinal, but okay. It's like, and I'm totally, my feelings. Well, to be totally honest, I was kind of brainwashed into believing it was this terrible thing, and we need to combat it and fight the war on drugs and all that stuff. But now that I actually have a thought for myself, I'm like, whatever. I don't really care.
Okay.
It's not hurting me.
Yeah, I don't care any more about smoking weed than I do drinking a beer.
Exactly.
I don't do either one, so I don't give a shit.
Yep. It's like, hey, if you want to go and do your thing on the weekends or whatever, be my guest.
All my employees, when I owned a bar, I knew all my employees smoked pot. It's just as long as they didn't come to work affected, I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, when people come to work stoned, their judgment is just off. Everything looks great, everything's fine, everything's good. It doesn't matter. They could hammer a nail in sideways, and they wouldn't know it.
Unless they were on methamphetamines, and then in that which case they would probably build the thing to hammer the nail in, and then build the nail, and then build the hammer.
My employees were all lazy Gen Xers or whatever they call that generation, so they were never on that. They didn't have that kind of energy. They were all a bunch of self-entitled little assholes whose parents told them they were so special their whole life, but they
got a certificate for showing up to school.
Yeah. I used to tell my employees all the time, I was like, you got way too much undeserved positive reinforcement from your parents growing up.
Yeah, you're not special.
I was like, I said, I know your mom thinks you're special, but I've known you for 6 months now, and I can tell you, you suck.
Well, you're special, all right. Special in the wrong way.
I kind of wish I had got into the pot business. There'd have been some money in it, but it's just risky, I think, still at this stage.
Stroke of a pin away of losing your rights. I don't think so.
That's why I didn't do it, because I'm like, But like I say, I've got a friend who's in the business, and he's like I say, right now he's not getting rich, but I know eventually he'll get fucking rich, and I'll be like, you motherfucker, I should have got into it with you.
Well, that's like somebody. Great things about silent partners.
Of course, he said the thing now. He says he's just as likely right now. He says it's doing okay, but he's just as likely in the next 2 years to go out of business as he is to get rich.
Well, look,
it would really suck for you Yankees that if your next door neighbor on the other side of the ones who won the lottery that they opened a marijuana store and get rich, because then you'd be pissed at all your neighbors.
See, the store I wanted to do though is I didn't want to just do a selling bud store. I wanted to do an edibles store. I wanted to do a marijuana bakery.
I can see you doing that.
Because that would be the way to do it if you ask me. I would love to sell
hire a couple of pastry chefs and go to town.
Yeah, I already know a pastry chef. I'm like, hire her and get the recipes down. Now a lot of people think it's just grinding up pot and putting it in brine. No, you cook with the oils and everything. That's how you make. It would be cool to make marijuana chocolates and marijuana brownies and marijuana candies. That's what I would do. I would want a pot bakery.
It's nice to have goals.
But I wouldn't do any of it because I don't do drugs or alcohol or anything. But I would like to sell it.
Well, that'd be the greatest way. You'd never get high off your own supply.
Well, it's like when
you need to make a video like that. Your fantasy dream of opening a marijuana bakery and then just have bake brownies and then you need to do that. Would be a great video.
Most of the people who watch my videos are pretty sure I do drugs before I make my videos.
So this is Yankee Marshall's marijuana bakery video.
I've always wanted to. Maybe someday I will. You never know.
Well, you can do the video without actually doing it.
The license is really hard to get. They did lottery for the licenses, and I'm like, I don't understand why they're doing lotteries. If it's a legal business, just let people fucking get a business license and open the business.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's legal.
They're doing lotteries, like, we're only giving out so many. I'm like, why?
I wonder how they handle the 4473 if it becomes legalized.
Well, you still, I don't know if they'll be changing that anytime soon. Mike Maisie, what are you doing? Sounds annoying the shit out of me.
I think, like, regardless of who we get in the office, it's still going to be that whole thing. It's going to be up to, it's still going to be state and state.
Yeah, but it's still a federal law, so until they get it off the federal books, it's iffy.
Yeah, I
Because right
care
now
less
it's
about
Maybe
that.
Obama will do it his last day in office.
Because only right now it's just a matter of the only reason it's not being enforced as a federal law is because the current administration has said, hey, we're not going to enforce it as a federal law. Because every state is beholden to the federal law.
Obama's last day in office, he'll just say everybody that's been convicted of smoking marijuana is pardoned. Let them all out.
Good. I wish they'd do that.
You know how much paperwork that'd be? He is way too lazy for that.
I wish they'd decorporatize the prison system and get those marijuana fuckers out of there.
I think a lot more people that belong in there rather than a couple of, grasshoppers.
Hell, they could take. I'd rather see them let loose all the fucking drug addicts and put a bunch of priests in there.
I don't know about all the drug addicts, but
I was talking to a guy the other day, a friend of ours here, who's used to be a district court judge in Portland, and he was like, he's a hardcore Catholic, and he's like, I'm really disillusioned. He's like, he found out that the Portland diocese that tried to file bankruptcy and was fighting a lot of lawsuits, that he found out that out of the, I think it was 9 priests in our area, 4 of them have child molestation cases against them, and all of them have been moved from other parishes where they got child molestation cases before. So he's like, that's disheartening to find out half of them are child molesters in your area.
Jeez, I thought Scientologists were bad.
And he's like, he said he denied it for so many years. He just said, no, I can't. It's just a small batch of bad apples, and he said, but it is so ingrained into what they do, and they put so much effort into moving people around and hiding people that they know that you don't develop that sophisticated a system of hiding something that only happens every now and then. It must be a common thing. So he's so disillusioned with his religion now. Which I'm like, I wish I could help you with that, but I don't understand what you're going through because I've never had any faith in religion. From the time I was 9 years old, I was like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, I was kind of slandered in that because my father is heavily Catholic, my mom's Christian, and I'm neither. I'm just like, whatever.
I was raised Baptist, but my mom's Baptist, and my dad's side of the family is other, Greek Orthodox, Jewish.
Well, I like all the traditions of being Jewish, and since I'm the grandson of Holocaust survivors, I just go with that. So, it works for me.
I don't believe in any religion. I think religion's the bane of human existence. It's the antithesis of discovery and intelligence. And
well, I like all the Jewish traditions. They give you a format to go through life, and I'm really not. I don't. There's something good about it. At least for being Jewish, for me, I like it. So I'm good with it.
I especially hate religions that create petty deities. I don't like that. My
petty
God is
deities?
so petty that if you don't worship him and blah blah blah, he'll punish you forever for not knowing something that was never actually even proven to you.
Well, here in Hawaii we have. Here in Hawaii we have the Hawaiians have 4 gods, and then there's a bunch of Tahitian gods that the people think are gods, but unless they study the actual Hawaiian immersion schools and actually learn who their gods actually are, they have they're saying Pele's Tahitian.
All I know is one of them tried to kill Greg Brady.
Wait, who? What? You lost me.
I said all I know is one of them tried to kill Greg Brady.
A Hawaiian or a Hawaiian god? Oh, you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's no. I've never seen it occur. Oh, did he take something back from Hawaii?
Oh, he had a
If
little
you-
tiki around his neck that was cursed.
Oh. Well, that's bullshit.
Tiki god around his neck.
I got 2 tikis on my Tavor, but it's the God of War tiki. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't want to bring up my Tavor so we don't argue because it's too fucking late at night.
And then they also went to King's Island.
What's wrong with Tavor other than being way too expensive?
No, let's not. So we're gonna start that if Yankee shows up early enough. We talked about that one time. Ask another question. Next subject.
How about that stair?
Yeah, it's much better.
No, oh fuck you.
Who's got an AUG? I want to get this argument rolling.
I got one right here. Sit right next to me.
Sorry, I forgot. Sorry, stir and AUG are the same thing. Who's got
Okay,
a
you want to
FAMAS?
talk about
Who's got a
What I
FAMAS?
love about the Steyr AUG, though.
Oh God, Yankee, don't.
Yeah, at all.
Well, Steyr AUG. Well,
Comes with its own red dot.
Steyr has a. They sold a bunch of 50
I
caliber.
don't know how you might get confused about what's in the box.
Jesus. Yeah.
Wow.
What's in there?
Yeah, I know.
That's funny.
Right.
Does it use proprietary mags or does it use?
No, I got the NATO version, so it uses AR mags.
The reason they have to make
You use
that big is because
plastic ones or
knows
just
what's actually
NATO?
for.
What was that? I missed both of you.
Can you use Magpul or does it have to be the metal ones?
No, it uses Magpul. That's just fine.
Sweet. Go ahead, lock and load.
Oh, I was just insulting the Steyr AUG. They have to put. I was saying that they had to put it. It's in such big lettering on the box because nobody actually knows what it's for.
If I was gonna get
Make that many of them.
if I was gonna get an AUG, I would hope that it would come with the Governor starter kit, like an eye patch and everything.
Arr.
Hawaii, weren't you the guy saying what rifle was that where it was made for only urban combat within 40 yards or something? That was a rifle. Was that you or was that somebody else?
You know, that's me.
What
That's
rifle?
what they built it for.
That's a Tavor?
Yeah, well, are you trying to get me to argue about all this stuff again? I mean,
Oh, I'm not trying to get you to argue on this.
yeah, well, that's what they had. M4s up the wazoo. You know, I mean, they built this for a reason, and that was what they needed it for. So, urban combat at close quarters.
So Hawaii, are you a fan of like IDF weaponry?
No,
I was just wondering if you knew anything about the Jericho 941.
not particularly. I mean, I don't follow that stuff anymore. You know.
I can't think of what I called that.
I was trying to say though that AUG, the Palestinians have the Iranians got them a bunch of AUGs, 50 caliber sniper rifles, but they don't know how to use 50 caliber rifles, but they don't have any snipers that know how to use sniper rifle. So it's like they can shoot 3 kilometers with them, but they really can't hit anything because they
I
don't
don't
have any
understand why they
range.
call it a sniper rifle when it's got like a 4 MLA.
The AUG 50 caliber.
Most 50 cal. They're terrible accuracy.
Right. Well, they gave a bunch of them to the Palestinians so they could just take pot shots and not hit anything. Because I don't think they have one trained marksman in their whole. I mean, in Hezbollah does because they're trained by Iran, but the Palestinians don't. Hamas doesn't have one trained marksman. They can give them those rifles and shoot at civilian buildings in Israel up to 3 kilometers away. But they can't hit anything. Even with scopes, they're just clueless. So.
You look just like the governor in that pic, Yankee.
That was when I bought my Steyr. That's why I made that picture.
That's awesome.
What?
A little more crazy looking than the governor.
What does the eye patch say?
It doesn't say anything. It's just a woven leather pattern.
Since I got my eye stabbed out.
I'm just saying.
You need a bottle of rum.
I'm actually making the same face in that picture. Oh, well, that ain't what I wanted to fucking do. How did that do that? I don't like this stupid browser.
Not to stir you up, Hawaii, but I just don't understand the point of a rifle that is purely designed for close quarter combat. That just doesn't make sense.
That's what they needed. That's what they needed. That's what they were fighting. They were fighting in urban combat, and they didn't have a rifle that worked. All they had was M4, so they designed this.
I noticed that in that picture I used to make the governor, and this picture of me as a kid, I'm making pretty much the same face.
Oh shit.
Look like a. It's like a little Eddie Munster, almost. Just looking at the teeth.
I had no teeth. I had to have surgery on my upper palate when I was little and had no teeth for years. So they cut all the front ones out. They were like chalk. You could literally reach in and break pieces of them off with your fingers.
Ouch.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, a calcium issue, not a calcium issue, but a bone growth issue that caused my front teeth to be soft and my upper palate not to form properly. So they had to go in there and operate on my upper palate, and then when my other teeth came in, they were no, luckily. So still got them.
Well, I got replacement fake teeth. All my front teeth are fake. I didn't think it was a good idea to wear a helmet and mouth guard in hockey, so I learned that was a mistake.
Oh, you're gonna be a badass.
Yep.
Sounds expensive.
Holster.
I think I got a pic of me as a kid. Let's see if I can punch it out.
I probably have more money in my mouth.
I gotta have a tooth replaced, but they want to give me a bridge, and I'm like, I don't see the point in ruining two good teeth to replace one. I'm going to wait till you start covering implants, because my insurance is supposed to start covering implants soon.
See, implants cost about half as much as a bridge.
Yeah, so I don't know why they don't cover them. I'd like to have an implant. I can go out and pay for an implant for like $2,000, but I don't want to pay $2,000.
Rocking the flannel, Hawaii. I would dig it.
Oh man.
That's me and my dad.
I miss when I used to look good in flannel.
You look like a midget in that picture. You don't look like a kid. You look like, you look like a 40-year-old midget.
I think he was adopted because he looks nothing like his dad.
His dad looks like somebody to me, and I can't think of who.
Looks like Cartwright.
He almost looks like
What the hell's
Tattoo
the
from.
dad's name?
He almost looks like Tattoo from Fantasy Island, and what's his name that sings Donkashane? Wayne Newton. Looks like they had a baby.
Okay, well that's enough of this picture.
Wow. No, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking Papa Cartwright from Bonanza.
He's a little bit like that. Yeah, he does.
Who, my dad?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, he's a good guy.
I wish my guy was a good guy. My dad's a dick.
Well, my dad has his good and bad moments, but I won't get into that here.
My dad's one of those guys that had a set of kids with one lady, and then ran off. And then when she divorced him, he ran off and had a second family. And then once he had the second family, the first family didn't exist anymore because they made the second wife jealous.
That was my mom's family line there. Same thing. 4 kids bail and have 4 more.
Yeah. And then the first kid's like they don't exist anymore hardly.
Yep.
It's like, you know, and then let your wife rub in the face like, oh, your dad just bought your sister a car while you're struggling to fucking survive and he's never given you a nickel.
I don't remember any of that.
My stepmother was a real bitch.
Oh, okay. You were on the side that they were still there.
Yeah, I was. I would always be like, you know, like I was 17, 18 years old, trying to get to go to school, joining the military, trying to make ends meet, and you know, barely scraping by. And she'd be like bragging about, you know, oh, your dad just brought your brother a car and gave him all this and gave him that and going to pay for his schooling and everything. And while I'm struggling, they would never give me a nickel. And just saying it to piss me off.
Yeah.
But,
Well, fuck you then.
That's when you really were you born a cunt or did you take classes?
I always ignored it. The last words I ever said to my stepmother, he had said something nasty to a friend of mine. And I found out about it a few seconds after we left the house, and I went back in. And I was like, Melody, I was like, I have put up with your shit since I was 8 years old. I was like, but, I did it and didn't really mind because even since I was 8 years old, I was smarter than your dumbass. I was like, so I just blew you off. I was like, so I don't care what you say to me. I was like, but if you ever open your cunt mouth to one of my friends again, I said, I'll hit you so fucking hard that you won't know what hit you. And she's like, are you going to let him talk to me like that? To my dad. My dad's like, you're both adults. This is between you. And I left, and I've never said another word to her since then.
Yeah, fuck you. You appreciate the shit you have more than she ever will.
Oh, she's still fat. She's a big old fat cunt now. Oh, God, she's fat. I see pictures of her on Facebook, and I'm like, oh, my God, what is wrong with her?
Japa?
Yeah. Like, I was like, why is she wearing barrels on her feet? I was like, oh, those aren't barrels. Those are her ankles.
Them are cankles.
Yep. Like, my dad got what he deserved.
Yeah, family can suck sometimes. What can you do?
Yeah, my mom's just crazy.
You can be fat or you can be a bitch, but you can't be both.
Yeah, you can't. That's why I actually said that to her one time. I was like, you'd think someone as fat as you would have a good personality.
Oh, man.
My grandfather hated her, and he was always mean to her. Because he liked my mom, my dad's first wife, and he didn't like the way my dad treated his kids from his first marriage after he got remarried, and he knew it was because of her, so he was always mean as hell to her. He'd always, every time he'd see her, he's like, you're getting a little fat. Pam's still thin and pretty. That's what you want to hear about your husband's first wife. My grandfather was a dick to her. Oh, God, he was a dick to her. He never once, I don't think he ever called her by name.
Yeah, that's how you know there's some hate.
He always called her that woman or Davy's wife. Which that's the way I tend to be. That's the way I tend to be when my sons get married. I'm gonna like that
whore
married my son. Yeah, that's what I'll tell it now. I was like, someday when you get married and that whore doesn't want me to see. My son's like, why is she a whore? I was like, because she's a whore. She's a whore and she stole my baby. She's a whore.
You know goddamn well why she's a whore. Oh man.
That's what I told my son. I was like, every time you bring a girl around the house, first thing I'm gonna do is walk up to her and get in her face and scream, "Get away from my baby, you whore!" Although I didn't do that with his last girlfriend. I wish I had, but I'm glad I didn't because it ended anyway. I pretended like she didn't bother me, and he got tired of her.
That's the key.
Well, she gave him the ultimatum that either he started going to church with her or she stopped going out with him, and he's like, "See ya."
Wait, what? How old are they?
He's 15. He was 15 at the time, and she was 15. But she's a churchgoer. Her family's very religious.
Kids don't know what they want at that age.
Well, I've told my son, I was like, I don't want you dating anyone seriously till you're out of college. And I told it to him very plainly. I was like, if you hook up with some girl now and you get serious, I was like, it's either going to end and you're going to be heartbroken, or worse, you're going to stay with them through college and you're going to be 23 years old going, fuck, I just could have missed out on the greatest experience of my life of fucking whoever I want, whenever I want, and enjoying my life, and I ain't ever going to get that back. I was like, so enjoy that college life of fucking whoever you want, whenever you want. I was like, one person, two people, whoever you wanted.
What college did you go to? Because
yeah, I didn't go to college. It was all right going to parties, but I know what you're saying.
I got laid
Don't get
left and
strapped
right.
down.
I got laid left and right in college. I was actually reasonably attractive. I was a high school athlete in great shape. Was in.
Yeah, but I had classes to go to, man. I had to commute.
Classes were easy. Getting laid was more important than class.
Like I said, what college did you go to?
Marshall University.
Marshall. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I just went to the college parties.
I went to a lot of those. I was Archon of our fraternity, Vice Archon, Warden Archon at one point. A lot of fraternity parties.
No bills and all the thrills.
And I was not interested in dating. I was like one of the guys that was, after I got like around 20, I really started wanting to be seriously dating someone, but it never really happened until later in life. And I tell you one thing, if you want the hottest girls in college, like your first couple years of college, to be interested in you, pretend like you don't want to date them. Because to Southern girls, that's like the biggest aphrodisiac in the world to think, that boy don't want nothing to do with me. They'll throw themselves at you.
I had to wait till I was living on the beach in Malibu and running a recording studio in Burbank till I got that many girls lined up.
I'm just saying, if you want girls to throw themselves at you, just act like you want nothing to do with them. They'll throw. I'm not saying I did anything with them. I'm just saying they'll throw themselves at you.
That's so weird.
How did they go in Scarface? First you get the power, then you get the money, and then you get the. Was that it?
Well, I think indifference works better than power. Because if you're indifferent to Southern girls, they have to prove it. They have to prove that they're attractive to you.
Oh wow!
I was like, act like you don't give a shit. I was like, act like you don't give a shit, and the girls will throw themselves at you. I was like, and don't limit yourself to one girl while you're going through school. Enjoy yourself, for God's sakes. There's plenty of time to be married later.
My parents got pissed off because I was seeing a girl when I was like 16 and she was 24.
Well, that's because she's a criminal.
She was hot.
Well, the age of consent is different in different states, so.
Oh no, in California.
I used to carry a copy of that law in my pocket.
Sounds like you're a pedo.
No.
Not anymore.
Not any less. Wait. No. In the state of Washington, consent's 16, but you can be no more than 60 months older than.
Yeah.
So your birthday's lined up at 16 to 21.
It's like what is it? I was talking to some friends the other day. They were talking about pedophilia and everything, and I was like, pedophilia is a fine line. It's like it's all right to look at someone who's young and hot and go, they're young and hot. It's when you actually touch that's a problem. And because they were going down the highway looking at these girls, they're like, "Oh, look at her, she's hot."
It's a lot of look at a pretty girl anywhere.
And I was like, you realize that their jerseys say,
JV.
What's called the name of the high school over there?
Jailbait.
Central High School.
Jailbait High School.
I was like, those girls were like 16 years old. Their T-shirts say like Central High School. So I was like, so you're all basically perverts. I was like,
oh yeah, as long as you don't touch.
I go over to my son's school. I swear to God, though, I go over to my son's school, and it seems like there's two types of high school kids. There's the ones that look like they're 12, and the ones that look like they're 25.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
And I'm like,
I don't know if I like the way this chat is going.
No, it's true. My daughter's a senior. There's
like
a lot of that.
It's like half the kids there look like they should be, teaching class, and the other half look like they should be in grade school. I had to go in for a teacher meeting today, so.
Well, then it's like I hate to say it, put on a generalization, but what like the media tells, girls, that they should wear now, what entertainment says. It's like if my kid went out wearing half the shit that I see the girls wearing in high school today, it's like you would never see the light of day.
Fucking A. I'll agree with that. My niece, there's no chance in hell.
I told my
3.
daughter, as long as she's got a good attitude and she's got good grades, I don't care how she leaves the house.
Yeah, I'm not that big on how dressing. It's like my son getting his purple hair. People are like, why did your son get purple hair? And like, oh, it's just fucking hair, and I don't care.
You know, I don't know. Maybe it's different. You know, like it's like if you got a daughter or something like that, because it's.
Yeah, well, you just need to have that conversation. If you know, I think Dave Chappelle had that nailed right. He did that thing. He says, well, you know, if I'm standing on a corner, you know, wearing a policeman's uniform, and I got a belt and a gun and the shoes and the hat, and somebody robs a bank, you know, you run up to me and say, you know, well, they just robbed the bank. It's just, you know, it's like, well, just because I'm dressed this way, it doesn't mean I'm a policeman, you know. So if you're gonna go dress up like a hooker, I mean, hookers have uniforms too. So you can't dress up like a hooker and say, well, just because I'm dressed this way doesn't mean I'm you're wearing their uniform.
Like, no,
you know?
And this is true. But you are wearing
the mindset. And I've got a niece who is very buxom, and she wears like low-cut shirts and things that show off her bust line and everything. And someone said something to me one time about, look at her shirts, look at her boobs, you can see her boobs. I was like, well, is it her fault that you're looking at her boobs, or is it your fault that you're looking at her fucking boobs? Is it her fault that she's wearing a shirt that's totally legal and covering her, and she's acting mature about it, and you're the one turning her body into some sort of childish peep show? I was like, why don't you fucking be mature enough to say, okay, yeah, women have boobs, and move on?
I like boobies.
Most people do. I have boobies. Does that count?
No.
No, you don't count.
Well, I can almost make one good one.
Yeah, I didn't say mine are good.
Just said he had them.
Yeah. Not as big as they used to be, but I have a feeling at my age I ain't gonna lose them completely.
They're just gonna droop.
Not without hormone therapy. As in testosterone.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like, what was that? Like you get like too much hormones or something like that.
I have no fucking idea.
Is that Meatloaf in Fight Club?
Yeah, exactly.
We got to get back to guns somehow. I don't know how, but somehow we got to go from boobs to guns.
I'm trying to find a picture of my knee.
Oh, now we're never gonna get to guns.
Well, there's her face, but
You just can give us a random.
Yeah, Christ!
Just
You
give
look
us
for
a
pictures of your niece with just her face. Oh, that's
Just
not
give us
good
a boob shot and of anybody and say it's your niece.
that's the one on the left. There is my niece. But she's very, very buxom. She's like a D cup, and she's just a little girl.
Yeah, they both look like little girls. So let's get this pedo porn off the screen.
She's not. She's fully dressed. For God's sake. And she's also 20 years old.
Only because you couldn't find a boob shot.
No, she's got big boobs. I'm not making a big deal out of it. What the fuck is that? Who turned the TV on? I don't know who's turning the TV on at 2:44 in the morning.
It's only 11:44 in Hawaii.
2:44 here in the TV just came on in the family room.
Somebody's trying to get some.
Well, grab that dog. It's in a box. You know where it is.
Yeah, we just said it doesn't do anything. It's not for anything.
Did you have a snack later? All right.
Kids.
He'll be 17 next month, but a 17-year-old never had his snack tonight, and he couldn't sleep, so he got up. He woke up and couldn't get back to sleep, so he decided to get up and have his snack and then go back to sleep.
Hey, that is a real struggle. I feel his pain.
Yeah. They're allowed to
When
have
I was a kid, my parents I actually went for the cookie jar and knocked the whole thing over and crashed onto the ground, broke it into a million pieces. Literally got caught with my hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, I had to wait until my parents went to sleep before I grabbed some snacks.
We didn't really get snacks when I was younger because we didn't have enough food for snacks. We barely had enough food to eat for meals, so we didn't eat anything in the refrigerator. But my kids, I got to start cutting down on my oldest son's food intake because he's a little bit heavy. Got to get him thinned down.
Send him to boot camp.
Yeah, he's not fat, but he's got love fucking handles. And I'm like, what is with all these kids at their age that have love handles? Like, I never had love handles when I was 17 years old.
Yeah, but when you were 8 to 16, how often did you stay inside?
No, hardly ever.
I was just going to say that.
How often is he inside?
Way too much.
So, there you go.
I need to cut his calories down and increase his exercise. I take him to the gym with me every night, and the thing is, he's powerlifting at school, and we got his performance results the other day, and he's a sophomore. So he's still got juniors and seniors above him. He tested the third strongest kid in his school.
Get power results?
Yeah, well, they do that physical fitness testing thing.
Oh, okay.
Powerlifting.
Presidential.
Well, it's not presidential. It's a physical fitness thing. It's something they do locally. But he came in. He was like the third strongest kid in his school. And I'm like, how the fuck's he the third strongest kid? What kind of pussy senior and juniors do they have?
Building up that
And
confidence.
not everybody takes that class.
Yeah.
If you want him to lose weight, get him some boxing gear or something to
He's
just.
got it. He's got it right back here. In fact, him and his friend this weekend borrowed my Krav gear, and they went over to the park and sparred for like 2 hours.
Well, how can you not burn 1 billion calories doing that?
You do. I don't know how.
Sure that's what they did at the park?
Oh yeah, I watched him for a while. I wanted to spar too, but you can't hit minors. And plus, last time I sparred with my son, he cried when I hit him. So, granted, he's like, I was only 12. And I went, yeah, but you cried when I hit you, so I'm not going to do it anymore.
I've noticed a big difference. Like my niece, like she's like 13 and she's pretty heavy, and it's like, you know, I can remember when I was her age and I wasn't even heavy. I mean, like, yeah, everybody's body's different, but it's like her thing when she gets off of school, she goes and she plays on her computer and uses on her iPhone and stuff. But when I got out of school or something like that, I was out running, playing tag, riding my bike, you know, and just
rode my bike a lot. That's like I try to tell my friend, like my son, my oldest son, didn't want to ride his bike every day to a friend's, and he's like, oh, it's like 4 miles away. I was like, you know Ed Cantor, the guy that I still talk to now from high school. I was like, he lived literally 21 miles from me, and I rode my bike to his house almost every day.
Yeah, that's not that far.
Yeah. So I'm like, and that's a 40-mile round trip on a bicycle every day, and I did it every day in the summertime in fucking 95-degree temperatures.
I used to bicycle. I had a condo in Reseda. I used to bicycle to County Line, up Mulholland to County Line, back down PCH and up Topanga, and that was about 80 miles round trip.
When I was a kid, your bicycle was your prized possession.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it gets where you need to go.
I remember I had a Huffy Thunder Road. Huffy was the big bike back then.
Oh yeah, Huffy and the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. I rode that Huffy for years. Then I got a 10-speed and it got stolen.
Oh, you too? Yeah, somebody took my bike right out of my garage. I had a nice Schwinn.
Yeah, that's what mine was, a Schwinn 10-speed. It had the fucking ram's head handlebars, which took me forever to get used to, but didn't have to get used to them for long because the bike got stolen pretty soon after I got it. I remember the first time I tried to ride one of those 10-speeds with those damn ram's head handlebars. I thought it was so difficult.
Well, I had an apartment that burned down in Malibu in the fire, and I called when the place was burning down. I said, just save my bike, because I had like about a I don't know, $2,000 Davidson. I still have it. That's the only thing they said. The manager just pulled that out of my apartment. That's it. It was like, and now it's probably worth even more because it's a double-butted steel, road bike, and they don't make those anymore.
My friend just bought I don't know what it was he bought, but he was telling me how much his bicycle cost, and I was like, fuck, my first 2 cars didn't cost that much. But literally, if you walk over to the thing, you can like put your finger under the bar under the seat and like pick the thing up with like one finger.
Well, it's steel, the old ones. I mean, I took it to the bike shop one time. No, it's double-butted steel. He's talking
about the one my friend has. I don't know what it's made out of, but it feels like it's made out of balsa wood.
Most of them are carbon fiber now.
But it was thousands of dollars, and it feels like it's made out of balsa wood.
Yeah, and so I took it to a bike shop recently, and they said, "Oh yeah, if this was brand new, it'd be worth like $5,000 or $6,000 this bike." And
that's ridiculous to me for a bicycle.
Yeah, well, they don't make double-butted steel bicycles.
Just any of those bikes that are that expensive. I'm like, just get an $80 bicycle. I think aren't they $80 at Target?
Well, it's basically the power transfer. When you step on your pedal, the frame is stiff, and the power transfers into going forward instead of bending the frame. So when I got this bike over my last one, it was like night and day. I mean, that's why I couldn't go. If I didn't have that bike, I couldn't go 80 miles a day. I mean, fuck that. You just use all your energy just bending the frame. Anyway, I can't do that shit anymore. I'm too old.
I used to remember being hot and sweaty all the freaking time when I was a kid. Nowadays, I don't think my kids get hot or sweaty.
If they did, it's because they spent too much time in the room by themselves.
Yeah, I don't want to know what's on his room. I don't ask questions about stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like you're interrogating. Don't answer anything unless I ask you.
Yeah, I don't ask questions about what he does when his door's locked.
Yeah, all I care is just wash your hands when you come out, please.
Exactly. Put your sheets out in the hallway to be washed once a week, and we'll be fine. He start making him do his own fucking laundry. He's 17 years old.
I don't know. What drives me nuts is my daughter will use a different towel every day.
Just one?
I use the same one all fucking week.
I do too, but my son he'll like use one towel in the morning to take a shower, leave it laying on the floor, and then he'll come home that evening, wash his hands and his face, and use another towel.
As a habit I never broke.
Well, that's what you do in a hotel. After you throw it on the floor, the maid comes in later, picks it up, puts up a new towel.
I was just in LA or in Anaheim for a week. We got new towels once. I can't even do it there.
Yeah, I hang my towel back up over the rail for the shower. Once I get done, I towel off. I put my towel back either on the rack. If there's not a rack, I hang it up over the edge of the shower door. And it's there the next time I need to use it. I'm like, when I used it the last time to dry off, that's the cleanest I ever was. I probably actually took dirt off the towel and put it on me, so it should be good and clean to use again.
As long as it dries fast, it's not going to get bad.
No. Now my sister I can't do that. Women will get yeast infections if they use towels all the time. I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not.
That's my girlfriend told me too, and I said, you're full of malarkey.
Like, you're the only woman that's ever told me that. I don't know if that's true or not. But I can't. It's one of those things you can't fight with them about, because how the fuck do I know? I don't have a vagina. Yeah. It almost classifies as one, but technically it's still a penis.
On that note, I'm out of here. Have a good one, guys.
Later.
See you.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go in a minute myself. I gotta go make something to eat. I'm starving.
Okay, guys. Well, thanks everybody for coming to the Monday Lock and Load Monday, and check out gunchannels.com if you get a chance. And even though they didn't put this up because G-Webs is fucking absent on Monday, doing whatever he's doing.
Is he not here at all today or tonight?
Been at all on for any 10 seconds. He hadn't been on at all.
Huh.
all day, all morning, all night, all day. He wasn't on. He's out. He gets
Allowed
an
to have a
absence.
personal life?
Maybe he's dead.
No.
You'll feel bad if you find out tomorrow he's dead.
Oh, I know, right? That's gonna be fucked up.
Well,
Can't
you
be
know,
eating him right now, for all we know.
you guys are in Arizona. Don't expect me to fly over from Hawaii to find out and check on him.
I was gonna say you're gonna feel real bad if like the cartel kidnapped G-Webs and.
I'd like to see any two people.
Yeah, there better be a bunch of them if they're going to haul him off.
The Zetas took G-Webs.
I don't know how many. There's a joke in there somewhere. How many Mexicans does it take to kidnap G-Webs?
No, you pick him
I don't
up.
know.
No,
How
you
many
pick him up.
Mexicans did
Exactly. Yeah.
All
What is
right,
he,
well,
6'6"?
He's tall and thick, so he's not a light dude.
Mhm.
I feel dainty next to him. I like it because I feel like I should be shopping in the petite section.
On that note, does anybody have anything else that they need to say before I shut this bitch down?
I like boobies.
Okay.
You already said that.
Oh.
You're just reaffirming, or I'm still pro boob.
Okay, and I need. I can't think of anything to say.
I like to buy $1,600 piece of the shit.
$1,600 piece of what?
Piece of the shit.
$1,600 piece of shit. That money is just burning a hole in your fucking pocket. You can't wait 10 seconds.
Go to bed.
Okay, good night. Y'all be cool. Thanks for coming.
You can't tell me what to do.
Thanks.
Yeah, that wasn't for you all. That was for somebody else.
All right, well, God bless America. See y'all.
See it.